"Hey," she said as he carefully extracted and slowly examined Smith's possessions. "The sneak. That's my towel." In addition to the towel, the meticulous Nye listed in his notebook: one dirty pillow, souvenir of Honolulu, one pink baby blanket, one pair khaki trousers, one aluminum pan with pancake turner. Other oddments included a scrapbook thick with photographs clipped from physical culture magazines, sweaty studies of weightlifters, and, inside a shoebox, a collection of medicines, rinses and powders employed to combat trench mouth, and also a mystifying amount of aspirin. At least a dozen containers, several of them empty. "Junk," the landlady said. "Nothing but trash." True, it was valueless stuff even to a clue-hungry detective. Still, Nye was glad to have seen it. Each item, the palliatives for sore gums, the greasy Honolulu pillow, gave him a clearer impression of the owner and his lonely, mean life. The next day in Reno, preparing his official notes, Nye wrote, at 9 a.m. The reporting agent contacted Mr. Bill Driscoll, Chief Criminal Investigator, Sheriff's Office, Washoe County, Reno, Nevada. After being briefed on the circumstances of this case, Mr. Driscoll was supplied with photographs, fingerprints, and warrants for Hickok and Smith. Stops were placed in the files on both these individuals as well as the automobile. At 10:30 a.m., the reporting agent contacted Sergeant Abe Faroa, Detective Division, Police Department, Reno, Nevada. Sergeant Faroa and the reporting agent checked the police files. Neither the name of Smith or Hickok was reflected in the felon registration file. A check of the pawnshop ticket files failed to reflect any information about the missing radio. A permanent stop was placed in these files in the event the radio is pawned in Reno. The detective handling the pawnshop detail took photographs of Smith and Hickok to each of the pawnshops in town and also made a personal check of each shop for the radio. These pawnshops made an identification of Smith as being familiar, but were unable to furnish any further information. Thus the morning. That afternoon, Nye set forth in search of Tex John Smith. But at his first stop, the post office, a clerk at a general delivery window told him he need look no farther not in Nevada, for the individual had left there the previous August and now lived in the vicinity of Circle City, Alaska. That, anyway, was where his mail was being forwarded. "Gosh. Now, there's a tall order," said the clerk in response to Nye's request for a description of the elder Smith. "The guy's out of a book. He calls himself the Lone Wolf. A lot of his mail comes addressed that way. The Lone Wolf. He doesn't receive many letters, no, but bales of catalogs and advertising pamphlets. You'd be surprised the number of people sent away for that stuff. Just to get some mail. Must be. How old? I'd say 60. Dresses Western cowboy boots and a big 10-gallon hat. He told me he used to be with the rodeo. I've talked to him quite a bit. He's been in here almost every day the last few years. Once in a while he'd disappear, stay away a month or so. Always claimed he'd been off prospecting. One day last August a young man came here to the window. He said he was looking for his father, Tex John Smith, and did I know where he could find him. He didn't look much like his dad. The wolf is so thin-lipped and Irish, and this boy looked almost pure Indian, hair black as boot polish with eyes to match. But next morning in walks the wolf and confirms it. He told me his son had just got out of the army and that they were going to Alaska. He's an old Alaska hand. I think he once owned a hotel there or some kind of hunting lodge. He said he expected to be gone about 2 years. Nope, never seen him since, him or his boy. The Johnson family were recent arrivals in their San Francisco community, a middle-class, middle-income real estate development high in the hills north of the city. On the afternoon of December 18th, 1959, young Mrs. Johnson was expecting guests. 3 women of the neighborhood were coming by for coffee and cake and perhaps a game of cards. The hostess was tense. It would be the first time she had entertained in her new home. Now, while she was listening for the doorbell, she made a final tour, pausing to dispose of a speck of lint or alter an arrangement of Christmas poinsettias. The house, like the others on the slanting hillside street, was a conventional suburban ranch house, pleasant and commonplace. Mrs. Johnson loved it. She was in love with the redwood paneling, the wall-to-wall carpeting, the picture windows fore and aft, the view that the rear window provided, hills, a valley, then sky and ocean. And she was proud of the small back garden, Her husband, by profession an insurance salesman, by inclination a carpenter, had built around it a white picket fence and inside it a house for the family dog and a sandbox and swings for the children. At the moment, all four dog, two little boys, and a girl were playing there under a mild sky. She hoped they would be happy in the garden until the guests had gone. When the doorbell sounded and Mrs. Johnson went to the door, she was wearing what she considered her most becoming dress, a yellow knit that hugged her figure and heightened the pale-tea shine of her Cherokee coloring and the blackness of her feather-bobbed hair. She opened the door, prepared to admit 3 neighbors. Instead, she discovered 2 strangers, men who tipped their hats and flipped open badge-studded billfolds. "Mrs. Johnson," one of them said, "my name is Nye. This is Inspector Guthrie. We're attached to the San Francisco police, and we've just received an inquiry from Kansas concerning your brother, Perry Edward Smith. It seems he hasn't been reporting to his parole officer, and we wondered if you could tell us anything of his present whereabouts." Mrs. Johnson was not distressed, and definitely not surprised to learn that the police were once more interested in her brother's activities. What did upset her was the prospect of having guests arrive to find her being questioned by detectives. She said, "No, nothing. I haven't seen Perry in 4 years." "This is a serious matter, Mrs. Johnson," Nye said. "We'd like to talk it over." Having surrendered, having asked them in and offered them coffee, which was accepted, Mrs. Johnson said, "I haven't seen Perry in 4 years, or heard from him since he was paroled. Last summer, when he came out of prison, he visited my father in Reno. In a letter, my father told me he was returning to Atlanta and taking Perry with him. Then he wrote again, I think in September, and he was very angry. He and Perry had quarreled and separated before they reached the border. Perry turned back. My father went on to Alaska alone. And he hasn't written you since?" "No." "Then it's possible your brother may have joined him recently, within the last month." "I don't know. I don't care." "On bad terms." "With Perry?" "Yes. I'm afraid of him. But while he was in Lansing, you wrote him frequently. Or so the Kansas authorities tell us," Nye said. The second man, Inspector Guthrie, seemed content to occupy the sidelines. "I wanted to help him. I hoped I might change a few of his ideas. Now I know better. The rights of other people mean nothing to Perry. He has no respect for anyone. About friends. Do you know of any with whom he might be staying?" "Joe James," she said, and explained that James was a young Indian logger and fisherman who lived in the forest near Bellingham, Washington. No, she was not personally acquainted with him, but she understood that he and his family were generous people who had often been kind to Perry in the past. The only friend of Perry she had ever met was a young lady who had appeared on the Johnsons' doorstep in June 1955, bringing with her a letter from Perry in which he introduced her as his wife. He said he was in trouble and asked if I would take care of his wife until he could send for her. The girl looked 20. It turned out she was 14. And of course, she wasn't anyone's wife. But at the time I was taken in, I felt sorry for her and asked her to stay with us. She did, though not for long, less than a week. And when she left, she took our suitcases and everything they could hold, most of my clothes and most of my husband's, the silver, even the kitchen clock. When this happened, where were you living? Denver. Have you ever lived in Fort Scott, Kansas? Never. I've never been to Kansas. Have you a sister who lives in Fort Scott? My sister is dead. My only sister. Nye smiled. He said, "You understand, Mrs. Johnson, we're working on the assumption that your brother will contact you. Write or call, or come to see you. I hope not. As a matter of fact, he doesn't know we've moved. He thinks I'm still in Denver. Please, if you do find him, don't give him my address. I'm afraid. When you say that, is it because you think he might harm you? Hurt you? Physically?" She considered, and unable to decide, said she didn't know. "But I'm afraid of him. I always have been. He can seem so warm-hearted and sympathetic. Gentle. He cries so easily. Sometimes music sets him off, and when he was a little boy he used to cry because he thought a sunset was beautiful. Or the moon. Oh, he can fool you. He can make you feel so sorry for him." The doorbell rang. Mrs. Johnson's reluctance to answer conveyed her dilemma, and Nye, who later wrote of her, "Throughout the interview she remained composed and most gracious. A person of exceptional character," reached for his brown snap brim. "Sorry to have troubled you, Mrs. Johnson." But if you hear from Perry, we hope you'll have the good sense to call us. Ask for Inspector Guthrie. After the departure of the detectives, the composure that had impressed Nye faltered. A familiar despair impended. She fought it, delayed its full impact until the party was done and the guests had gone, until she'd fed the children and bathed them and heard their prayers. Then the mood, like the evening ocean fog, now clouding the street lamps, closed round her. She had said she was afraid of Perry, and she was, but was it simply Perry she feared, or was it a configuration of which he was part? The terrible destinies that seemed promised the four children of Florence Buckskin and Tex John Smith? The eldest, the brother she loved, had shot himself. Fern had fallen out of a window or jumped, and Perry was committed to violence, a criminal. So, in a sense, she was the only survivor. And what tormented her was the thought that in time she, too, would be overwhelmed, go mad, or contract an incurable illness, or in a fire lose all she valued: home, husband, children. Her husband was away on a business trip, and when she was alone, she never thought of having a drink. But tonight she fixed a strong one, then lay down on the living room couch, a picture album propped against her knees. A photograph of her father dominated the first page. A studio portrait taken in 1922, the year of his marriage to the young Indian rodeo rider Miss Florence Buckskin. It was a photograph that invariably transfixed Mrs. Johnson. Because of it, she could understand why, when essentially they were so mismatched, her mother had married her father. The young man in the picture exuded virile allure. Everything, the cocky tilt of his ginger-haired head, the squint in his left eye, as though he were sighting a target, the tiny cowboy scarf knotted round his throat, was abundantly attractive. On the whole, Mrs. Johnson's attitude toward her father was ambivalent, but one aspect of him she had always respected: his fortitude. She well knew how eccentric he seemed to others. He seemed so to her, for that matter. All the same, he was a real man. He did them easily. He could make a tree fall precisely where he wished. He could skin a bear, repair a watch, build a house, bake a cake, darn a sock, or catch a trout with a bent pin and a piece of string. Once he had survived a winter alone in the Alaskan wilderness. Alone, in Mrs. Johnson's opinion, that was how such men should live. Wives, children, a timid life are not for them. She turned over some pages of childhood snapshots, pictures made in Utah and Nevada and Idaho and Oregon. The rodeo careers of Tex and Flo were finished, and the family, living in an old truck, roamed the country hunting work, a hard thing to find in 1933. Tex John Smith family picking berries in Oregon, 1933, was the caption under a snapshot of four barefooted children wearing overalls and cranky, uniformly fatigued expressions. Berries or stale bread soaked in sweet condensed milk was often all they had to eat. Barbara Johnson remembered that once the family had lived for days on rotten bananas, and that, as a result, Perry had got colic. He had screamed all night, while Bobo, as Barbara was called, wept for fear he was dying. Bobo was 3 years older than Perry, and she adored him. He was her only toy, a doll she scrubbed and combed and kissed, and sometimes spanked. Here was a picture of the two together, bathing naked in a diamond-watered Colorado creek. The brother, a pot-bellied, sun-blackened Cupid, clutching his sister's hand and giggling, as though the tumbling stream contained ghostly, tickling fingers. In another snapshot, Mrs. Johnson was unsure, but she thought probably it was taken at a remote Nevada ranch where the family was staying when a final battle between the parents, a terrifying contest in which horsewhips and scalding water and kerosene lamps were used as weapons, had brought the marriage to a stop. She and Perry are astride a pony. Their heads are together, their cheeks touch. Beyond them, dry mountains burn. Later, when the children and their mother had gone to live in San Francisco, Bobo's love for the little boy weakened until it went quite away. He wasn't her baby anymore, but a wild thing, a thief, a robber. His first recorded arrest was on October 27th, 1936, his 8th birthday. Ultimately, after several confinements in institutions and children's detention centers, he was returned to the custody of his father, and it was many years before Bobo saw him again, except in photographs that Tex John occasionally sent his other children, pictures that, pasted above white ink captions, were part of the album's contents. There was Perry, Dad, and their husky dog. Perry and Dad panning for gold. Perry bear hunting in Alaska. In this last, he was a fur-capped boy of 15 standing on snowshoes among snow-weighted trees, a rifle hooked under his arm. The face was drawn and the eyes were sad and very tired. And Mrs. Johnson, looking at the picture, was reminded of a scene that Perry had made once when he had visited her in Denver. Indeed, it was the last time she had ever seen him, the spring of 1955. They were discussing his childhood with Tex John, and suddenly Perry, who had too much drink inside him, pushed her against a wall and held her there. "I was his nigger," Perry said. "That's all. Somebody he could work their guts out and never have to pay them one hot dime. No, Bobo, I'm talking. Shut up, or I'll throw you in the river." Like once when I was walking across a bridge in Japan, and a guy was standing there. I never saw him before. I just picked him up and threw him in the river. "Please, Bobo, please listen. You think I like myself? Oh, the man I could have been. But that bastard never gave me a chance. He wouldn't let me go to school. Okay. I was a bad kid, but the time came I begged to go to school. I happen to have a brilliant mind. In case you don't know, a brilliant mind and talent plus. But no education, because he didn't want me to learn anything, only how to tote and carry for him. Dumb. That's the way he wanted me to be, so that I could never escape him. But you, Bobo, you went to school. You and Jimmy and Fern. Every damn one of you got an education. Everybody but me. And I hate you, all of you, Dad, and everybody. As though for his brother and sister's life had been a bed of roses. Maybe so, if that meant cleaning up Mama's drunken vomit. If it meant never anything nice to wear or enough to eat. Still, it was true. All three had finished high school. Jimmy, in fact, had graduated at the top of his class, an honor he owed entirely to his own willpower. That, Barbara Johnson felt, was what made his suicide so ominous. Strong character, high courage, hard work. It seemed that none of these were determining facto in the fates of Tex John's children. They shared a doom against which virtue was no defense. Not that Perry was virtuous, or Fern. When Fern was 14, she changed her name, and for the rest of her short life, she tried to justify the replacement, Joy. She was an easygoing girl, everybody's sweetheart, rather too much everybody's, for she was partial to men, though somehow she hadn't much luck with them. Somehow, the kind of man she liked always let her down. Her mother had died in an alcoholic coma, and she was afraid to drink, yet she drank. Before she was 20, Fern Joy was beginning the day with a bottle of beer. Then, one summer night, she fell from the window of a hotel room. Falling, she struck a theater marquee, bounced off it, and rolled under the wheels of a taxi. Above, in the vacated room, police found her shoes, a moneyless purse, an empty whiskey bottle. One could understand Fern and forgive her, but Jimmy was a different matter. Mrs. Johnson was looking at a picture of him in which he was dressed as a sailor. During the war, he had served in the Navy. Slender, a pale young seafarer with an elongated face of slightly dour saintliness, he stood with an arm around the waist of the girl he had married and, in Mrs. Johnson's estimation, ought not to have, for they had nothing in common. The serious Jimmy and this teenage San Diego fleet follower whose glass beads reflected a now long-faded sun. And yet what Jimmy had felt for her was beyond normal love. It was passion, a passion that was in part pathological. As for the girl, she must have loved him and loved him completely, or she would not have done as she did. If only Jimmy had believed that, or been capable of believing it. But jealousy imprisoned him. He was mortified by thoughts of the man she had slept with before their marriage. He was convinced, moreover, that she remained promiscuous, that every time he went to sea, or even left her alone for the day, she betrayed him with a multitude of lovers, whose existence he unendingly demanded that she admit. Then she aimed a shotgun at a point between her eyes and pressed the trigger with her toe. When Jimmy found her, he didn't call the police. He picked her up and put her on the bed and lay down beside her. Sometime around dawn of the next day, he reloaded the gun and killed himself. Opposite the picture of Jimmy and his wife was a photograph of Perry in uniform. It had been clipped from a newspaper and was accompanied by a paragraph of text, Headquarters, United States Army, Alaska. Private Perry E. Smith, 23, 1st Army Korean combat veteran to return to the Anchorage, Alaska, area, greeted by Captain Mason, public information officer, upon arrival at Elmendorf Air Force Base. Smith served 15 months with the 24th Division as a combat engineer. His trip from Seattle to Anchorage was a gift from Pacific Northern Airlines. Miss Lynn Marquis, airline hostess, smiles approval at welcome. Official U.S. Army photo. Captain Mason, with hand extended, is looking at Private Smith, but Private Smith is looking at the camera. In his expression, Mrs. Johnson saw, or imagined she saw, not gratitude but arrogance. And in place of pride, immense conceit. It wasn't incredible that he had met a man on a bridge and thrown him off it. Of course he had. She had never doubted it. She shut the album and switched on the television. Burritt did not console her. Suppose he did come? The detectives had found her. Why shouldn't Perry? He need not expect her to help him. She wouldn't even let him in. The front door was locked, but not the door to the garden. The garden was white with sea fog. It might have been an assembly of spirits. Mama and Jimmy and Fern. When Mrs. Johnson bolted the door, she had in mind the dead as well as the living. A cloudburst. Rain. Buckets of it. Dick ran. Perry ran too. But he could not run as fast. His legs were shorter, and he was lugging the suitcase. Dick reached shelter, a barn near the highway, long before him. On leaving Omaha, after a night spent in a Salvation Army dormitory, a truck driver had given them a ride across the Nebraska border into Iowa. The past several hours, however, had found them afoot. The rain came when they were 16 miles north of an Iowa settlement called Tinville Junction. The barn was dark. Dick, Perry said. Over here, Dick said. He was sprawled on a bed of hay. Perry, drenched and shaking, dropped beside him. I'm so cold, he said, burrowing in the hay. I'm so cold I wouldn't give a damn if this caught fire and burned me alive. He was hungry, too. Starved. Last night, they had dined on bowls of Salvation Army soup, and today the only nourishment they'd had was some chocolate bars and chewing gum that Dick had stolen from a drugstore candy counter. Any more Hershey? Perry asked. No, but there was still a pack of chewing gum. They divided it, then settled down to chewing it, each chomping on 2.5 sticks of double mint, Dick's favorite flavor. Perry preferred juicy fruit. Money was the problem. Their utter lack of it had led Dick to decide that their next move should be what Perry considered a crazy man stunt, a return to Kansas City. When Dick had first urged the return, Perry said, "You ought to see a doctor." Now, huddled together in the cold darkness, listening to the dark, cold rain, they resumed the argument, Perry once more listing the dangers of such a move, for surely by this time Dick was wanted for parole violation, if nothing more. But Dick was not to be dissuaded. Kansas City, he again insisted, was the one place he was certain he could successfully hang a lot of hot paper. Hell, I know we gotta be careful. I know they've got a warrant out, because of the paper we hung before. But we'll move fast. One day that'll do it. If we grab enough, maybe we ought to try Florida. Spend Christmas in Miami. Stay the winter if it looks good. But Perry chewed his gum and shivered and sulked. Dick said, "What is it, honey? That other deal? Why the hell can't you forget it? They never made any connection. They never will." Perry said, "You could be wrong. And if you are, it means the corner." Neither one had ever before referred to the ultimate penalty in the state of Kansas, the gallows, or death in the corner, as the inmates of Kansas State Penitentiary have named the fad that houses the equipment required to hang a man. Dick said, the comedian, "You kill me." He struck a match, intending to smoke a cigarette, but something seen by the light of the flaring match brought him to his feet and carried him across the barn to a cow stall. A car was parked inside the stall, a black and white two-door 1956 Chevrolet. The key was in the ignition. Dewey was determined to conceal from the civilian population any knowledge of a major break in the clutter case. So determined that he decided to take into his confidence Garden City's two professional town criers, Bill Brown, editor of the Garden City Telegram, and Rob Wells, manager of the local radio station, KLUL. In outlining the situation, Dewey emphasized his reasons for considering secrecy of the first importance. Remember, there's a possibility these men are innocent. It was a possibility too valid to dismiss. The informer, Floyd Wells, might easily have invented his story. Such tale-telling was not infrequently undertaken by prisoners who hoped to win favor or attract official notice. But even if the man's every word was gospel, Dewey and his colleagues had not yet unearthed one bit of solid supporting evidence, courtroom evidence. What had they discovered that could not be interpreted as plausible, though exceptional, coincidence? Just because Smith had traveled to Kansas to visit his friend Hickok, and just because Hickok possessed a gun of the caliber used to commit the crime, and just because the suspect had arranged a false alibi to account for their whereabouts the night of November 14th, they were not necessarily mass murderers. But we're pretty sure this is it. We all think so. If we didn't, we wouldn't have set up a 17-state alarm from Arkansas to Oregon. But keep in mind, it could be years before we catch them. They may have separated or left the country. There's a chance they've gone to Alaska. Not hard to get lost in Alaska. The longer they're free, the less of a case we'll have. Frankly, as matters stand, we don't have much of a case anyhow. We could nab those sonsa bitches tomorrow and never be able to prove spit. Dewey did not exaggerate. Except for 2 sets of boot prints, one bearing a diamond pattern and the other a cat's paw design. The slayers had left not a single clue. Since they seemed to take such care, they had undoubtedly got rid of the boots long ago. And the radio, too, assuming that it was they who had stolen it, which was something Dewey still hesitated to do, for it appeared to him ludicrously inconsistent with the magnitude of the crime and the manifest cunning of the criminals, and inconceivable that these men had entered a house expecting to find a money-filled safe, and then, not finding it, had thought it expedient to slaughter the family for perhaps a few dollars and a small portable radio. Without a confession, we'll never get a conviction, he said. That's my opinion. And that's why we can't be too cautious. They think they've got away with it. Well, we don't want them to know any different. The safer they feel, the sooner we'll grab them. But secrets are an unusual commodity in a town the size of Garden City. Anyone visiting the sheriff's office, 3 underfurnished, overcrowded rooms on the 3rd floor of the county courthouse, could detect an odd, almost sinister atmosphere. The hurry-scurry, the angry hum of recent weeks had departed. A quivering stillness now permeated the premises. Mrs. Richardson, the office secretary and a very down-to-earth person, had acquired overnight a dainty lot of whispery, tiptoe mannerisms, and the men she served, the sheriff and his staff, Dewey and the imported team of KB agents, crept about conversing in hushed tones. It was as though, like huntsmen hiding in a forest, they were afraid that any abrupt sound or movement would warn away approaching beasts. People talked. The trail room of the Warren Hotel, a coffee shop that Garden City businessmen treat as though it were a private club, was a murmuring cave of speculation and rumor. An eminent citizen, so one heard, was on the point of arrest. Or it was known that the crime was the work of killers hired by enemies of the Kansas Wheat Growers Association, a progressive organization in which Mr. Clutter had played a large role. Of the many stories circulating, the most nearly accurate was contributed by a prominent car dealer, who refused to disclose his source. Seems there was a man who worked for Herb way back yonder around 47 or 48. Ordinary ranch hand. Seemed he went to prison, state prison, and while he was there he got to thinking what a rich man Herb was. So about a month ago, when they let him loose, the first thing he did was come on out here to rob and kill those people. But 7 miles westward, in the village of Holcomb, not a hint was heard of impending sensations. One reason being that for some while the Clutter tragedy had been a banned topic at both of the community's principal gossip dispensaries, the post office and Hartman's Cafe. Myself, I don't want to hear another word, said Mrs. Hartman. I told them, we can't go on like this, distrusting everybody, scaring each other to death. What I say is, if you want to talk about it, stay out of my place. Mert Claire took quite as strong a stand. Folks come in here to buy a nickel's worth of postage and think they can spend the next 3 hours and 33 minutes turning the Clutters inside out, picking the wings off other people. Rattlesnakes, that's all they are. I don't have the time to listen. I'm in business. I'm a representative of the government of the United States. Anyway, it's morbid. Al Dewey and those hotshot cops from Topeka and Kansas City, supposed to be sharp as turpentine, but I don't know a soul who still thinks they've got hell's chance of catching the one done it. So I say the same thing to do is shut up. You live until you die, and it doesn't matter how you go. Dead's dead. So why carry on like a sack full of sick cats just because Herb Clutter got his throat cut? Anyway, it's morbid. Polly Stringer, from over at the schoolhouse. Polly Stringer was in here this morning. She said it's only now, after over a month, only now those kids are beginning to quiet down. Which made me think, What if they do arrest somebody? If they do, it's bound to be somebody everybody knows. And that would fan the fire for sure, get the pot boiling just when it had started to cool off. Ask me, we've had enough excitement. It was early, not yet 9, and Perry was the first customer at the washateria, a self-service laundry. He opened his fat straw suitcase, extracted a wad of briefs and socks and shirts, some his, some Dick's, tossed them into a washer, and fed the machine a lead slug, one of many bought in Mexico. Perry was well acquainted with the workings of such emporiums, having often patronized them, and happily, since usually he found it so relaxing to sit quietly and watch clothes get clean. Not today. He was too apprehensive. Despite his warnings, Dick had won out. Here they were, back in Kansas City, dead broke, to boot, and driving a stolen car. All night they had raced the Iowa Chevrolet through thick rain, stopping twice to siphon gas, both times for vehicles parked on the empty streets of small sleeping towns. This was Perry's job, one at which he judged himself, absolutely tops. Just a short piece of rubber hose. That's my cross-country credit card. On reaching Kansas City at sunrise, the travelers had gone first to the airport, where in the men's lavatory they washed and shaved and brushed their teeth. 2 hours later, after a nap in the airport lounge, they returned to the city. It was then that Dick had dropped his partner at the washateria, promising to come back for him within the hour. When the laundry was clean and dry, Perry repacked the suitcase. It was past 10. Dick, supposedly off somewhere hanging paper, was overdue. He sat down to wait, choosing a bench on which, an arm's length away, a woman's purse rested, tempting him to snake his hand around inside it. But the appearance of its owner, the bulliest of several women now employing the establishment's facilities, deterred him. Once, when he was a running wild child in San Francisco, he and a chink kid, Tommy Lee, had worked together as a purse-snatching team. It amused Perry, cheered him up, to remember some of their escapades. Like one time we sneaked up on an old lady, really old, and Tommy grabbed her handbag, but she wouldn't let go. She was a regular tiger. The harder he tugged one way, the harder she tugged the other. Then she saw me and said, "Help me, help me." And I said, "Hell, lady, I'm helping him." And I bopped her good, put her on the pavement. 90 cents was all we got. I remember exactly. We went to a chink restaurant and ate ourselves under the table. Things hadn't changed much. Perry was 20-odd years older and 100 pounds heavier, and yet his material situation had improved not at all. He was still, and wasn't it incredible, a person of his intelligence, his talents, an urchin dependent, so to say, on stolen coins. A clock on the wall kept catching his eye. At 10:30 he began to worry. By 11 his legs were pulsing with pain, which was always with him, a sign of approaching panic, bubbles in my blood. He ate an aspirin and tried to blot out blur, at least the brilliantly vivid cavalcade gliding across his mind, a procession of dire visions. Dick in the hands of the law, perhaps arrested while writing a phony check, or for committing a minor traffic violation, and found to be driving a hot car. Very likely, at this very instant Dick sat trapped inside a circle of redneck detectives. And they weren't discussing trivialities, bad checks, or stolen automobiles. Murder, that was the topic, for somehow the connection that Dick had been so certain no one could make had been made. And right now a carload of Kansas City police were on their way to the washateria. But, no, he was imagining too much. Dick would never do that. Spill his guts. Think of how often he had heard him say, "They can beat me blind. I'll never tell them anything." Of course, Dick was a blowhard. His toughness, as Perry had come to know, existed solely in situations where he unarguably had the upper hand. Suddenly, gratefully, he thought of a less desperate reason for Dick's prolonged absence. He'd gone to visit his parents. A risky thing to do, but Dick was devoted to them, or claimed to be, and last night during the long rainy ride he had told Perry, "I'd sure like to see my folks." They wouldn't mention it. I mean, they wouldn't tell the parole officer, do anything to get us into trouble. Only I'm ashamed to. I'm afraid of what my mother would say about the checks and going off like we did. But I wish I could call them, hear how they are. However, that was not possible, for the Hickok home was without a telephone. Otherwise, Perry would have rung up to see if Dick was there. Another few minutes, and he was again convinced that Dick was under arrest. His leg pains flared up, flashed through his body, and the laundry odors, the steamy stench, all at once sickened him, picked him up, and propelled him out the door. He stood at the curb retching like a drunk with the dry heaves. Kansas City. Hadn't he known Kansas City was bad luck and begged Dick to keep away? Now, maybe now, Dick was sorry he hadn't listened. And he wondered, but what about me? With a dime or two and a bunch of lead slugs in my pocket? Where could he go? Who would help him? Bobo? Fat chance. But her husband might. If Fred Johnson had followed his own inclination, he would have guaranteed employment for Perry after he left prison, thus helping him obtain a parole. But Bobo wouldn't permit it. She had said it would only lead to trouble and possibly danger. Then she had written to Perry to tell him precisely that. One fine day, he'd pay her back, have a little fun, talk to her, advertise his abilities, spell out in detail the things he was capable of doing to people like her, respectable people, safe and smug people, exactly like Bobo. Yes, let her know just how dangerous he could be and watch her eyes. Surely that was worth a trip to Denver, which is what he'd do. Go to Denver and visit the Johnsons. Fred Johnson would stake him to a new start in life. He'd have to, if he wanted ever to be rid of him. Then Dick came up to him at the curb. Hey, Perry, he said. You sick? The sound of Dick's voice was like an injection of some potent narcotic, a drug that, invading his veins, produced a delirium of colliding sensations, tension and relief, fury and affection. He advanced toward Dick with clenched fists. You son of a bitch, he said. Dick grinned and said, come on, we're eating again. But explanations were in order, apologies too, and over a bowl of chili at the Kansas City hash house that Dick liked best, the Eagle Buffet, Dick supplied them. I'm sorry, honey. I knew you'd get the bends. Think I'd tangled with a bull. But I was having such a run of luck it seemed like I ought to let it ride. He explained that after leaving Perry he had gone to the Markle Buick Company, the firm that had once employed him, hoping to find a set of license plates to substitute for the hazardous Iowa plates on the abducted Chevrolet. Nobody saw me come or go. Markle used to do a considerable wreck car trade. Sure enough, out back there was a smashed-up DeSoto with Kansas tags. And where were they now? On our buggy, pal. Having made the switch, Dick had dropped the Iowa plates in a municipal reservoir. Then he'd stopped at a filling station where a friend worked, a former high school classmate named Steve, and persuaded Steve to cash a check for $50, which was something he'd not done before, rob a buddy. Well, he'd never see Steve again. He was cutting out of Kansas City tonight. This is really forever. So why not fleece a few old friends? With that in mind, he called on another ex-classmate, a drugstore clerk. The take was thereby increased to $75. Now, this afternoon, we'll roll that up to a couple hundred. I've made a list of places to hit. 6 or 7, starting right here, he said, meaning the Eagle Buffet, where everybody, the bartender and waiters, knew and liked him, and called him Pickles, in honor of his favorite food. Then Florida. Here we come. How about it, honey? Didn't I promise you we'd spend Christmas in Miami? Just like all the millionaires. Dewey and his colleague K.B.I. Agent Clarence Dunn stood waiting for a free table in the trail room. Looking around at the customary exhibit of lunch-hour faces, soft-fleshed businessmen and ranchers with sun-branded, coarse complexions, Dewey acknowledged particular acquaintances. The county coroner, Dr. Fenton, the manager of the Warren, Tom Mahar, Harrison Smith, who had run for county attorney last year and lost the election to Dwayne West, and also Herbert W. Clutter, the owner of River Valley Farm and a member of Dewey's Sunday school class. Wait a minute, wasn't Herb Clutter dead? And hadn't Dewey attended his funeral? Yet there he was, sitting in the trail room's circular corner booth, his lively brown eyes, his square-jawed, genial good looks unchanged by death. But Herb was not alone. Sharing the table were 2 young men, and Dewey, recognizing them, nudged Agent Dunce. Look, where? The corner. I'll be damned. Hickok and Smith. But the moment of recognition was mutual. Those boys smelled danger. Feet first, they crashed through the trail room's plate glass window, and with Dunce and Dewey leaping after them, sped along Main Street, past Palmer Jewelry, Norris Drugs, the Garden Cafe, then around the corner and down to the depot, and in and out hide and seek, among a congregation of white grain storage towers. Dewey drew a pistol, and so did Dunce, but as they took aim, the supernatural intervened. Abruptly, mysteriously, it was like a dream. Everyone was swimming. The pursued, the pursuers, stroking the awesome width of water that the Garden City Chamber of Commerce claims is the world's largest free swim pool. As the detectives drew abreast of their quarry, why? Once more, how did it happen? Could he be dreaming? The scene faded out and faded in upon another landscape. Valley View Cemetery, that gray and green island of tombs and trees and flowered paths, a restful, leafy, whispering oasis lying like a cool piece of cloud shade on the luminous wheat plains north of town. But now Dunce had disappeared, and Dewey was alone with the hunted man. Though he could not see them, he was certain they were hiding among the dead, crouching there behind a headstone, perhaps the headstone of his own father, Alvin Adams Dewey, September 6, 1879 to January 26, 1948. Gun drawn, he crept along the solemn lanes until, hearing laughter and tracing its sound, he saw that Hickok and Smith were not hiding at all, but standing astride the as yet unmarked mass grave of Herb and Bonnie and Nancy and Ken, standing legs apart, hands on hips, heads flung back, laughing. Dewey fired, and again. Neither man fell, though each had been shot through the heart 3 times. They simply rather slowly turned transparent, by degrees grew invisible, evaporated, though the loud laughter expanded until Dewey bowed before it, ran from it, filled with a despair so mournfully intense that it awakened him. When he awoke, it was as though he were a feverish, frightened 10-year-old. His hair was wet, his shirt cold damp and clinging. The room, a room in the sheriff's office, into which he'd locked himself before falling asleep at a desk, was dull with near darkness. Listening, he could hear Mrs. Richardson's telephone ringing in the adjacent office. But she was not there to answer it. The office was closed. On his way out, he walked past the ringing phone with determined indifference, and then hesitated. It might be Marie, calling to ask if he was still working and should she wait dinner. Mr. A. Dewey, please. Kansas City calling. This is Mr. Dewey. Go ahead, Kansas City. Your party is on the line. Al, brother and I. Yes, brother. Get ready for some very big news. I'm ready. Our friends are here. Right here in Kansas City. How do you know? Well, they aren't exactly keeping a secret. Hickok's written checks from one side of town to the other, using his own name. His own name. That must mean he doesn't plan to hang around long. Either that or he's feeling awful damn sure of himself. So Smith's still with him. Oh, they're together, okay. But driving a different car. A 1956 Chevy black and white 2-door job. Kansas tags. Kansas tags. And listen, Al, are we lucky? They bought a television set. See? Hickok gave the salesman a check. Just as they were driving off, the guy had the sense to write down the license number. Jot on the back of the check. Johnson County. License 16212. Check the registration. Guess what? It's a stolen car. Undoubtedly. But the tags were definitely lifted. Our friends took them off a wrecked DeSoto and AKC garage. No one. Yesterday morning. The boss, Logan Sanford, sent out an alert with the new license number and a description of the car. How about the Hickok farm? If they're still in the area, it seems to me sooner or later they'll go there. Don't worry. We're watching it. Al, I'm here. That's what I want for Christmas. All I want. To wrap this up. Wrap it up and sleep till New Year's. Wouldn't that be one hell of a present? Well, I hope you get it. Well, I hope we both do. Afterward, as he crossed the darkening courthouse square, pensively scuffing through dry mounds of unraked leaves, Dewey wondered at his lack of elation. Why, when he now knew that the suspects were not forever lost in Alaska or Mexico or Timbuktu, when the next second an arrest might be made, why was it he felt none of the excitement he ought to feel? The dream was at fault, for the treadmill mood of it had lingered, making him question Nye's assertions, in a sense, disbelieve them. He did not believe that Hickok and Smith would be caught in Kansas City. They were invulnerable. In Miami Beach, 335, Ocean Drive is the address of the Somerset Hotel, a small, square building painted more or less white, with many lavender touches, among them a lavender sign that reads, Vacancy, Lowest Rates, Beach Facilities Always a Sea Breeze. It is one of a row of little stucco and cement hotels lining a white, melancholy street. In December 1959, the Somerset's beach facilities consisted of 2 beach umbrellas stuck in a strip of sand at the rear of the hotel. One umbrella, pink, had written upon it, We serve Valentine ice cream. At noon on Christmas Day, a quartet of women lay under and around it. A transistor radio, serenading them. The second umbrella, blue and bearing the command, tan with copper tone, sheltered Dick and Perry, who for 5 days had been living at the Somerset, in a double room renting for $18 weekly. Perry said, "You never wish me a Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas, honey, and a Happy New Year." Dick wore bathing trunks, but Perry, as in Acapulco, refused to expose his injured legs. He feared the sight might offend other beachgoers, and therefore sat fully clothed, wearing even socks and shoes. Still, he was comparatively content, and when Dick stood up and started performing exercises, handstands, meant to impress the ladies beneath the pink umbrella, he occupied himself with the Miami Herald. Presently, he came across an inner-page story that won his entire attention. It concerned murder, the slaying of a Florida family, a Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Walker, their 4-year-old son, and their 2-year-old daughter. Each of the victims, though not bound or gagged, had been shot through the head with a .22 weapon. The crime, clueless and apparently motiveless, had taken place Saturday night, December 19th, at the Walker home, on a cattle-raising ranch not far from Tallahassee. Perry interrupted Dick's athletics to read the story aloud and said, "Where were we last Saturday night?" "Tallahassee." "I'm asking you." Dick concentrated. On Thursday night, taking turns at the wheel, they had driven out of Kansas and through Missouri into Arkansas and over the Ozarks, up to Louisiana, where a burned-out generator stopped them early Friday morning. A second-hand replacement, bought in Shreveport, cost $22.50. That night they'd slept parked by the side of the road somewhere, near the Alabama-Florida border. The next day's journey was an unhurried affair, had included several touristic diversions, visits to an alligator farm and a rattlesnake ranch, a ride in a glass-bottomed boat over a silvery clear swamp lake, a late and long and costly broiled lobster lunch at a roadside seafood restaurant. Delightful day, but both were exhausted when they arrived at Tallahassee and decided to spend the night there. "Yes, Tallahassee," Dick said. "Amazing." Perry glanced through the article again. "Know what? I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't done by a lunatic, some nut that read about what happened out in Kansas." Dick, because he didn't care to hear Perry get going on that subject, shrugged and grinned and trotted down to the ocean's edge, where he ambled a while over the surf-drenched sand, here and there stooping to collect a seashell. As a boy, he'd so envied the son of a neighbor who had gone to the Gulf Coast on holiday and returned with a box full of shells, so hated him that he'd stolen the shells and one by one crushed them with a hammer. Envy was constantly with him. The enemy was anyone who was someone he wanted to be or who had anything he wanted to have. For instance, the man he had seen by the pool at the Fontainebleau. Miles away, shrouded in a summery veil of heat haze and sea sparkle, he could see the towers of the pale, expensive hotels, the Fontainebleau, the Eden Rock, the Roni Plaza. On their second day in Miami, he had suggested to Perry that they invade these pleasure domes. "Maybe pick up a couple of rich women," he had said. Perry had been most reluctant. He felt people would stare at them because of their khaki trousers and T-shirts. Actually, their tour of the Fontainebleau's gaudy premises went unnoticed, amid the men striding about in Bermuda shorts of candy-striped raw silk, and the women wearing bathing suits and mink simultaneously. The trespassers had loitered in the lobby, in the garden, lounged by the swimming pool. It was there that Dick saw the man, who was his own age, 28 or 30. He could have been a gambler or lawyer, or maybe a gangster from Chicago. Whatever he was, he looked as though he knew the glories of money and power. A blonde who resembled Marilyn Monroe was kneading him with suntan oil, and his lazy, bare-ringed hand reached for a tumbler of iced orange juice. All that belonged to him, Dick, but he would never have it. Why should that son of a bitch have everything, while he had nothing? Why should that big-shot bastard have all the luck? With a knife in his hand, he, Dick, had power. Big-shot bastards like that had better be careful, or he might open them up and let a little of their hick spill on the floor, but Dick's day was ruined. The beautiful blonde rubbing on the suntan oil had ruined it. He'd said to Perry, "Let's pull the hell out of here." Now a young girl, probably 12, was drawing figures in the sand, carving out big, crude faces with a piece of driftwood. Dick, pausing to admire her art, offered the shells he had gathered. "They make good eyes," he said. The child accepted the gift, whereupon Dick smiled and winked at her. He was sorry he felt as he did about her, for his sexual interest in female children was a failing of which he was sincerely ashamed, a secret he'd not confessed to anyone and hoped no one suspected, though he was aware that Perry had reason to, because other people might not think it normal. That, to be sure, was something he was certain he was normal. Seducing pubescent girls, as he had done 8 or 9 times in the last several years, did not disprove it, for if the truth were known, most real men had the same desires he had. He took the child's hand and said, "You're my baby girl, my little sweetheart." But she objected. Her hand, held by his, twitched like a fish on a hook, and he recognized the astounded expression in her eyes from earlier incidents in his career. He let go, laughed lightly, and said, "Just a game. Don't you like games?" Perry, still reclining under the blue umbrella, had observed the scene and realized Dick's purpose at once, and despised him for it. He had no respect for people who can't control themselves sexually, especially when the lack of control involved what he called pervertiness, bothering kids. Queer stuff, rape. And he thought he had made his views obvious to Dick. Indeed, hadn't they almost had a fist fight when quite recently he had prevented Dick from raping a terrified young girl? However, he wouldn't care to repeat that particular test of strength. He was relieved when he saw the child walk away from Dick. Christmas carols were in the air. They issued from the radio of the 4 women and mixed strangely with Miami's sunshine and the cries of the querulous, never thoroughly silent seagulls. "Oh, come let us adore him. Oh, come let us adore him." A cathedral choir, an exalted music that moved Perry to tears, which refused to stop, even after the music did. And, as was not uncommon when he was thus afflicted, he dwelled upon a possibility that had for him tremendous fascination: suicide. As a child, he had often thought of killing himself, but those were sentimental reveries born of a wish to punish his father and mother and other enemies. From young manhood onward, however, the prospect of ending his life had more and more lost its fantastic quality. That, he must remember, was Jimmy's solution. And Fern's, too. And lately it had come to seem not just an alternative, but the specific death awaiting him. Anyway, he couldn't see that he had a lot to live for. Hot islands and buried gold, diving deep in fire-blue seas towards sunken treasure. Such dreams were gone. Gone, too, was Perry O. Parsons, the name invented for the singing sensation of stage and screen that he'd half-seriously hoped someday to be. Perry O. Parsons had died without having ever lived. What was there to look forward to? He and Dick were running a race without a finish line. That was how it struck him. And now, after not quite a week in Miami, the long ride was to resume. Dick, who had worked one day at the ABC Auto Service Company for 65 cents an hour, had told him, "Miami's worse than Mexico." 65 cents. Not me. I'm white. So tomorrow, with only $27 left of the money raised in Kansas City, they were heading west again, to Texas, to Nevada, nowhere definite. Dick, who had waded into the surf, returned. He fell, wet and breathless, face down on the sticky sand. How was the water? Wonderful. The closeness of Christmas to Nancy Clutter's birthday, which was right after New Year's, had always created problems for her boyfriend, Bobby Rupp. It had strained his imagination to think of 2 suitable gifts in such quick succession. But each year, with money made working summers on his father's sugar beet farm, he had done the best he could, and on Christmas morning he had always hurried to the Clutter house, carrying a package that his sisters had helped him wrap and that he hoped would surprise Nancy and delight her. Last year he had given her a small heart-shaped gold locket. This year, as forehand as ever, he'd been wavering between the imported perfumes on sale at Norris Drugs and a pair of riding boots. But then Nancy had died. On Christmas morning, instead of racing off to River Valley Farm, he remained at home, and later in the day, he shared with his family the splendid dinner his mother had been a week preparing. Everybody, his parents, and every one of his 7 brothers and sisters, had treated him gently since the tragedy. All the same, at mealtimes he was told again and again that he must please eat. No one comprehended that really he was ill, that grief had made him so, that grief had drawn a circle around him he could not escape from and others could not enter. Except possibly Sue. Until Nancy's death, he had not appreciated Sue, never felt altogether comfortable with her. She was too different, took seriously things that even girls ought not to take very seriously. Paintings, poems, the music she played on the piano. And, of course, he was jealous of her. Her position in Nancy's esteem, though of another order, had been at least equal to his. But that was why she was able to understand his loss. Without Sue, without her almost constant presence, how could he have withstood such an avalanche of shocks? The crime itself, his interviews with Mr. Dewey, the pathetic irony of being for a while the principal suspect. Then, after about a month, the friendship waned. Bobby went less frequently to sit in the Kidwells' tiny, cozy parlor. And when he did go, Sue seemed not as welcoming. The trouble was that they were forcing each other to mourn and remember what in fact they wanted to forget. Sometimes Bobby could, when he was playing basketball or driving his car over country roads at 80 miles an hour, or when, as part of a self-imposed athletic program, his ambition was to be a high school gymnastics instructor, he took long-distance jog trots across flat yellow fields. And now, after helping clear the dining table of all its holiday dishes, that was what he decided to do: put on a sweatshirt and go for a run. The weather was remarkable. Even for western Kansas, renowned for the longevity of its Indian summers, the current sample seemed far-fetched. Dry air, bold sun, azure sky. Optimistic ranchers were predicting an open winter, a season so bland that cattle could graze during the whole of it. Such winters are rare, but Bobby could remember one. The year he had started to court Nancy. They were both 12, and after school he used to carry her book satchel the mile, separating the Holcomb schoolhouse from her father's farm ranch. Often, if the day was warm and sun-kindled, they stopped along the way and sat by the river, a snaky, slow-moving, brown piece of the Arkansas. Once Nancy had said to him, "One summer, when we were in Colorado, I saw where the Arkansas begins. The exact place. You wouldn't believe it, though. That was our river. It's not the same color, but pure as drinking water, and fast, and full of rocks. Whirlpools. Daddy caught a trout." It had stayed with Bobby, her memory of the river's source, and since her death. Well, he couldn't explain it, but whenever he looked at the Arkansas, it was for an instant transformed, and what he saw was not a muddy stream meandering across the Kansas plains, but what Nancy had described: a Colorado torrent, a chilly, crystal trout river speeding down a mountain valley. That was how Nancy had been, like young water, energetic, joyous. Usually, though, western Kansas winters are imprisoning, and usually frost on the fields and razory winds have altered the climate before Christmas. Some years back, snow had fallen on Christmas Eve and continued falling. And when Bobby set out the next morning for the Clutter property, a 3-mile walk, he had had to fight through deep drifts. It was worth it, for though he was numbed and scarlet, the welcome he got thawed him thoroughly. Nancy was amazed and proud, and her mother, often so timid and distant, had hugged and kissed him, insisting that he wrap up in a quilt and sit close to the parlor fire. While the women worked in the kitchen, he and Kenyon and Mr. Clutter had sat around the fire cracking walnuts and pecans, and Mr. Clutter said he was reminded of another Christmas when he was Kenyon's age. There were 7 of us. Mother, my father, the 2 girls, and us 3 boys. We lived on a farm a good ways from town. For that reason, it was the custom to do our Christmas buying in a bunch, make the trip once, and do it all together. The year I'm thinking of, the morning we were supposed to go, the snow was high as today, higher, and still coming down, flakes like saucers. Looked like we were in for a snowbound Christmas, with no presents under the tree. Mother and the girls were heartbroken. Then I had an idea. He would saddle their huskiest plow horse, ride into town, and shop for everybody. The family agreed. All of them gave him their Christmas savings and a list of the things they wished him to buy. For yards of calico, a football, a pincushion, shotgun shells, an assortment of orders that took until nightfall to fill. Heading homeward, the purchases secure inside a tarpaulin sack, he was grateful that his father had forced him to carry a lantern, and glad, too, that the horse's harness was strung with bells, for both their Johnny racket and the careening light of the kerosene lantern were a comfort to him. The ride in, that was easy, a piece of cake. But now the road was gone, and every landmark. Earth and air, all was snow. The horse, up to his haunches in it, slipped sidewise. I dropped our lamp. We were lost in the night. It was just a question of time before we fell asleep and froze. Yes, I was afraid, but I prayed, and I felt God's presence. Dogs howled. He followed the noise until he saw the windows of a neighboring farmhouse. I ought to have stopped there, but I thought of the family, imagined my mother in tears, Dad and the boys getting up a search party, and I pushed on. So, naturally, I wasn't too happy when finally I reached home and found the house dark. Doors locked. Found everybody had gone to bed and plain forgot me. None of them could understand why I was so put out. Dad said, "We were sure you'd stay the night in town." Good grief, boy. Who'd have thought you hadn't better sense than to start home in a perfect blizzard? The cider-tart odor of spoiling apples. Apple trees and pear trees. Peach and cherry. Mr. Clutter's orchard. The treasured assembly of fruit trees he had planted. Bobby, running mindlessly, had not meant to come here or to any other part of River Valley Farm. It was inexplicable, and he turned to leave, but he turned again and wandered toward the house, white and solid and spacious. He had always been impressed by it, and pleased to think that his girlfriend lived there. But now that it was deprived of the late owner's dedicated attention, the first threads of decay's cobweb were being spun. A gravel rake lay rusting in the driveway. The lawn was parched and shabby. That fateful Sunday, when the sheriff summoned ambulances to remove the murdered family, the ambulances had driven across the grass straight to the front door, and the tire tracks were still visible. The hired man's house was empty, too. He had found new quarters for his family near Holcomb, to no one's surprise. For nowadays, though the weather was glittering, the Clutter place seemed shadowed and hushed and motionless. But as Bobby passed a storage barn and, beyond that, a livestock corral, he heard a horse's tail swish. It was Nancy's babe, the obedient old dappled mare with flaxen mane and dark purple eyes like magnificent pansy blossoms. Clutching her mane, Bobby rubbed his cheek along Babe's neck, something Nancy used to do. And Babe whinnied. Last Sunday, the last time he had visited the Kidwells, Sue's mother had mentioned Babe. Mrs. Kidwell, a fanciful woman, had been standing at a window, watching dusk tint the outdoors, the sprawling prairie. And out of the blue, she had said, "Susan, you know what I keep seeing? Nancy, on Babe, coming this way." Perry noticed them first, hitchhikers, a boy and an old man, both carrying homemade knapsacks, and despite the blowy weather, a gritty and bitter Texas wind, wearing only overalls and a thin denim shirt. "Let's give them a lift," Perry said. Dick was reluctant. He had no objection to assisting hitchhikers, provided they looked as if they could pay their way, at least chip in a couple of gallons of gas. But Perry, little old, big-hearted Perry, was always pestering Dick to pick up the damnedest, sorriest-looking people. Finally, Dick agreed and stopped the car. The boy, a stocky, sharp-eyed, talkative towhead of about 12, was exuberantly grateful. But the old man, whose face was seamed and yellow, feebly crawled into the back seat and slumped there silently. The boy said, "We sure do appreciate this." Johnny was ready to drop. "We ain't had a ride since Galveston." Perry and Dick had left that port city an hour earlier, having spent a morning there applying at various shipping offices for jobs as able-bodied seamen. One company offered them immediate work on a tanker bound for Brazil, and, indeed, the two would now have been at sea if their prospective employer had not discovered that neither man possessed union papers or a passport. Strangely, Dick's disappointment exceeded Perry's. Brazil, that's where they're building a whole new capital city, right from scratch. Imagine getting in on the ground floor of something like that. Any fool could make a fortune. "Where you headed?" Perry asked the boy. "Sweetwater." "Where's Sweetwater?" "Well, it's along in this direction somewhere. It's somewhere in Texas. Johnny here, he's my gramp, and he's got a sister lives in Sweetwater. Least I sure Jesus hope she does. We thought she lived in Jasper, Texas. But when we got to Jasper, folks told us her and her people moved to Galveston. But she wasn't in Galveston. Lady there said she was gone to Sweetwater. I sure Jesus hope we find her." "Johnny," he said, rubbing the old man's hands, as if to thaw them. "You hear me, Johnny? We're riding in a nice warm Chevrolet 56 model." The old man coughed, rolled his head slightly, opened and closed his eyes, and coughed again. Dick said, "Hey, listen, what's wrong with him?" "It's the change," the boy said, "and the walking. We've been walking since before Christmas. Seems to me we covered the better part of Texas," in a most matter-of-fact voice, and while continuing to massage the old man's hands, the boy told them that up to the start of the present journey, he and his grandfather and an aunt had lived alone on a farm near Shreveport, Louisiana. Not long ago, the aunt had died. Johnny's been poorly about a year, and Annie had all the work to do, with only me to help. We were chopping firewood, chopping up a stump, right in the middle of it. Annie said she was wore out. Ever seen a horse just lay down and never get up? I have. And that's like what Annie did. A few days before Christmas, the man from whom his grandfather rented the farm turned us off the place. The boy continued. That's how come we started out for Texas, looking to find Mrs. Jackson. I never seen her, but she's Johnny's own blood sister. And somebody's got to take us in. Least weighs him. He can't go a lot more. Last night it rained on us. The car stopped. Perry asked Dick why he had stopped it. That man's very sick, Dick said. Well, what do you want to do? Put him out. Use your head. Just for once. You really are a mean bastard. Suppose he dies? The boy said he won't die. We've got this far. He'll wait now. Dick persisted. Suppose he dies? Think of what could happen. The questions. Frankly, I don't give a damn. You want to put them out? Then by all means. Perry looked at the invalid, still somnolent, dazed, deaf, and he looked at the boy, who returned his gaze calmly, not begging, not asking for anything. And Perry remembered himself at that age, his own wanderings with an old man. Go ahead. Put them out. But I'll be getting out too. Okay. 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 Only don't forget, said Dick. It's your damn fault. Dick shifted gears. Suddenly, as the car began to move again, the boy hollered, Hold it. Hopping out, he hurried along the edge of the road, stopped, stooped, picked up 1, 2, 3 for empty Coca-Cola bottles, ran back, and hopped in, happy and grinning. There's plenty of money in bottles, he said to Dick. Why, mister, if you was to drive kind of slow, I guarantee you we can pick us up a big piece of change. That's what me and Johnny been eating off. Refund money. Dick was amused, but he was also interested, and when next the boy commanded him a halt, he at once obeyed. The commands came so frequently that it took them an hour to travel 5 miles, but it was worth it. The kid had an honest-to-God genius for spotting, amid the roadside rocks and grassy rubble, and the brown glow of thrown-away beer bottles, the emerald daubs that had once held 7-Up and Canada Dry. Perry soon developed his own personal gift for spying out bottles. At first, he merely indicated to the boy the whereabouts of his finds. He thought it too undignified to scurry about collecting them himself. It was all pretty silly, just kid stuff. Nevertheless, the game generated a treasure hunt excitement, and presently he, too, succumbed to the fun, the fervor of this quest for refundable empties. Dick too, but Dick was in dead earnest. Screwy as it seemed, maybe this was a way to make some money. Or, at any rate, a few bucks. Lord knows, he and Perry could use them. Their combined finances amounted at the moment to less than $5. Now all three, Dick and the boy and Perry, were piling out of the car and shamelessly, though amiably, competing with one another. Once Dick located a cache of wine and whiskey bottles at the bottom of a ditch and was chagrined to learn that his discovery was valueless. They don't give no refund on liquor empties, the boy informed him. Even some of the beers ain't no good. I don't mess with them usually. Just stick with the surefire things. Dr. Pepper, Pepsi, Coke, White Rock. Nay. Dick said, What's your name? Bill, the boy said. Well, Bill, you're a regular education. Nightfall came and forced the hunters to quit that and lack of space, for they had amassed as many bottles as the car could contain. The trunk was filled. The back seat seemed a glittering dump heap. Unnoticed, unmentioned by even his grandson, the ailing old man was all but hidden under the shifting, dangerously chiming cargo. Dick said, Be funny if we had a smash-up. A bunch of lights publicized a new motel, which proved to be, as the travelers neared it, an impressive compound consisting of bungalows, a garage, a restaurant, and a cocktail lounge. Taking charge, the boy said to Dick, Pull in there. Maybe we can make a deal. Only let me talk. I've had the experience. Sometimes they try to cheat. Perry could not imagine anyone smart enough to cheat that kid, he said later. It didn't shame him a bit there with all those bottles. Me, I never could have. I'd have felt so ashamed. But the people at the motel were nice about it. They just laughed. Turned out the bottles were worth $12.60. The boy divided the money evenly, giving half to himself, the rest to his partners, and said, Know what? I'm gonna blow me and Johnny to a good feed. Ain't you fellows hungry? As always, Dick was. And after so much activity, even Perry felt starved, as he later told about it. We carted the old man into the restaurant and propped him up at a table. He looked exactly the same, fanatoid, and he never said one word. But you should have seen him shovel it in. The kid ordered him pancakes. He said that was what Johnny liked best. I swear he ate something like 30 pancakes, with maybe 2 pounds of butter and a quart of syrup. The kid could put down himself. Potato chips and ice cream. That was all he wanted, but he sure ate a lot of them. I wonder it didn't make him sick. During the dinner party, Dick, who had consulted a map, announced that Sweetwater was 100 or more miles west of the route he was driving, the route that would take him across New Mexico and Arizona to Nevada to Las Vegas. Though this was true, it was clear to Perry that Dick simply wanted to rid himself of the boy and the old man. Dick's purpose was obvious to the boy, Top, but he was polite and said, "Oh, don't you worry about us. Plenty of traffic, must stop here. We'll get a ride." The boy walked with him to the car, leaving the old man to devour a fresh stack of pancakes. He shook hands with Dick and with Perry, wished them a happy new year, and waved them away into the dark. The evening of Wednesday, December 30th, was a memorable one in the household of Agent A. Dewey. Remembering it later, his wife said, Alvin was singing in the bath. The Yellow Rose of Texas. The kids were watching TV, and I was setting the dining room table for a buffet. I'm from New Orleans. I love to cook and entertain, and my mother had just sent us a crate of avocados and black-eyed peas, and, oh, a heap of real nice things. So I decided, we're going to have a buffet, invite some friends over, the Maes and Cliff and Dodie Hope. Alvin didn't want to, but I was determined. My goodness, the case could go on forever, and he hadn't taken hardly a minute off since it began. Well, I was setting the table, so when I heard the phone, I asked one of the boys to answer it, Paul. Paul said it was for Daddy, and I said, you tell them he's in the bath, but Paul said he wondered if he ought to do that because it was Mr. Sanford calling from Topeka, Alvin's boss. Alvin took the call with just a towel around him. Made me so mad, dripping puddles everywhere. But when I went to get a mop, I saw something worse. That cat, that fool Pete, up on the kitchen table gorging crab meat salad. My avocado stuffing. The next thing was, suddenly Alvin had hold of me. He was hugging me. And I said, Alvin Dewey, have you lost your mind? Fun's fun, but the man was wet as a pond. He was ruining my dress. And I was already dressed for company. Of course, when I understood why he was hugging me, I hugged him right back. You can imagine what it meant to Alvin to know those men had been arrested. Out in Las Vegas. He said he had to leave for Las Vegas straight away, and I asked him hadn't he ought to put on some clothes first. And Alvin, he was so excited, he said, Gosh, honey, I guess I've spoiled your party. I couldn't think of a happier way of having it spoiled. Not if this meant that maybe one day, soon we'd be back living an ordinary life. Alvin laughed. It was just beautiful to hear him. I mean, the past 2 weeks have been the worst of all. Because the week before Christmas those men turned up in Kansas City. Came and went without getting caught. And I never saw Alvin more depressed. Except once when young Alvin was in the hospital. Had encephalitis. We thought we might lose him. But I don't want to talk about that. Anyway, I made coffee for him and took it to the bedroom, where he was supposed to be getting dressed. But he wasn't. He was sitting on the edge of our bed holding his head, as if he had a headache. Hadn't put on even a sock. So I said, What do you want to do, get pneumonia? And he looked at me and said, Marie, listen, it's got to be these guys, has to. That's the only logical solution. Alvin's funny. Like the first time he ran for Finney County Sheriff. Election night, when practically every vote had been counted and it was plain as plain he'd won, he said, I could have strangled him, said over and over, well, we won't know till the last return. I told him, now Alvin, don't start that. Of course they did it. He said, where's our proof? We can't prove either of them ever set foot inside the Clutter House. But that seemed to me exactly what he could prove. Footprints. Weren't footprints the one thing those animals left behind? Alvin said, yes, and a big lot of good they are unless those boys still happen to be wearing the boots that made them. Just footprints by themselves aren't worth a Dixie dollar. I said, all right, honey, drink your coffee and I'll help you pack. Sometimes you can't reason with Alvin. The way he kept on, he had me almost convinced Hickok and Smith were innocent. And if they weren't innocent, they would never confess. And if they didn't confess, they could never be convicted. The evidence was too circumstantial. What bothered him most, though, he was afraid that the story would leak, that the men would learn the truth before the KB. I could question them. As it was, they thought they'd been picked up for parole violation. Passing bad checks. and Alvin felt it was very important they keep thinking that. He said, the name Clutter has to hit them like a hammer, a blow they never knew was coming. Paul. I'd sent him out to the wash line for some of Alvin's socks. Paul came back and stood around watching me pack. He wanted to know where Alvin was going. Alvin lifted him up in his arms. He said, can you keep a secret, Paulie? Not that he needed to ask. Both boys know they mustn't talk about Alvin's work, the bits and pieces they hear around the house. So he said, Paulie, you remember those two fellows we've been looking for? Well, now we know where they are, and Daddy's going to go get them and bring them here at Garden City. But Paul begged him, don't do that. Daddy, don't bring them here. He was frightened. Any 9-year-old might have been. Alvin kissed him. He said, now that's okay. Paulie, we won't let them hurt anybody. They're not going to hurt anybody ever again. At 5 that afternoon, some 20 minutes after the stolen Chevrolet rolled off the Nevada desert into Las Vegas, the long ride came to an end. But not before Perry had visited the Las Vegas post office, where he claimed a package addressed to himself in care of General Delivery, the large cardboard box he had mailed from Mexico, and had insured for $100, a sum exceeding to an impertinent extent the value of the contents, which were suntans and denim pants, worn shirts, underwear, and 2 pairs of steel-buckled boots. Waiting for Perry outside the post office, Dick was in excellent spirits. He had reached a decision that he was certain would eradicate his current difficulties and start him on a new road, with a new rainbow in view. The decision involved impersonating an Air Force officer. It was a project that had long fascinated him, and Las Vegas was the ideal place to try it out. He'd already selected the officer's rank and name, the latter borrowed from a former acquaintance, the then warden of Kansas State Penitentiary, Tracy Hand. As Captain Tracy Hand, smartly clothed in a made-to-order uniform, Dick intended to crawl the Strip, Las Vegas's street of never-closed casinos. Small time, big time, the sands, the stardust. He meant to hit them all, distributing en route a bundle of confetti. By writing worthless checks right around the clock, he expected to haul in $3,000, maybe $4,000 within a 24-hour period. That was half the plot. The second half was, goodbye, Perry. Dick was sick of him, his harmonica, his aches and ills, his superstitions, the weepy, womanly eyes, the nagging, whispering voice. Suspicious, self-righteous, spiteful. He was like a wife that must be got rid of. And there was but one way to do it. Say nothing. Just go. Absorbed in his plans, Dick did not notice a patrol car pan him, slow down, reconnoiter. Nor did Perry, descending the post office steps with a Mexican box balanced on his shoulder, observe the prowling car and the policeman in it. Officers O.C. Pigford and Francis Macaulay carried in their heads pages of memorized data, including a description of a black and white 1956 Chevrolet bearing Kansas license plate No. Joe 16212. Neither Perry nor Dick was aware of the police vehicle trailing them as they pulled away from the post office. And with Dick driving and Perry directing, they traveled 5 blocks north, turned left, then right, drove a quarter-mile more, and stopped in front of a dying palm tree and a weather wreck sign from which all calligraphy had faded except the word OM. This it? Dick asked. Perry, as the patrol car drew alongside, nodded. The detective division of the Las Vegas City Jail contains 2 interrogation rooms, fluorescent-lighted chambers measuring 10 by 12, with walls and ceilings of Celotex. In each room, in addition to an electric fan, a metal table, and folding metal chairs, there are camouflaged microphones, concealed tape recorders, and, set into the door, a mirrored one-way observation window. On Saturday, the second day of 1960, both rooms were booked for 2:00 p.m., the hour that 4 detectives from Kansas had selected for their first confrontation of Hickok and Smith. Shortly before the appointed moment, the quartet of KB agents, Harold Nye, Roy Church, Alvin Dewey, and Clarence Dunce, gathered in a corridor outside the interrogation rooms. Nye was running a temperature. Heart flu, but mostly sheer excitement, he subsequently informed a journalist. By then, I'd already been waiting in Las Vegas 2 days. Took the next plane out after news of the arrest reached our headquarters in Topeka. The rest of the team, Al and Roy and Clarence, came on by car. Had a lousy trip, too. Lousy weather. Spent New Year's Eve snowed up in a motel in Albuquerque. Boy, when they finally hit Vegas, they needed good whiskey and good news. I was ready with both. Our young men had signed waivers of extradition. Better yet, we had the boots, both pairs, and the soles, the cat's paw and the diamond pattern, matched perfectly life-size photographs of the footprints found in the Clutter house. The boots were in a box of stuff the boys picked up at the post office just before the curtain fell. Like I told Al Dewey, suppose the squeeze had come 5 minutes sooner. Even so, our case was very shaky, nothing that couldn't be pulled apart. But I remember, while we were waiting in the corridor, I remember being feverish and nervous as hell, but confident. We all were. We felt we were on the edge of the truth. My job, mine and Church's, was to pressure out of Hickok. Smith belonged to Al and Old Man Dunce. At that time, I hadn't seen the suspects, just examined their possessions and arranged the extradition waivers. I'd never laid eyes on Hickok until he was brought down to the interrogation room. I'd imagined a bigger guy, brawnier, not some skinny kid. He was 28, but he looked like a kid, hungry, right down to the bone. He was wearing a blue shirt and suntans and white socks and black shoes. We shook hands. His hand was drier than mine. Clean, polite, nice voice, good diction, a pretty decent-looking fellow with a very disarming smile. And in the beginning, he smiled quite a lot. I said, "Mr. Hickok, my name is Harold Nye, and this other gentleman is Mr. Roy Church. We're special agents of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, and we've come here to discuss your parole violation. Of course, you're under no obligation to answer our questions, and anything you say may be used against you in evidence. You're entitled to a lawyer at all times. We'll use no force, no threats, and we'll make you no promises." He was calm as could be. "I know the form," Dick said. "I've been questioned before. Now, Mr. Hickok." Dick, we want to talk to you about your activities since your parole. To our knowledge, you've gone on at least 2 big check sprees in the Kansas City area." "Uh-huh. Hung out quite a few. Could you give us a list?" The prisoner, evidently proud of his one authentic gift, a brilliant memory, recited the names and addresses of 20 Kansas City stores, cafes, and garages, and recalled, accurately, the purchase made at each and the amount of the check passed. "I'm curious, Dick. Why do these people accept your checks? I'd like to know." The secret is, people are dumb." Roy Church said, "Fine, Dick. Very funny. But just for the moment, let's forget these checks." Though he sounds as if his throat were lined with hog bristle, and his hands so hardened that he can punch stone walls, his favorite stunt, in fact, persons have been known to mistake Church for a kindly little man, somebody's bald-headed, pink-cheeked uncle. "Dick," he said, "suppose you tell us something about your family background." The prisoner reminisced. Once, when he was 9 or 10, his father had fallen ill. It was rabbit fever, and the illness lasted many months, during which the family had depended upon church assistance and the charity of neighbors. Otherwise, we would have starved. That episode aside, his childhood had been okay. "We never had much money, but we were never really down and out," Hickok said. "We always had clean clothes and something to eat. My dad was strict, though. He wasn't happy unless he had me doing chores. But we got along okay. No serious arguments. My parents never argued, either. I can't recall a single quarrel. She's wonderful, my mother. Dad's a good guy, too. I'd say they did the best for me they could." School. Well, he felt he might have been more than an average student if he had contributed to books a fraction of the time he'd wasted on sports. Baseball. Football. I made all the teams. After high school, I could have gone to college on a football scholarship. I wanted to study engineering, but even with a scholarship, deals like that cost plenty. I don't know. It seems safer to get a job. Before his 21st birthday, Hickok had worked as a railway trackman, an ambulance driver, a car painter, and a garage mechanic. He'd also married a girl 16 years old. Carol. Her father was a minister. He was dead against me. Said I was a full-time nobody. He made all the trouble he could. But I was nuts about Carol. Still am. There's a real princess. Only, see, we had 3 kids. Boys. And we were too young to have 3 kids. Maybe if we hadn't got so deep into debt. If I could have earned extra money. I tried. He tried gambling and started forging checks and experimenting with other forms of theft. In 1958, he was convicted of house burglary in a Johnson County court and sentenced to 5 years in Kansas State Penitentiary. But by then, Carol had departed, and he'd taken as a bride another girl aged 16. Mean as hell. Her and her whole family. She divorced me while I was inside. I'm not complaining. Last August, when I left the walls, I figured I had every chance to start new. I got a job in Olathe, lived with my family, and stayed home nights. I was doing swell. Until November 20th, said Nye, and Hickok seemed not to understand him. The day you stopped doing swell and started hanging paper. Why? Hickok sighed and said, that would make a book. Then, smoking a cigarette borrowed from Nye and lighted by the courteous church, he said, Perry, my buddy Perry Smith, was paroled in the spring. Later on, when I came out, he sent me a letter, postmarked Idaho. He wrote reminding me of this deal we used to talk over. About Mexico. The idea was we would go to Acapulco, one of them places, by a fishing boat, and run it ourselves, take tourists deep-sea fishing. And I said, this boat, how did you plan to pay for it? I'm coming to that, Hickok said. See, Perry wrote me he had a sister living in Fort Scott, and she was holding some heavy change for him, several $1,000s. Money his dad owed him from the sale of some property up in Alaska. He said he was coming to Kansas to get the dough, and the two of you would use it to buy a boat. Correct, but it didn't work out that way. What happened was, Perry showed up maybe a month later. I met him at the bus station in Kansas City. When? Said Church. The day of the week. A Thursday. And when did you go to Fort Scott? Saturday, November 14th. Hickok's eyes flashed with surprise. One could see that he was asking himself why Church should be so certain of the date. And hurriedly, for it was too soon to stir suspicions, the detective said, what time did you leave for Fort Scott? That afternoon. We did some work on my car and had a bowl of chili at the West Side Cafe. It must have been around 3. Around 3. Was Perry Smith's sister expecting you? No, because, see, Perry lost her address, and she didn't have a telephone. Then how did you expect to find her? By inquiring at the post office. Did you? Perry did. They said she'd moved away. To Oregon, they thought. But she hadn't left any forwarding address. Must have been quite a blow. After you'd been counting on a big piece of money like that. Hickok agreed. Because, well, we definitely decided to go to Mexico. Otherwise, I never would have cashed them checks. But I hoped. Now listen to me. I'm telling the truth. I thought once we got to Mexico and began making money, then I'd be able to pay them off. The checks. Ni Yatukov. 1 minute, Dick. Nye is a short-tempered man who has difficulty moderating his aggressive vigor, his talent for language both sharp and outspoken. I'd like to hear a little more about the trip to Fort Scott, he said, soft-pedaling. When you found Smith's sister no longer there, what did you do then? Walked around. Had a beer. Drove back. You mean you went home? No. To Kansas City. We stopped at the Zesto drive-in. Ate hamburgers. We tried Cherry Row. Neither Nye nor Church was familiar with Cherry Row. Hickok said, you kiddin'? Every cop in Kansas knows it. When the detectives again pleaded ignorance, he explained that it was a stretch of park where one encountered hustlers mostly, adding, but plenty of amateurs too. Nurses. Secretaries. I've had a lot of luck there. And this particular evening. Have any luck? The bad kind. We ended up with a pair of rollers. Name? Mildred. The other one, Perry's girl, I think she was called Joan. Described them. Maybe they were sisters. Both blonde. Plump. I'm not too clear about it. See, we bought a bottle of ready-mix orange blossoms. That's orange pop and vodka. And I was getting stiff. We gave the girls a few drinks and drove them out to Fun Haven. I imagine you gentlemen never heard of Fun Haven? They hadn't. Hickok grinned and shrugged. It's on the Blue Ridge Road, 8 miles south of Kansas City. A combination nightclub motel. You pay $10 for the key to a cabin. Continuing, he described the cabin in which he claimed that the foursome had stayed the night. Twin beds, an old Coca-Cola calendar, a radio that wouldn't play unless the customer deposited a quarter. His poise, his explicitness, the assured presentation of verifiable detail impressed Nye. Though, of course, the boy was lying. Well, wasn't he? Whether because of flu and fever or an abrupt lessening in the warmth of his confidence, Nye exuded an icy sweat. Next morning we woke up to find they'd rolled us and beat it, said Hickok. Didn't get much off me. But Perry lost his wallet, with $40 or $50. What did you do about it? There wasn't nothing to do. You could have notified the police. Ah, come on. Quit it. Notify the police. For your information, a guy on parole's not allowed to booze. Or associate with another old grad. All right, Dick. It's Sunday, the 15th of November. Tell us what you did that day from the moment you checked out of Fun Haven. Well, we ate breakfast at a truck stop near Happy Hill. Then we drove to Olathe, and I dropped Perry off at the hotel where he was living. I'd say that was around 11. Afterward, I went home and had dinner with the family. Same as every Sunday. Watched TV, a basketball game, or maybe it was football. I was pretty tired. When did you next see Perry Smith? Monday. He came by where I worked. Bob Sand's body shop. And what did you talk about? Mexico. Well, we still like the idea, even if we hadn't got hold of the money to do all we had in mind, put ourselves in business down there. But we want to go, and it seemed worth the risk. Worth another stretch in Lansing. That didn't figure. See, we never intended coming stateside again. Nye, who had been jotting notes in a notebook, said, on the day following the check spree, that would be the 21st, you and your friend Smith disappeared. Now, Dick, please outline your movements between then and the time of your arrest here in Las Vegas. Just a rough idea. Hickok whistled and rolled his eyes. Wow, he said, and then, summoning his talent for something very like total recall, he began an account of the long ride, the approximately 10,000 miles he and Smith had covered in the past 6 weeks. He talked for an hour and 25 minutes, from 2:50 to 4:15, and told, while Nye attempted to list them, of highways and hotels, motels, rivers, towns, and cities, a chorus of entwining names. Apache, El Paso, Corpus Christi, Santillo, San Luis Potosí, Acapulco, San Diego, Dallas, Omaha, Sweetwater, Stillwater, Tinville Junction, Tallahassee Needles, Miami, Hotel Nuevo Waldorf, Somerset Hotel, Hotel Simone, Arrowhead Motel, Cherokee Motel, and many, many more. He gave them the name of the man in Mexico to whom he'd sold his own old 1949 Chevrolet, and confessed that he had stolen a newer model in Iowa. He described persons he and his partner had met. A Mexican widow, rich and sexy. Otto, a German millionaire. A swish pair of Negro prize-fighters driving a swish lavender Cadillac. The blind proprietor of a Florida rattlesnake farm. A dying old man and his grandson. And others. And when he had finished, he sat with folded arms and a pleased smile, as though waiting to be commended for the humor, the clarity, and the candor of his traveler's tale. But Nye, in pursuit of the narrative, raised his pen, and Church, lazily slamming a shut hand against an open palm, said nothing, until suddenly he said, I guess you know why we're here. Hickok's mouth straightened, his posture too. I guess you realize we wouldn't have come all the way to Nevada just to chat with a couple of two-bit check chiselers. Nye closed a notebook. He, too, stared at the prisoner and observed that a cluster of veins had appeared in his left temple. Would we, Dick? What? Come this far to talk about a bunch of checks? I can't think of any other reason. Nye drew a dagger on the cover of his notebook. While doing so, he said, Tell me, Dick, have you ever heard of the Clutter murder case? Whereupon, he later wrote in a formal report of the interview, Suspect underwent an intense, visible reaction. He turned gray. His eyes twitched. Hickok said, Whoa now. Hold on here. I'm no goddamn killer. The question asked, Church reminded him, was whether you'd heard of the Clutter murders. I may have read something, Hickok said. A vicious crime. Vicious. Cowardly. And almost perfect, Nye said. But you made 2 mistakes, Dick. One was, you left a witness. A living witness. Who'll testify in court. Who'll stand in the witness box and tell a jury how Richard Hickok and Perry Smith bound and gagged and slaughtered 4 helpless people. Hickok's face reddened with returning color. Living witness. There can't be. Because you thought you got rid of everyone. I said, whoa. There ain't anybody can connect me with any goddamn murder. Checks. A little petty thievery. But I'm no goddamn killer. Then why, Nye asked hotly, have you been lying to us? I've been telling you the goddamn truth. Now and then. Not always. For instance, what about Saturday afternoon, November 14th? You say you drove to Fort Scott. Yes. And when you got there, you went to the post office. Yes. To obtain the address of Perry Smith's sister. That's right. Nye rose. He walked around to the rear of Hickok's chair, and placing his hands on the back of the chair, leaned down as though to whisper in the prisoner's ear. Perry Smith has no sister living in Fort Scott, he said. He never has had. And on Saturday afternoons, the Fort Scott post office happens to be closed. Then he said, Think it over, Dick. That's all for now. We'll talk to you later. After Hickok's dismissal, Nye and Church crossed the corridor, and looking through the one-way observation window set in the door of the interrogation room, watched the questioning of Perry Smith, a scene visible though not audible. Nye, who was seeing Smith for the first time, was fascinated by his feet, by the fact that his legs were so short that his feet, as small as a child's, couldn't quite make the floor. Smith's head, the stiff Indian hair, the Irish Indian blending of dark skip and pert, impish features, reminded him of the suspect's pretty sister, the nice Mrs. Johnson. But this chunky, misshapen child man was not pretty. The pink end of his tongue darted forth, flickering like the tongue of a lizard. He was smoking a cigarette, and from the evenness of his exhalations Nye deduced that he was still a virgin, that is, still uninformed about the real purpose of the interview. Nye was right. For Dewey and Dunce, patient professionals had gradually narrowed the prisoner's life story to the events of the last 7 weeks, then reduced those to a concentrated recapitulation of the crucial weekend Saturday noon to Sunday noon, November 14th to 15th. Now, having spent 3 hours preparing the way, they were not far from coming to the point. Dewey said, "Perry, let's review our position. Now, when you receive parole, it was on condition that you never return to Kansas, the Sunflower State." I cried my eyes out. "Feeling that way, why did you go back? You must have had some very strong reason." "I told you. To see my sister. To get the money she was holding for me." "Oh yes. The sister you and Hickok tried to find in Fort Scott." "Perry, how far is Fort Scott from Kansas City?" Smith shook his head. He didn't know. "Well, how long did it take you to drive there?" No response. 1 hour? 2? 3? 4? The prisoner said he couldn't remember. "Of course you can't, because you've never in your life been to Fort Scott." Until then, neither of the detectives had challenged any part of Smith's statement. He shifted in his chair. With the tip of his tongue, he wet his lips. "The fact is, nothing you've told us is true. You never set foot in Fort Scott. You never picked up any 2 girls and never took them to any motel." "We did." "No kidding. What were their names?" "I never asked." "You and Hickok spent the night with these women and never asked their names." "They were just prostitutes." "Tell us the name of the motel." "Ask Dick. He'll know. I never remember junk like that." Dewey addressed his colleague. "Clarence, I think it's time we straighten Perry out." Dunce hunched forward. He is a heavyweight with a welterweight's spontaneous agility, but his eyes are hooded and lazy. He drawls. Each word, formed reluctantly and framed in a cattle country accent, lasts a while. "Yes, sir," he said. "About time. Listen good, Perry, because Mr. Dunce is going to tell you where you really were that Saturday night. Where you were and what you were doing." Dunce said, "You were killing the Clutter family." Smith swallowed. He began to rub his knees. "You were out in Holcomb, Kansas, in the home of Mr. Herbert W. Clutter. And before you left that house, you killed all the people in it." "Never. I never." "Never what?" "Knew anybody by that name. Clutter." Dewey called him a liar, and then, conjuring a card that in prior consultation the 4 detectives had agreed to play face down, told him, "We have a living witness, Perry. Somebody you boys overlooked." A full minute elapsed, and Dewey exulted in Smith's silence. For an innocent man would ask who was this witness, and who were these Clutters, and why did they think he'd murdered them? Would, at any rate, say something. But Smith sat quiet, squeezing his knees. "Well, Perry, you got an aspirin?" "They took away my aspirin." "Feeling bad?" "My legs do." It was 5:30. Dewey, intentionally abrupt, terminated the interview. "We'll take this up again tomorrow," he said. "By the way, do you know what tomorrow is?" "Nancy Clutter's birthday. She would have been 17. She would have been 17. Perry, sleepless in the dawn hours, wondered, he later recalled, if it was true that today was the girl's birthday, and decided no, that it was just another way of getting under his skin, like that phony business about a witness, a living witness. There couldn't be. Or did they mean, if only he could talk to Dick? But he and Dick were being kept apart. Dick was locked in a cell on another floor. "Listen good, Perry, because Mr. Dunce is going to tell you where you really were." Midway in the questioning, after he'd begun to notice the number of allusions to a particular November weekend, he nerved himself for what he knew was coming. Yet when it did, when the big cowboy with the sleepy voice said, "You were killing the Clutter family," well, he damn near died. That's all. He must have lost 10 pounds in 2 seconds. Thank God he hadn't let them see it. Or hoped he hadn't. And Dick? Presumably they'd pulled the same stunt on him. Dick was smart, a convincing performer, but his guts were unreliable. He panicked too easily. Even so, and however much they pressured him, Perry was sure Dick would hold out. Unless he wanted to hang. And before you left that house, you killed all the people in it. It wouldn't amaze him if every old grad in Kansas had heard that line. They must have questioned hundreds of men, and no doubt accused dozens. He and Dick were merely two more. On the other hand, well, would Kansas send 4 special agents 1,000 miles to pick up a small-time pair of parole violators? Maybe somehow they had stumbled on something, somebody, a living witness. But that was impossible. Except, he'd give an arm, a leg to talk to Dick for just 5 minutes. And Dick, awake in a cell on the floor below, was, he later recalled, equally eager to converse with Perry, find out what the punk had told them. Christ, you couldn't trust him to remember even the outline of the Fun Haven alibi, though they had discussed it often enough. And when those bastards threatened him with a witness, 10 to 1 the little spook had thought they meant an eyewitness. Whereas he, Dick, had known at once who the so-called witness must be. Floyd Wells, his old friend and former cellmate. While serving the last weeks of his sentence, Dick had plotted to knife Floyd, stab him through the heart with a handmade shiv. And what a fool he was not to have done it. Except for Perry, Floyd Wells was the one human being who could link the names Hickok and Clutter. Floyd, with his sloping shoulders and inclining chin, Dick had thought he'd be too afraid. The son of a bitch was probably expecting some fancy reward, a parole or money, or both. But hell would freeze before he got it, because a convict's tattle wasn't proof. Proof is footprints, fingerprints, witnesses, a confession. Hell, if all those cowboys had to go on with some story Floyd Wells had told, then there wasn't a lot to worry about. Come right down to it, Floyd wasn't half as dangerous as Perry. Perry, if he lost his nerve and let fly, could put them both in the corner. And suddenly he saw the truth. It was Perry he ought to have silenced. On a mountain road in Mexico, or while walking across the Mojave. Why had it never occurred to him until now? For now was much too late. Ultimately, at 5 minutes past 3 that afternoon, Smith admitted the falsity of the Fort Scott tale. That was only something Dick told his family, so he could stay out overnight, do some drinking. See, Dick's dad watched him pretty close, afraid he'd break parole. So he made up an excuse about my sister. It was just to pacify Mr. Hickok. Otherwise, he repeated the same story again and again, and Dunson, Dewey, regardless of how often they corrected him and accused him of lying, could not make him change it, except to add fresh details. The names of the prostitutes, he recalled today, were Mildred and Jane, or Joan. They rolled us, he now remembered. Walked off with all our dough while we were asleep. And though even Dunce had forfeited his composure, had shed, along with tie and coat, his enigmatic drowsy dignity, the suspect seemed content and serene. He refused to budge. He never heard of the Clutters or Holcomb, or even Garden City. Across the hall, in the smoke-choked room where Hickok was undergoing his second interrogation, Church and I were methodically applying a more roundabout strategy. Not once during this interview, now almost 3 hours old, had either of them mentioned murder, an omission that kept the prisoner edgy, expectant. They talked of everything else. Hickok's religious philosophy. I know about hell. I've been there. Maybe there's a heaven, too. Lots of rich people think so. His sexual history. I've always behaved like a 100% normal. And, once more, the history of his recent cross-country hijira. Why we kept going like that, the only reason was we were looking for jobs. Couldn't find anything decent, though. I worked one day digging a ditch. But things unspoken were the center of interest. The cause, the detectives were convinced, of Hickok's escalating distress. Presently, he shut his eyes and touched the lids with trembling fingertips. And Church said, "Something wrong? A headache. I get real bastards." Then I said, "Look at me, Dick." Hickok obeyed, with an expression that the detective interpreted as a pleading with him to speak, to accuse, and let the prisoner escape into the sanctuary of steadfast denial. When we discussed the matter yesterday, you may recall my saying that the Clutter murders were almost a perfect crime. The killers made only 2 mistakes. The first one was they left a witness. The second, well, I'll show you. Rising, he retrieved from a corner a box and a briefcase, both of which he'd brought into the room at the start of the interview. Out of the briefcase came a large photograph. "This," he said, leaving it on the table, is a one-to-one reproduction of certain footprints found near Mr. Clutter's body. And here, he opened the box, are the boots that made them. Your boots, Dick. Hickok looked and looked away. He rested his elbows on his knees and cradled his head in his hands. Smith, said Nye, was even more careless. We have his boots, too, and they exactly fit another set of prints. Bloody ones. Church closed in. Here's what's going to happen to you, Hickok, he said. You'll be taken back to Kansas. You'll be charged on 4 counts of first-degree murder. Count 1. That on or about the 15th day of November, 1959, one Richard Eugene Hickok did unlawfully, feloniously, willfully, and with deliberation and premeditation, and while being engaged in the perpetration of a felony, kill and take the life of Herbert W. Clutter. Count 2. That on or about the 15th day of November 1959, the same Richard Eugene Hickok did unlawfully. Hickok said, Perry Smith killed the Clutters. He lifted his head and slowly straightened up in the chair, like a fighter staggering to his feet. It was Perry. I couldn't stop him. He killed them all. Postmistress Claire, enjoying a coffee break at Hartman's Cafe, complained of the low volume of the cafe's radio. Turn it up, she demanded. The radio was tuned to Garden City's station KIUL. She heard the words. After sobbing out his dramatic confession, Hickok emerged from the interrogation room and fainted in a hallway. K.B.I. Agents caught him as he fell to the floor. The agents quoted Hickok as saying he and Smith invaded the Clutter home, expecting to find a safe containing at least $10,000. But there was no safe, so they tied the family up and shot them one by one. Smith has neither confirmed nor denied taking part in the crime. When told that Hickok had signed confession, Smith said, I'd like to see my buddy's statement. But the request was rejected. Officers have declined to reveal whether it was Hickok or Smith who actually shot the members of the family. They emphasize that the statement was only Hickok's version. K.B.I. Personnel returning the 2 men to Kansas have already left Las Vegas by car. It is expected the party will arrive in Garden City late Wednesday. Meanwhile, County Attorney Dwayne West, one by one, said Mrs. Hartman. Just imagine. I don't wonder the varmint fainted. Others in the cafe, Mrs. Clare and Mabel Helm, and a husky young farmer who had stopped to buy a plug of Brown's mule-chewing tobacco, muttered and mumbled. Mrs. Helm dabbed at her eyes with a paper napkin. I won't listen, she said. I mustn't. I won't. News of a break in the case has met with little reaction in the town of Holcomb, a half-mile from the Clutter home. Generally, townspeople in the community of 270 expressed relief. The young farmer hooted. Relief. Last night, after we heard on the TV, know what my wife did? Bawl like a baby. Shush, said Mrs. Clare. That's me. And Holcomb's postmistress, Mrs. Myrtle Clare, said the residents are glad the case has been solved, but some of them still feel others may be involved. She said plenty of folks are still keeping their doors locked and their guns ready. Mrs. Hartman laughed. Oh, Mert, she said. Who'd you tell that to? A reporter from the Telegram. The men of her acquaintance, many of them, treat Mrs. Clare as though she were another man. The farmer slapped her on the back and said, Gosh, Mert, gee, fella, you don't still think one of us, anybody round here, had something to do with it? But that, of course, was what Mrs. Clare did think, and though she was usually alone in her opinions, this time she was not without company, for the majority of Holcomb's population, having lived for 7 weeks amid unwholesome rumors, general mistrust, and suspicion, appear to feel disappointed at being told that the murderer was not someone among themselves. Indeed, a sizable faction refused to accept the fact that 2 unknown men, 2 thieving strangers, were solely responsible. As Mrs. Clare now remarked, maybe they did it, these fellows. But there's more to it than that. Wait, someday they'll get to the bottom, and when they do they'll find the one behind it. The one wanted Clutter out of the way. The brains. Mrs. Hartman sighed. She hoped Mer was wrong. And Mrs. Helm said, What I hope is, I hope they keep him locked up good. I won't feel easy knowing they're in our vicinity. Oh, I don't think you got to worry, ma'am, said the young farmer. Right now those boys are a lot more scared of us than we are of them. On an Arizona highway, a 2-car caravan is flashing across sagebrush country, the mesa country of hawks and rattlesnakes and towering red rocks. Dewey is driving the lead car, Perry Smith sits beside him, and Dunce is sitting in the back seat. Smith is handcuffed, and the handcuffs are attached to a security belt by a short length of chain and arrangement, so restricting his movements that he cannot smoke unaided. When he wants a cigarette, Dewey must light it for him and place it between his lips, a task that the detective finds repellent, for it seems such an intimate action, the kind of thing he'd done while he was courting his wife. On the whole, the prisoner ignores his guardians and their sporadic attempts to goad him by repeating parts of Hickok's hour-long, tape-recorded confession. He says he tried to stop you, Perry, but says he couldn't. Says he was scared you'd shoot him too. And yes, sir, Perry. It's all your fault. Hickok himself. He says he wouldn't harm the fleas on a dog. None of this, outwardly, at any rate, agitates Smith. He continues to contemplate the scenery, to read Burma-shaved doggerel, and to count the carcasses of shotgun coyotes festooning ranch fences. Dewey, not anticipating any exceptional response, says, Hickok tells us you're a natural-born killer. Says it doesn't bother you a bit. Says one time out there in Las Vegas you went after a colored man with a bicycle chain. Whipped him to death. 4. Fun. To Dewey's surprise, the prisoner gasps. He twists around in his seat until he can see, through the rear window, the motorcade's second car, see inside it, the tough boy. Turning back, he stares at the dark streak of desert highway. I thought it was a stunt. I didn't believe you. That dick let fly. The tough boy. Oh, a real brass boy. Wouldn't harm the fleas on a dog. Just run over the dog. He spits. I never killed any nigger. Dunce agrees with him. Having studied the files on unsolved Las Vegas homicides, he knows Smith to be innocent of this particular deed. I never killed any niggers. But he thought so. I always knew if we ever got caught, if Dick ever really let fly, dropped his guts all over the goddamn floor, I knew he'd tell about the nigger. He spits again. So, Dick was afraid of me? That's amusing. I'm very amused. What he don't know is I almost did shoot him. Dewey lights 2 cigarettes, one for himself, one for the prisoner. Tell us about it, Perry. Smith smokes with closed eyes and explains, I'm thinking. I want to remember this just the way it was. He pauses for quite a while. Well, it all started with a letter I got while I was out in Buell, Idaho. That was September or October. The letter was from Dick, and he said he was onto a cinch. The perfect score. I didn't answer him, but he wrote again, urging me to come back to Kansas and go partners with him. He never said what kind of score it was, just that it was a surefire cinch. Now, as it happened, I had another reason for wanting to be in Kansas around about that time. A personal matter I'd just as soon keep to myself. T's got nothing to do with this deal, only that otherwise I wouldn't have gone back there. But I did, and Dick met me at the bus station in Kansas City. We drove out to the farm, his parents' place, but they didn't want me there. I'm very sensitive. I usually know what people are feeling. Like you. He means Dewey, but does not look at him. You hate handing me a butt. That's your business. I don't blame you, any more than I blame Dick's mother. The fact is, she's a very sweet person, but she knew what I was, a friend from the walls, and she didn't want me in her house. Christ, I was glad to get out, go to a hotel. Dick took me to a hotel in Olathe. We bought some beer and carried it up to the room, and that's when Dick outlined what he had in mind. He said after I'd left Lansing, he settled with someone who'd once worked for a wealthy wheat grower out in western Kansas. Mr. Clutter. Dick drew me a diagram of the Clutter house. He knew where everything was: doors, halls, bedrooms. He said one of the ground floor rooms was used as an office, and in the office there was a safe, a wall safe. He said Mr. Clutter needed it because he always kept on hand large sums of cash, never less than $10,000. The plan was to rob the safe, and if we were seen, well, whoever saw us would have to go. Dick must have said it 1,000,000 times. No witnesses. Dewey says, how many of these witnesses did he think there might be? I mean, how many people did he expect to find in the Clutter house? That's what I wanted to know. But he wasn't sure. At least 4, probably 6. And it was possible the family might have guests. He thought we ought to be ready to handle up to a dozen. Dewey groans, Dunce whistles, and Smith, smiling wanly, adds, me too. Seemed to me that was a little off. 12 people. But Dick said it was a cinch. He said, we're going to go in there and splatter those walls with hair. The mood I was in, I let myself be carried along. But also, I'll be honest, I had faith in Dick. He struck me as being very practical, the masculine type, and I wanted the money as much as he did. I wanted to get it and go to Mexico, but I hope we could do it without violence. Seemed to me we could if we wore masks. We argued about it. On the way out there, out to Holcomb, I wanted to stop and buy some black silk stockings to wear over our heads. But Dick felt that even with his stocking, he could still be identified because of his bad eye. All the same, when we got to Emporia, Dunt says, "Hold on, Perry. You're jumping ahead. Go back to Olathe. What time did you leave there?" 1:30. We left just after lunch and drove to Emporia, where we bought some rubber gloves and a roll of cord. The knife and shotgun, the shells. Dick had brought all that from home, but he didn't want to look for black stockings. It got to be quite an argument. Somewhere on the outskirts of Emporia, we passed a Catholic hospital, and I persuaded him to stop and go inside and try and buy some black stockings from the nuns. I knew nuns wear them, but he only made believe. Came out and said they wouldn't sell him any. I was sure he hadn't even asked, and he confessed it. He said it was a pukey idea. The nuns would have thought he was crazy. So we didn't stop again till Great Bend. That's where we bought the tape. Had dinner there, a big dinner. It put me to sleep. When I woke up, we were just coming into Garden City. Seemed like a real dead dog town. We stopped for gas at a filling station. Dewey asks if he remembers which one. Believe it was a Phillips 66. What time was this? Around midnight. Dick said it was 7 miles more Holcomb. All the rest of the way, he kept talking to himself, saying this ought to be here and that ought to be there, according to the instructions he'd memorized. I hardly realized it when we went through Holcomb. It was such a little settlement. We crossed a railroad track. Suddenly Dick said, "This is it. This has to be it." It was the entrance to a private road, lined with trees. We slowed down and turned off the lights. Didn't need them. Account of the moon. There wasn't nothing else up there. Not a cloud, nothing. Just that full moon. It was like broad day, and when we started up the road, Dick said, "Look at this spread. The barns. That house. Don't tell me this guy ain't loaded." But I didn't like the setup, the atmosphere. It was sort of too impressive. We parked in the shadows of a tree. While we were sitting there, a light came on. Not in the main house, but a house maybe 100 yards to the left. Dick said it was the hireman's house. He knew because of the diagram. But he said it was a damn sight nearer the Clutter house than it was supposed to be. Then the light went off. "Mr. Dewey, the witness you mentioned. Is that who you meant? The hireman?" "No. He never heard a sound. But his wife was nursing a sick baby. He said they were up and down the whole night. A sick baby. Well, I wondered. While we were still sitting there, it happened again. A light flashed on and off. And that really put bubbles in my blood. I told Dick to count me out. If he was determined to go ahead with it, he'd have to do it alone. He started the car. We were leaving. And I thought, bless Jesus. I've always trusted my intuitions. They've saved my life more than once. But halfway down the road, Dick stopped. He was sore as hell. I could see he was thinking, here I've set up this big score. Here we've come all this way. And now this punk wants a chicken out. He said, "Maybe you think I ain't got the guts to do it alone. But by God, I'll show you who's got guts." There was some liquor in the car. We each had a drink, and I told him, "Oh, Dick, I'm with you." So we turned back, parked where we had before, in the shadows of a tree. Dick put on gloves. I'd already put on mine. He carried the knife and a flashlight. I had the gun. The house looked tremendous in the moonlight. Looked empty. I remember hoping there was nobody home. Dewey says, "But you saw a dog?" "No." The family had an old gun-shy dog. We couldn't understand why he didn't bark, unless he'd seen a gun and bolted. Well, I didn't see anything or nobody. That's why I never believed it. About an eyewitness. Not eyewitness. Witness. Someone whose testimony associates you and Hickok with this case. "Oh, him." And Dick always said he'd be too scared. Huh. Dunce, not to be diverted, reminds him, Hickok had the knife. You had the gun. How did you get into the house? The door was unlocked. A side door. It took us into Mr. Clutter's office. Then we waited in the dark, listening. But the only sound was the wind. There was quite a little wind outside. It made the trees move, and you could hear the leaves. The one window was curtained with Venetian blinds, but moonlight was coming through. I closed the blinds, and Dick turned on his flashlight. We saw the desk. The safe was supposed to be in the wall directly behind the desk, but we couldn't find it. It was a paneled wall, and there were books and framed maps, and I noticed, on a shelf, a terrific pair of binoculars. I decided I was going to take them with me when we left there. "Did you?" asks Dewey, for the binoculars had not been missed. Smith nods. We sold them in Mexico. Sorry. Go on. Well, when we couldn't find the safe, Dick doused the flashlight and we moved in darkness out of the office and across a parlor, a living room. Dick whispered to me, couldn't I walk quieter? But he was just as bad. Every step we took made a racket. We came to a hall and a door, and Dick, remembering the diagram, said it was a bedroom. He shined a flashlight and opened the door. A man said, "Honey?" He'd been asleep, and he blinked and said, "Is that you, honey?" Dick asked him, "Are you Mr. Clutter?" He was wide awake now. He sat up and said, "Who is it? What do you want?" Dick told him, very polite, like we were a couple of door-to-door salesmen. "We want to talk to you, sir. In your office, please." And Mr. Clutter, barefoot, just wearing pajamas. He went with us to the office and we turned on the office lights. Up till then, he hadn't been able to see us very good. I think what he saw hit him hard. Dick says, "Now, sir, all we want you to do is show us where you keep that safe." But Mr. Clutter says, "What safe?" He says he don't have any safe. I knew right then it was true. He had that kind of face. You just knew whatever he told you was pretty much the truth. But Dick shouted at him, "Don't lie to me, you son of a bitch. I know goddamn well you got a safe." My feeling was nobody had ever spoken to Mr. Clutter like that. But he looked Dick straight in the eye and told him, being very mild about it, said, well, he was sorry, but he just didn't have any safe. Dick tapped him on the chest with a knife, says, "Show us where that safe is, or you're going to be a good bit sorrier." But Mr. Clutter, oh, you could see he was scared, but his voice stayed mild and steady. He went on denying he had a safe. Sometime along in there, I fixed the telephone, the one in the office. I ripped out the wires, and I asked Mr. Clutter if there were any other telephones in the house. He said yes, there was one in the kitchen. So I took the flashlight and went to the kitchen. It was quite a distance from the office. When I found the telephone, I removed the receiver and cut the line with a pair of pliers. Then, heading back, I heard a noise, a creaking overhead. I stopped at the foot of the stairs leading to the second floor. It was dark, and I didn't dare use the flashlight, but I could tell there was someone there. At the top of the stairs, silhouetted, against a window, a figure. Then it moved away. Dewey imagines it must have been Nancy. He'd often theorized, on the basis of the gold wristwatch found tucked in the toe of a shoe in her closet, that Nancy had awakened, heard persons in the house, thought they might be thieves, and prudently hidden the watch, her most valuable property. For all I knew, maybe it was somebody with a gun. But Dick wouldn't even listen to me. He was so busy playing tough boy, bossing Mr. Clutter around. Now he brought him back to the bedroom. He was counting the money in Mr. Clutter's billfold. There was about $30. He threw the billfold on the bed and told him, "You've got more money in this house than that. A rich man like you, living on a spread like this." Mr. Clutter said that was all the cash he had, and explained he always did business by check. He offered to write us a check. Dick just blew up. "What kind of Mongolians do you think we are?" And I thought Dick was ready to smash him. So I said, "Dick, listen to me. There's somebody awake upstairs." Mr. Clutter told us the only people upstairs were his wife and a son and daughter. Dick wanted to know if the wife had any money, and Mr. Clutter said if she did, it would be very little, a few dollars. And he asked us, really kind of broke down, please not to bother her, because she was an invalid. She'd been very ill for a long time. But Dick insisted on going upstairs. He made Mr. Clutter lead the way. At the foot of the stairs, Mr. Clutter switched on lights that lighted the hall above. And as we were going up, he said, "I don't know why you boys want to do this. I've never done you any harm. I never saw you before." That's when Dick told him, "Shut up. When we want you to talk, we'll tell you." Wasn't anybody in the upstairs hall, and all the doors were shut. Mr. Clutter pointed out the rooms where the boy and girl were supposed to be sleeping, then opened his wife's door. He lighted a lamp beside the bed and told her, "It's all right, sweetheart. Don't be afraid. These men, they just want some money." She was a thin, frail sort of woman in a long white nightgown. The minute she opened her eyes, she started to cry. She says, talking to her husband, "Sweetheart, I don't have any money." He was holding her hand, patting it. He said, "Now don't cry, honey. It's nothing to be afraid of. It's just I gave these men all the money I had, but they want some more. They believe we have a safe somewhere in the house. I told them we don't." Dick raised his hand, like he was going to crack him across the mouth. Says, "Didn't I tell you to shut up?" Mrs. Clutter said, "But my husband's telling you the God's truth. There isn't any safe." And Dick answers back, I know goddamn well you got a safe. And I'll find it before I leave here. Needn't worry that I won't. Then he asked her where she kept her purse. The purse was in a bureau drawer. Dick turned it inside out. Found just some change and $1 or two. I motioned to him to come into the hall. I wanted to discuss the situation. So he stepped outside, and I said, Dunce interrupts him to ask if Mr. and Mrs. Clutter could overhear the conversation. No, we were just outside the door, where we could keep an eye on them. But we were whispering. I told Dick, these people are telling the truth. The one who lied is your friend Floyd Wells. There isn't any safe, so let's get the hell out of here. But Dick was too ashamed to face it. He said he wouldn't believe it till we searched the whole house. He said the thing to do was tie them all up, then take our time looking around. You couldn't argue with him. He was so excited. The glory of having everybody at his mercy, that's what excited him. Well, there was a bathroom next door to Mrs. Clutter's room. The idea was to lock the parents in the bathroom and wake the kids and put them there, then bring them out one by one and tie them up in different parts of the house. And then, says Dick, after we've found the safe, we'll cut their throats. Can't shoot them, he says. That would make too much noise. Perry frowns, rubs his knees with his manacled hands. Let me think a minute, because along in here things begin to get a little complicated. I remember. Yes, I took a chair out of the hall and stuck it in the bathroom, so Mrs. Clutter could sit down, seeing she was said to be an invalid. When we locked them up, Mrs. Clutter was crying and telling us, please don't hurt anybody. Please don't hurt my children. And her husband had his arms around her, saying like, sweetheart, these fellows don't mean to hurt anybody. All they want is some money. We went to the boy's room. He was awake, lying there like he was too scared to move. Dick told him to get up, but he didn't move or move fast enough. So Dick punched him, pulled him out of bed, and I said, you don't have to hit him, Dick. And I told the boy he was only wearing a t-shirt to put on his pants. He put on a pair of blue jeans, and we just locked him in the bathroom when the girl appeared, came out of her room. She was all dressed, like she'd been awake some while. I mean, she had on socks and slippers and a kimono, and her hair was wrapped in a bandana. She was trying to smile. She said, good grief, what is this? Some kind of joke. I don't guess she thought it was much of a joke, though. Not after Dick opened the bathroom door and shoved her in. Dewey envisions them, the captive family, meek and frightened, but without any premonition of their destiny. Herb couldn't have suspected, or he would have fought. He was a gentle man, but strong and no coward. Herb, his friend Alvin Dewey felt certain, would have fought to the death defending Bonnie's life and the lives of his children. Dick stood guard outside the bathroom door while I reconnoitered. I frisked the girl's room, and I found a little purse, like a doll's purse. Inside it was a silver dollar. I dropped it somehow, and it rolled across the floor, rolled under a chair. I had to get down on my knees, and just then it was like I was outside myself, watching myself in some nutty movie. It made me sick. I was just disgusted. Dick, and all his talk about a rich man's safe, and here I am crawling on my belly to steal a child's silver dollar. $1, and I'm crawling on my belly to get it. Perry squeezes his knees, asks the detectives for aspirin, thanks Dunn for giving him one, chews it, and resumes talking. But that's what you do. You get what you can. I frisked the boys' room, too. Not a dime. But there was a little portable radio, and I decided to take it. Then I remembered the binoculars I'd seen in Mr. Clutter's office. I went downstairs to get them. I carried the binoculars and the radio out to the car. It was cold, and the wind and the cold felt good. The moon was so bright you could see for miles. And I thought, why don't I walk off? Walk to the highway, hitch a ride. I sure Jesus didn't want to go back in that house. And yet, how can I explain this? It was like I wasn't part of it, more as though I was reading a story, and I had to know what was going to happen. The end. So I went back upstairs. And now, let's see. That's when we tied them up. Mr. Clutter first. We called him out of the bathroom, and I tied his hands together. Then I marched him all the way down to the basement. Dewey says, alone and unarmed. I had the knife. Dewey says, but Hickok stayed guard upstairs to keep them quiet. Anyway, I didn't need help. I've worked with rope all my life. Dewey says, were you using the flashlight, or did you turn on the basement lights? The lights. The basement was divided into two sections. One part seemed to be a playroom. Took him to the other section, the furnace room. I saw a big cardboard box leaning against the wall. A mattress box. Well, I didn't feel I ought to ask him to stretch out on the cold floor, So I dragged the mattress box over, flattened it, and told him to lie down. The driver, via the rearview mirror, glances at his colleague, attracts his eye, and Dunce slightly nods, as if in tribute. All along, Dewey had argued that the mattress box had been placed on the floor for the comfort of Mr. Clutter, and taking heed of similar hints, other fragmentary indications of ironic, erratic compassion, the detective had conjectured that at least one of the killers was not altogether uncharitable. I tied his feet, then tied his hands to his feet. I asked him was it too tight, and he said no, but said would we please leave his wife alone. There was no need to tie her up. She wasn't going to holler or try to run out of the house. He said she'd been sick for years and years, and she was just beginning to get a little better, but an incident like this might cause her to have a setback. I know it's nothing to laugh over, only I couldn't help it, him talking about a setback. Next thing, I brought the boy down. First, I put him in the room with his dad, tied his hands to an overhead steam pipe. Then I figured that wasn't very safe. He might somehow get loose and undo the old man, or vice versa. So I cut him down, and I took him to the playroom, where there was a comfortable-looking couch. I roped his feet to the foot of the couch, roped his hands, then carried the rope up and made a loop around his neck, so if he struggled, he'd choke himself. Once, while I was working, I put the knife down on this. Well, it was a freshly varnished cedar chest. The whole cellar smelled of varnish, and he asked me not to put my knife there. The chest was a wedding present he'd built for somebody. A sister, I believe he said. Just as I was leaving, he had a coughing fit, so I stuffed a pillow under his head. Then I turned off the lights. Dewey says, "But you hadn't taped their mouths?" "No. The taping came later, after I'd tied both the women in their bedrooms." Mrs. Clutter was still crying. At the same time, she was asking me about Dick. She didn't trust him, but said she felt I was a decent young man. "I'm sure you are," she says, and made me promise I wouldn't let Dick hurt anybody. I think what she really had in mind was her daughter. I was worried about that myself. I suspected Dick was plotting something I wouldn't stand for. When I finished tying Mrs. Clutter, sure enough, I found he'd taken the girl to her bedroom. She was in the bed, and he was sitting on the edge of it talking to her. I stopped that. I told him to go look for the safe while I tied her up. After he'd gone, I roped her feet together and tied her hands behind her back. Then I pulled up the covers, tucked her in till just her head showed. There was a little easy chair near the bed, and I thought I'd rest a minute. My legs were on fire, all that climbing and kneeling. I asked Nancy if she had a boyfriend. She said yes, she did. She was trying hard to act casual and friendly. I really liked her. She was really nice. A very pretty girl, and not spoiled or anything. She told me quite a lot about herself, about school, and how she was going to go to a university to study music and art. Horses. Said next to dancing, what she liked best was to gallop a horse. So I mentioned my mother had been a champion rodeo rider. And we talked about Dick. I was curious, see what he'd been saying to her. Seems she'd asked him why he did things like this. Rob people. And, wow, did he toss her a tearjerker. Said he'd been raised an orphan in an orphanage, and how nobody had ever loved him. And his only relative was a sister who lived with men without marrying them. All the time we were talking, we could hear the lunatic roaming around below, looking for the safe, looking behind pictures, tapping the walls, tap, 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 like some nutty woodpecker. When he came back, just to be a real bastard, I asked had he found it. Of course he hadn't, but he said he'd come across another purse in the kitchen, with $7. Dunce says, "How long now had you been in the house?" "Maybe an hour." Dunce says, "And when did you do the taping?" "Right then. Started with Mrs. Clutter. I made Dick help me, because I didn't want to leave him alone with the girl. I cut the tape in long strips, and Dick wrapped them around Mrs. Clutter's head like you'd wrap a mummy. He asked her, 'How come you keep on crying? Nobody's hurting you.' And he turned off the bedside lamp and said, 'Good night, Mrs. Clutter. Go to sleep.' Then he says to me, as we're heading along the hall toward Nancy's room, 'I'm going to bust that little girl.' And I said, 'Uh-huh, but you'll have to kill me first.' He looked like he didn't believe he'd heard right. He says, 'What do you care? Hell, you can bust her too.' Now, that's something I despise. Anybody that can't control themselves sexually. Christ, I hate that kind of stuff. I told him straight, leave her alone. Else you got a buzzsaw to fight." That really burned him, but he realized it wasn't the time to have a flat-out free-for-all. So he says, "Okay, honey, if that's the way you feel." The end of it was we never even taped her. We switched off the hall light and went down to the basement. Perry hesitates. He has a question, but phrases it as a statement. I'll bet he never said anything about wanting to rape the girl. Dewey admits it, but he adds that except for an apparently somewhat expurgated version of his own conduct, Hickok's story supports Smith's. The details vary, the dialogue is not identical, but in substance the two accounts, thus far, at least corroborate one another. Maybe, but I knew he hadn't told about the girl. I'd have bet my shirt. Dunt says, Perry, I've been keeping track of the lights. The way I calculate it, when you turn off the upstairs light, that left the house completely dark. Did, and we never used the lights again. Except the flashlight. Dick carried the flashlight when we went to tape Mr. Clutter and the boy. Just before I taped him, Mr. Clutter asked me, and these were his last words, wanted to know how his wife was, if she was all right. And I said she was fine, she was ready to go to sleep, and I told him it wasn't long till morning, and how in the morning somebody would find them, and then all of it, me and Dick and all, would seem like something they dreamed. I wasn't kidding him. I didn't want to harm a man. I thought he was a very nice gentleman. Soft-spoken. I thought so right up to the moment I cut his throat. Wait, I'm not telling it the way it was. Perry scowls. He rubs his legs. The handcuffs rattle. After we'd taped them, Dick and I went off in a corner to talk it over. Remember, now, there were hard feelings between us. Just then it made my stomach turn to think I'd ever admired him, lapped up all that brag. I said, well, Dick, any qualms? He didn't answer me. I said, leave them alive, and this won't be any small rap. 10 years the very least. He still didn't say anything. He was holding the knife. I asked him for it, and he gave it to me, and I said, all right, Dick, here goes. But I didn't mean it. I meant to call his bluff, make him argue me out of it, make him admit he was a phony and a coward. See, it was something between me and Dick. I knelt down beside Mr. Clutter, and, the pain of kneeling, I thought of that goddamn dollar. Silver dollar. The shame. Disgust. And they'd told me never to come back to Kansas. But I didn't realize what I'd done till I heard the sound. Like somebody drowning. Screaming underwater. I handed the knife to Dick. I said, finish him. You'll feel better. Dick tried, or pretended to. But the man had the strength of 10 men. He was half out of his ropes. His hands were free. Dick panicked. Dick wanted to get the hell out of there. But I wouldn't let him go. The man would have died anyway. I know that. But I couldn't leave him like he was. I told Dick to hold the flashlight. Focus it. Then I aimed a gun. The room just exploded. Went blue. Just blazed up. Jesus. I'll never understand why they didn't hear the noise 20 miles around. Dewey's ears ring with it. A ringing that almost deafens him to the whispery rush of Smith's soft voice. But the voice plunges on, ejecting a fusillade of sounds and images. Hickok hunting the discharged shell. Hurrying, and Kenyon's head in a circle of light. The murmur of muffled pleadings. Then Hickok again scrambling after a used cartridge. Nancy's room. Nancy listening to boots on hardwood stairs. The creak of the steps as they climbed toward her. Nancy's eyes. Nancy watching the flashlight shine, seek the target, she said. Oh, no. Oh, please. No, 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 don't. Oh, please don't. Please. I gave a gun to Dick. I told him I'd done all I could do. He took aim, and she turned her face to the wall. The dark hall, the assassins hastening toward the final door. Perhaps, having heard all she had, Bonnie welcomed their swift approach. That last shell was a bitch to locate. Dick wiggled under the bed to get it. Then we closed Mrs. Clutter's door and went downstairs to the office. We waited there, like we had when we first came. Looked through the blinds to see if the hired man was poking around, or anybody else who might have heard the gunfire. But it was just the same, not a sound. Just the wind, and Dick panting like wolves were after him. Right there, in those few seconds before we ran out to the car and drove away, that's when I decided I'd better shoot Dick. He'd said over and over, he'd drummed it into me. No witnesses. And I thought he's a witness. I don't know what stopped me. God knows I should have done it. Shot him dead. Got in the car, and kept on going till I lost myself in Mexico. A hush. For 10 miles and more, the three men ride without speaking. Sorrow and profound fatigue are at the heart of Dewey's silence. It had been his ambition to learn exactly what happened in that house that night. Twice now he'd been told, and the two versions were very much alike, the only serious discrepancy being that Hickok attributed all 4 deaths to Smith, while Smith contended that Hickok had killed the two women. But the confessions, though they answered questions of how and why, failed to satisfy his sense of meaningful design. The crime was a psychological accident, virtually an impersonal act. The victims might as well have been killed by lightning. Except for one thing. They had experienced prolonged terror. They had suffered. And Dewey could not forget their sufferings. Nonetheless, he found it possible to look at the man beside him without anger, with, rather, a measure of sympathy, for Perry Smith's life had been no bed of roses, but pitiful, an ugly and lonely progress toward one mirage and then another. Dewey's sympathy, however, was not deep enough to accommodate either forgiveness or mercy. He hoped to see Perry and his partner hang back to back. Dunn asked Smith, "Add it up. How much money did you get for the clutters?" "Between $40 and $50. Among Garden City's animals are two gray tomcats who are always together, thin, dirty strays with strange and clever habits. The chief ceremony of their day is performed at twilight. First, they trot the length of Main Street, stopping to scrutinize the engine grills of parked automobiles, particularly those stationed in front of the two hotels, the Windsor and Warren. For these cars, usually the property of travelers from afar, often yield what the bony, methodical creatures are hunting: slaughtered birds, crows, chickadees, and sparrows foolhardy enough to have flown into the path of oncoming motorists. Using their paws as though they are surgical instruments, the cats extract from the grills every feathery particle. Having cruised Main Street, they invariably turn the corner at Main and Grant, then lope along toward Courthouse Square, another of their hunting grounds, and a highly promising one on the afternoon of Wednesday, January 6th, for the area swarmed with Finney County vehicles that had brought to town part of the crowd populating the square. The crowd started forming at 4 o'clock, the hour that the county attorney had given as the probable arrival rhyme of Hickok and Smith. Since the announcement of Hickok's confession on Sunday evening, newsmen of every style had assembled in Garden City. Representatives of the major wire services, photographers, newsreel and television cameramen, reporters from Missouri, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Texas, and, of course, all the principal Kansas papers, 20 or 25 men altogether. Many of them had been waiting 3 days without much to do except interview the service station attendant James Spoor, who, after seeing published photographs of the accused killers, had identified them as customers to whom he'd sold $3.06 worth of gas the night of the Holcomb tragedy. It was the return of Hickok and Smith that these professional spectators were on hand to record, and Captain Gerald Murray, of the Highway Patrol, had reserved for them ample space on the sidewalk fronting the courthouse steps. The steps the prisoners must mount on their way to the county jail, an institution that occupies the top floor of the 4-story limestone structure. One reporter, Richard Parr of the Kansas City Star, had obtained a copy of Monday's Las Vegas Sunday. The paper's headline raised grounds of laughter: "Fear lynch mob awaiting return," or "Killer suspects." Captain Murray remarked, "Don't look much like a necktie party to me." Indeed, the congregation in the square might have been expecting a parade or attending a political rally. High school students, among them former classmates of Nancy and Kenyon Clutter, chanted cheerleader rhymes, bubbled bubble gum, gobbled hot dogs and soda pop. Mothers soothed wailing babies. Men strolled about with young children perched on their shoulders. The Boy Scouts were present, an entire troop, and the middle-aged membership of a women's bridge club arrived en masse. Mr. J.P. Jap Adams, head of the local Veterans Commission office, appeared, attired in a tweed garment so oddly tailored that a friend yelled, "Hey, Jap, what you doing wearing ladies' clothes?" For Mr. Adams, in his haste to reach the scene, had unwittingly donned his secretary's coat. A roving radio reporter interviewed sundry other townsfolk, asking them what, in their opinion, the proper retribution would be for the doers of such a dastardly deed. And while most of his subjects said gosh or gee whiz, one student replied, "I think they ought to be locked in the same cell for the rest of their lives. Never allowed any visitors. Just sit there staring at each other till the day they die." And a tough, strutty little man said, "I believe in capital punishment. It's like the Bible says, an eye for an eye. And even so, we're 2 pairs short." As long as the sun lasted, the day had been dry and warm, October weather in January. But when the sun descended, when the shadows of the square's giant shade trees met and combined, the coldness as well as darkness numbed the crowd, numbed and pruned it, By 6 o'clock, fewer than 300 persons remained. Newsmen, cursing the undue delay, stamped their feet and slapped frozen ears with ungloved, freezing hands. Suddenly, a murmuring arose on the south side of the square. The cars were coming. Although none of the journalists anticipated violence, several had predicted shouted abuse. But when the crowd caught sight of the murderers, with their escort of blue-coated highway patrolmen, it fell silent, as though amazed to find them humanly shaped. The handcuffed men, white-faced and blinking blindly, glistened in the glare of flashbulbs and floodlights. The cameramen, pursuing the prisoners and the police into the courthouse and up 3 flights of stairs, photographed the door of the county jail slamming shut. No one lingered, neither the press corps nor any of the townspeople. Warm rooms and warm suppers beckoned them, and as they hurried away, leaving the cold square to the 2 gray cats, the miraculous autumn departed too. The year's first snow began to fall. The corner. Institutional dourness and cheerful domesticity coexist on the 4th floor of the Finney County Courthouse. The presence of the county jail supplies the first quality, while the so-called sheriff's residence, a pleasant apartment separated from the jail proper by steel doors and a short corridor, accounts for the second. In January 1960, the sheriff's residence was not in fact occupied by the sheriff, Earl Robinson, but by the undersheriff and his wife, Wendell and Josephine Meyer. The Meyers, who had been married more than 20 years, were very much alike. Tall people with weight and strength to spare, with wide hands, square and calm and kindly faces. The last being most true of Mrs. Meyer, a direct and practical woman who nevertheless seems illuminated by a mystical serenity. As the undersheriff's helpmate, her hours are long, between 5 in the morning, when she begins the day by reading a chapter in the Bible, and 10 o'clock p.m. Her bedtime. She cooks and sews for the prisoners, darns, does their laundry, takes splendid care of her husband, and looks after their 5-room apartment, with its gemütlich melange of plump hassocks and squashy chairs and cream-colored lace window curtains. The Meyers have a daughter, an only child, who is married and lives in Kansas City, so the couple live alone, or, as Mrs. Meyer more correctly puts it, alone except for whoever happens to be in the ladies' cell. The jail contains 6 cells. The 6th, the one reserved for female prisoners, is actually an isolated unit situated inside the sheriff's residence. Indeed, it adjoins the Meyers' kitchen. But, says Josie Meyer, that don't worry me. I enjoy the company, having somebody to talk to while I'm doing my kitchen work. Most of these women, you gotta feel sorry for them. Just met up with old man trouble is all. Of course, Hickok and Smith was a different matter. Far as I know, Perry Smith was the first man ever stayed in the ladies' cell. The reason was the sheriff wanted to keep him and Hickok separated from each other until after their trial. The afternoon they brought them in, I made 6 apple pies and baked some bread, and all the while kept track of the goings-on down there on the square. My kitchen window overlooks the square. You couldn't want a better view. I'm no judge of crowds, but I guess there were several hundred people waiting to see the boys that killed the Clutter family. I never met any of the Clutters myself, but from everything I've ever heard about them, they must have been very fine people. What happened to them is hard to forgive, and I know Wendell was worried how the crowd might act when they caught sight of Hickok and Smith. He was afraid somebody might try to get at them. So I kind of had my heart in my mouth when I saw the cars arrive, saw the reporters, all the newspaper fellows running and pushing. But by then it was dark after 6, and bitter cold. More than half the crowd had given up and gone home. The ones that stayed, they didn't say boo, only stared. Later, when I brought the boys upstairs, the first one I saw was Hickok. He had on light summer pants and just an old cloth shirt. Surprised he didn't catch pneumonia, considering how cold it was. But he looked sick all right. White as a ghost. Well, it must be a terrible experience to be stared at by a horde of strangers, to have to walk among them, and them knowing who you are and what you did. Then they brought up Smith. I had some supper ready to serve them in their cells, hot soup and coffee, and some sandwiches and pie. Ordinarily, we feed just twice a day. Breakfast at 7:30, and at 4:30 we serve the main meal. I didn't want those fellows going to bed on an empty stomach. Seemed to me they must be feeling bad enough without that. But when I took Smith his supper, carried it on a tray, he said he wasn't hungry. He was looking out the window of the ladies' cell, standing with his back to me. That window has the same view as my kitchen window. trees and the square and the tops of houses. I told him, just taste the soup. It's vegetable and not out of a can. I made it myself. The pie, too. In about an hour, I went back for the tray, and he hadn't touched a crumb. He was still at the window, like he hadn't moved. It was snowing, and I remember saying it was the first snow of the year, and how we'd had such a beautiful long autumn right till then. And now the snow had come. And then I asked him if he had any special dish he liked. If he did, I'd try and fix it for him the next day. He turned around and looked at me, suspicious, like I might be mocking him. Then he said something about a movie. He had such a quiet way of speaking, almost a whisper. Wanted to know if I'd seen a movie. I forget the name. Anyway, I hadn't seen it. Never have been much for picture shows. He said this show took place in biblical times, and there was a scene where a man was flung off a balcony, thrown to a mob of men and women, who tore him to pieces. And he said that was what came to mind when he saw the crowd on the square. The man being torn apart, and the idea that maybe that was what they might do to him. Said it scared him so bad his stomach still hurt, which was why he couldn't eat. Of course he was wrong, and I told him so. Nobody was going to harm him, regardless of what he'd done. Folks around here aren't like that. We talked some. He was very shy, but after a while he said, "One thing I really like is Spanish rice." So I promised to make him some, and he smiled kind of, and I decided, well, he wasn't the worst young man I ever saw. That night, after I'd gone to bed, said as much to my husband, but Wendell snorted. Wendell wasn't the first on the scene after the crime was discovered. He said he wished I'd been out of the clutter place when they found the bodies. Then I could have judged for myself just how gentle Mr. Smith was. Him and his friend Hickok. He said they cut out your heart and never bat an eye. There was no denying it, not with 4 people dead. And I lay awake wondering if either one was bothered by it. The thought of those 4 graves. A month passed, and another, and it snowed some part of almost every day. Snow whitened the wheat-tawny countryside, heaped the streets of the town, hushed them. The topmost branches of a snow-laden elm brushed against the window of the lady's cell. Squirrels lived in the tree, and after weeks of tempting them with leftover breakfast scraps, Perry lured one off a branch onto the windowsill and through the bars. It was a male squirrel with auburn fur. He named it Red, and Red soon settled down, apparently content to share his friend's captivity. Perry taught him several tricks: to play with a paper ball, to beg, to perch on Perry's shoulder. All this helped to pass time, but still there were many long hours the prisoner had to lose. He was not allowed to read newspapers, and he was bored by the magazines Mrs. Meyer lent him, old issues of Good Housekeeping and McCall's. But he found things to do: file his fingernails with an emery board, buff them to a silky pink sheen, comb his lotion-soaked and scented hair, brush his teeth 3 and 4 times a day, shave and shower almost as often. And he kept the cell, which contained a toilet, a shower stall, a cot, a chair, a table, as neat as his person. He was proud of a compliment Mrs. Meyer had paid him. "Look," she had said, pointing at his bunk. "Look at that blanket. You could bounce dimes." But it was at the table that he spent most of his waking life. He ate his meals there. It was where he sat when he sketched portraits of Red, drew flowers, and the face of Jesus, and the faces and torsos of imaginary women. And it was where, on cheap sheets of ruled paper, he made diary-like notes of day-to-day occurrences. Thursday, January 7th. Dewey here. Brought carton of cigarettes. Also typed copies of statement for my signature. I declined. This statement, a 78-page document which he had dictated to the Finney County Court stenographer, recounted admissions already made to Alvin Dewey and Clarence Dunce. Dewey, speaking of his encounter with Perry Smith on this particular day, remembered that he had been very surprised when Perry refused to sign the statement. It wasn't important. I could always testify in court as to the oral confession he'd made to Dunce and myself. And of course Hickok had given us a signed confession while we were still in Las Vegas, the one in which he accused Smith of having committed all 4 murders. But I was curious. I asked Perry why he'd changed his mind, and he said, "Everything in my statement is accurate except for 2 details. If you let me correct those items, then I'll sign it." Well, I could guess the items he meant, because the only serious difference between his story and Hickok's was that he denied having executed the clutter single-handed. Until now, he'd sworn Hickok killed Nancy and her mother. And I was right. That's just what he wanted to do: admit that Hickok had been telling the truth, and that it was he, Perry Smith, who had shot and killed the whole family. He said he'd lied about it because, in his words, I wanted to fix Dick for being such a coward, dropping his guts all over the goddamn floor. And the reason he decided to set the record straight wasn't that he suddenly felt any kinder toward Hickok. According to him, he was doing it out of consideration for Hickok's parents, said he was sorry for Dick's mother, said she's a real sweet person. It might be some comfort to her to know Dick never pulled the trigger. None of it would have happened without him. In a way, it was mostly his fault, but the fact remains I'm the one who killed them. But I wasn't certain I believed it. Not to the extent of letting him alter his statement. As I say, we weren't dependent on a formal confession from Smith to prove any part of our case. With or without it, we had enough to hang them 10 times over. Among the elements contributing to Dewey's confidence was the recovery of the radio and pair of binoculars the murderers had stolen from the Clutter house and subsequently disposed of in Mexico City, where, having flown there for the purpose, Agent Harold nigh traced them to a pawn shop. Moreover, Smith, while dictating his statement, had revealed the whereabouts of other potent evidence. We hit the highway and drove east, he'd said, in the process of describing what he and Hickok had done after fleeing the murder scene. Drove like hell, Dick driving. I think we both felt very high. I did. Very high, and very relieved at the same time. Couldn't stop laughing, neither one of us. Suddenly it all seemed very funny. I don't know why, it just did. But the gun was dripping blood, and my clothes were stained. There was even blood in my hair. So we turned off onto a country road and drove maybe 8 miles till we were way out on the prairie. You could hear coyotes. We smoked a cigarette, and Dick went on making jokes about what had happened back there. I got out of the car and siphoned some water out of the water tank and washed the blood off the gun barrel. Then I scraped a hole in the ground with Dick's hunting knife, the one I used on Mr. Clutter, and buried in it the empty shells and all the leftover nylon cord and adhesive tape. After that we drove till we came to you. That's point 83, and headed east toward Kansas City and Olathe. Around dawn, Dick stopped at one of those picnic places, what they call rest areas, where they have open fireplaces. We built a fire and burned stuff. The gloves we'd worn, and my shirt. Dick said he wished we had an ox to roast. He said he'd never been so hungry. It was almost noon when we got to Olathe. Dick dropped me at my hotel and went on home to have Sunday dinner with his family. Yes, he took the knife with him. The gun, too. I agents dispatched to Hickok's home, found the knife inside a fishing tackle box, and the shotgun still casually propped against the kitchen wall. Hickok's father, who refused to believe his boy could have taken part in such a horrible crime, insisted the gun hadn't been out of the house since the first week in November, and therefore could not be the death weapon. As for the empty cartridge shells, the cord and tape, these were retrieved with the aid of Virgil Peets, a county highway employee, who, working with a road grader in the area pinpointed by Perry Smith, shaved away the earth inch by inch until the buried articles were uncovered. Thus the last loose strings were tied. The KBI had now assembled an unshakable case, for tests established that the shells had been discharged by Hickok's shotgun, and remnants of cord and tape were of a piece with the material to bind and silence the victims. Monday, January 11th. Have a lawyer. Mr. Fleming, old man with red tie, informed by the defendants that they were without funds to hire legal counsel. The court, in the person of Judge Roland H. Tate, appointed as their representatives 2 local lawyers, Mr. Arthur Fleming and Mr. Harrison Smith. Fleming, 71, a former mayor of Garden City, a short man who enlivens an unsensational appearance with rather conspicuous neckwear, resisted the assignment. I do not desire to serve, he told the judge, but if the court sees fit to appoint me, then of course I have no choice. Hickok's attorney, Harrison Smith, 45, 6 feet tall, a golfer, an elk of exalted degree, accepted the task with resigned grace. Someone has to do it, and I'll do my best, though I doubt that'll make me too popular around here. Friday, January 15th. Mrs. Meter playing radio in her kitchen, and I heard man say the county attorney will seek death penalty. The rich never hang, only the poor and friendless. In making his announcement, the county attorney, Dwayne West, an ambitious, portly young man of 28 who looks 40 and sometimes 50, told newsmen, if the case goes before a jury, I will request the jury, upon finding them guilty, to sentence them to the death penalty. If the defendants waive right to jury trial and enter a plea of guilty before the judge, I will request the judge to set the death penalty. This was a matter I knew I would be called upon to decide, and my decision has not been arrived at lightly. I feel that due to the violence of the crime and the apparent utter lack of mercy shown the victims, the only way the public can be absolutely protected is to have the death penalty set against these defendants. This is especially true since in Kansas, there is no such thing as life imprisonment without possibility of parole. Persons sentenced to life imprisonment actually serve, on the average, less than 15 years. Wednesday, January 20th. Asked to take lie detector in regards to this Walker deal. A case like the Clutter case, crimes of that magnitude, arouse the interest of lawmen everywhere, particularly those investigators burdened with unsolved but similar crimes, for it is always possible that the solution to one mystery will solve another. Among the many officers intrigued by events in Garden City was the sheriff of Sarasota County, Florida, which includes Osprey, a fishing settlement not far from Tampa, and the scene, slightly more than a month after the Clutter tragedy, of the quadruple slaying on an isolated cattle ranch which Smith had read about in a Miami newspaper on Christmas Day. The victims were again 4 members of a family, a young couple, Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Walker, and their 2 children, a boy and a girl, all of whom had been shot in the head with a rifle. Since the Clutter murderers had spent the night of December 19th, the date of the murders, in a Tallahassee hotel, Osprey's sheriff, who had no other leads whatever, was understandably anxious to have the 2 men questioned and a polygraph examination administered. Hickok consented to take the test, and so did Smith, who told Kansas authorities. I remarked at the time, I said to Dick, I'll bet whoever did this must be somebody that read about what happened out here in Kansas. A nut. The results of the test, to the dismay of Osprey's sheriff, as well as Alvin Dewey, who does not believe in exceptional coincidences, were decisively negative. The murderer of the Walker family remains unknown. Sunday, January 31st. Dick's dad here to visit Dick. Said hello when I saw him go past the cell door, but he kept going. Could be he never heard me. Understand from Mrs. at Meyer that Mrs. H. Hickok didn't come because she felt too bad to. Snowing like a bitch. Dreamed last night I was up in Alaska with Dad. Woke up in a puddle of cold urine. Mr. Hickok spent 3 hours with his son. Afterward, he walked through the snow to the Garden City Depot, a work-worn old man, stooped and thinned down by the cancer that would kill him a few months hence. At the station, while waiting for a homeward-bound train, he spoke to a reporter. I seen Dirk, We had a long talk, and I can guarantee you it's not like people say, or what's put in the papers. Those boys didn't go to that house planning to do violence. My boy didn't. He may have had some bad sides, but he's nowhere near bad as that. Smitty's the one. Dick told me he didn't even know it when Smitty attacked the man, Mr. Clutter, cut his throat. Dick wasn't even in the same room. He only run in when he heard them struggling. Dick was carrying a shotgun, and how he described how Smitty took my shotgun and just blew that man's head off. And he says, Dad, I ought to have grabbed back the gun and shot Smitty dead. Killed him, for he killed the rest of that family. If I'd done it, I'd be better off than I am now. I guess he would too. How it is, the way folks feel, you don't stand no chance. They'll hang them both. And, he added, fatigue and defeat glazing his eyes. Having your boy hang, knowing he will, nothing worse can happen to a man. Neither Perry Smith's father nor sister wrote him or came to see him. Tex John Smith was presumed to be prospecting for somewhere in Alaska, though lawmen, despite great effort, been unable to locate him. The sister had told investigators she was afraid of her brother and requested that they please not let him know her present address. When informed of this, Smith smiled slightly and said, I wish she'd been in that house that night. What a sweet scene. Except for the squirrel, except for the Myers and an occasional consultation with his lawyer, Mr. Fleming, Perry was very much alone. He missed Dick. Many thoughts of Dick, he wrote one day in his makeshift diary. Since their arrest, they had not been allowed to communicate, and that, freedom aside, was what he most desired to talk to Dick, be with him again. Dick was not the hard rock he'd once thought him, pragmatic, virile, a real brass boy. He'd proven himself to be pretty weak and shallow, a coward. Still, of everyone in all the world, this was the person to whom he was closest at that moment, for they at least were of the same species, brothers in the breed of Cain. Separated from him, Perry felt, all by myself, like somebody covered with sores, somebody only a big nut would have anything to do with. But then one mid-February morning, Perry received a letter. It was postmarked Reading, Massachusetts, and it read, "Dear Perry, I was sorry to hear about the trouble you are in, and I decided to write and let you know that I remember you and would like to help you in any way that I can. In case you don't remember my name, Don Cullivan, I've enclosed a picture taken at about the time we met. When I first read about you in the news recently, I was startled, and then I began to think back to those days when I knew you. While we were never close personal friends, I can remember you a lot more clearly than most fellows I met in the Army. It must have been about the fall of 1951 when you were assigned to the 761st Engineer Light Equipment Company at Fort Lewis, Washington. You were short. I'm not much taller, solidly built, dark with a heavy shock of black hair and a grin on your face almost all the time. Since you had lived in Alaska, quite a few of the fellows used to call you Eskimo. One of my first recollections of you was at a company inspection in which all the footlockers were open for inspection. As I recall it, all the footlockers were in order, even yours, except that the inside cover of your footlocker was plastered with pictures of pin-up girls. The rest of us were sure you were in for trouble. But the inspecting officer took it in stride, and when it was all over and he let it pass, I think we all felt you were a nervy guy. I remember that you were a fairly good pool player, and I can picture you quite clearly in the company day room at the pool table. You were one of the best truck drivers in the outfit. Remember the Army field problems we went out on? On one trip that took place in the winter, I remember that we each were assigned to a truck for the duration of the problem. In our outfit, Army trucks had no heaters, and it used to get pretty cold in those cabs. I remember you cutting a hole in the floorboards of your truck in order to let the heat from the engine come into the cab. The reason I remember this so well is the impression it made on me, because mutilation of Army property was a crime for which you could get severely punished. Of course, I was pretty green in the Army and probably afraid to stretch the rules even a little bit, but I can remember you grinning about it and keeping warm while I worried about it and froze. I recall that you bought a motorcycle and vaguely remember you had some trouble with it. Chased by the police? Crack up? Whatever it was the first time I realized the wild streak in you. Some of my recollections may be wrong. This was over 8 years ago, and I only knew you for a period of about 8 months. From what I remember, though, I got along with you very well and rather like you. You always seemed cheerful and cocky. You were good at your Army work, and I can't remember that you did much griping. Of course, you were apparently quite wild, but I never knew too much about that. But now you are in real trouble. I try to imagine what you are like now, what you think about. When first I read about you, I was stunned. I really was. But then I put the paper down and turned to something else. But the thought of you returned. I wasn't satisfied just to forget. I am, or try to be, fairly religious Catholic. I wasn't always. I used to just drift along with little thought about the only important thing there is. I never considered death or the possibility of a life hereafter. I was too much alive. Car, college, dating, etc. But my kid brother died of leukemia when he was just 17 years old. He knew he was dying, and afterwards I used to wonder what he thought about. And now I think of you and wonder what you think about. I didn't know what to say to my brother in the last weeks before he died, but I know what I'd say now. And this is why I am writing you. Because God made you as well as me, and he loves you just as he loves me. And for the little we know of God's, well, what has happened to you could have happened to me. Your friend, Don Cullivan. The name meant nothing, but Perry at once recognized the face in the photograph of a young soldier with crew-cut hair and round, very earnest eyes. He read the letter many times. Though he found the religious allusions unpersuasive, I've tried to believe, but I don't. I can't, and there's no use pretending. He was thrilled by it. Here was someone offering help, a sane and respectable man who had once known and liked him, a man who signed himself friend. Gratefully, in great haste, he started a reply. Dear Don, hell yes, I remember Don Cullivan. Hickok's cell had no window. He faced a wide corridor and the faces of other cells. But he was not isolated. There were people to talk to, a plentiful turnover of drunkards, forgers, wife-beaters, and Mexican vagrants. And Dick, with his light-hearted con-man patter, his sex anecdotes and gamey jokes, was popular with the inmates, though there was one who had no use for him whatever, an old man who hissed at him, "Killer, killer," and who once drenched him with a bucketful of dirty scrub water. Outwardly, Hickok seemed to one and all an unusually untroubled young man. When he was not socializing or sleeping, he lay on his cot smoking or chewing gum and reading sports magazines or paperback thrillers. Often he simply lay there whistling old favorites. You must have been a beautiful baby. Shuffle off to Buffalo, and staring at an unshaded light bulb that burned day and night in the ceiling of the cell. He hated the light bulb's monotonous surveillance. It disturbed his sleep and, more explicitly, endangered the success of a private project escape. For the prisoner was not as unconcerned as he appeared to be, or as resigned. He intended taking every step possible to avoid a ride on the big swing. Convinced that such a ceremony would be the outcome of any trial, certainly any trial held in the state of Kansas, he had decided to bust jail, grab a car, and raise dust. But first he must have a weapon, and over a period of weeks he'd been making one, a shiv, an instrument very like an ice pick, something that would fit with lethal niceness between the shoulder blades of Undersheriff Meyer. The weapon's components, a piece of wood and a length of hard wire, were originally part of a toilet brush he'd confiscated, dismantled, and hidden under his mattress. Late at night, when the only noises were snores and coughs, and the mournful whistle wailings of Santa Fe trains rumbling through the darkened town, he honed the wire against the cell's concrete floor. And while he worked, he schemed. Once, the first winter after he had finished high school, Hickok had hitchhiked across Kansas and Colorado. This was when I was looking for a job. While I was riding in a truck, and the driver, me and got into a little argument. No reason exactly, but he beat up on me. Shoved me out. Just left me there. High the hell up in the Rockies. It was sleeting like, and I walked miles, my nose bleeding like 15 pigs. Then I come to a bunch of cabins on a wooded slope. Summer cabins, all locked up and empty that time of year. And I broke into one of them. There was firewood and canned goods, even some whiskey. I laid up there over a week, and it was one of the best times I ever knew. Despite the fact my nose hurt, and my eyes were green and yellow. And when the snow stopped, the sun came out. You never saw such skies. Like Mexico, if Mexico was in a cold climate. I hunted through the other cabins and found some smoked hams and a radio and a rifle. It was great. Out all day with a gun, with the sun in my face. Boy, I felt good. I felt like Tarzan. And every night, I ate beans and fried ham and rolled up in a blanket by the fire and fell asleep listening to music on the radio. Nobody came near the place. I bet I could have stayed till spring. If the escape succeeded, that was the course Dick had determined upon, to head for the Colorado mountains and find there a cabin where he could hide until spring, alone, of course. Perry's future did not concern him. The prospect of so idyllic an interim added to the inspired stealth with which he wetted his wire, filed it to a umber stiletto fineness. Thursday, March 10th. Sheriff had a shakeout, searched through all the cells, and found a shiv tucked under Dee's mattress. Wonder what he had in mind, Smile. Not that Perry really considered it a smiling matter, for Dick, flourishing a dangerous weapon, could have played a decisive role in plans he himself was forming. As the weeks went by, he had become familiar with life on Courthouse Square, its habitués and their habits. The cats, for example, the two thin gray toms who appeared with every twilight and prowled the square, stopping to examine the cars parked around its periphery. Behavior puzzling to him until Mrs. Meyer explained that the cats were hunting for dead birds caught in the vehicle's engine grills. Thereafter, it pained him to watch their maneuvers, because most of my life I've done what they're doing. The equivalent. And there was one man of whom Perry had grown especially aware, a robust, upright gentleman with hair like a grand silver skullcap. His face, filled out, firm-jawed, was somewhat cantankerous in repose, the mouth down-curved, the eyes downcast as though in mirthless reverie, a picture of unsparing sternness. And yet this was at least a partially inaccurate impression, for now and again the prisoner glimpsed him as he paused to talk to other men, joke with them and laugh. And then he seemed carefree, jovial, generous, the kind of person who might see the human side, an important attribute, for the man was Roland H. Tate, judge of the 32nd Judicial District, the jurist who would preside at the trial of the state of Kansas versus Smith and Hickok. Tate, as Perry soon learned, was an old and awesome name in western Kansas. The judge was rich, he raised horses, he owned much land, and his wife was said to be very beautiful. He was the father of 2 sons, but the younger had died, a tragedy that greatly affected the parents and led them to adopt a small boy who had appeared in court as an abandoned, homeless child. "He sounds soft-hearted to me," Perry once said to Mrs. Meyer. "Maybe he'll give us a break." But that was not what Perry really believed. He believed what he'd written Don Cullivan, with whom he now corresponded regularly. His crime was unforgivable, and he fully expected to climb those 13 steps. However, he was not altogether without hope, for he too had plotted an escape. It depended upon a pair of young men that he had often observing him. One was red-haired, the other dark. Sometimes, standing in the square under the tree that touched the cell window, they smiled and signaled to him, or so he imagined. Nothing was ever said, and always, after perhaps a minute, they drifted away. But the prisoner had convinced himself that the young men, possibly motivated by a desire for adventure, meant to help him escape. Accordingly, he drew a map of the square, indicating the points at which a getaway car could most advantageously be stationed. Beneath the map he wrote, "I need a hacksaw blade. Nothing else. But do you realize the consequences if you get caught? Nod your head if you do. It can mean a long stretch in prison, or you might get killed. All for someone you don't know. You better think it over. Seriously. Besides, how do I know I could trust you? How do I know it isn't a trick to get me out there and gun me down? What about Hickok? All preparations must include him." Perry kept this document on his desk, wadded and ready to drop out the window the next time the young men appeared. But they never did. He never saw them again. Eventually, he wondered if perhaps he had invented them, a notion that he might not be normal, maybe insane, had troubled him, even when I was little, and my sisters laughed because I liked moonlight. To hide in the shadows and watch the moon. Phantoms or not, he ceased to think of the young men. Another method of escape, suicide, replaced them in his musings, and despite the jailer's precautions, no mirror, no belt or tie or shoelaces, he had devised a way to do it. For he also was furnished with a ceiling bulb that burned eternally, but, unlike Hickok, he had in his cell a broom, and by pressing the broom brush against the bulb he could unscrew it. One night he dreamed that he'd unscrewed the bulb, broken it, and with the broken glass cut his wrists and ankles. "I felt ill breath and light leaving me," he said, in a subsequent description of his sensations. "The walls of the cell fell away. The sky came down. I saw the big yellow bird." Throughout his life, as a child, poor and meanly treated, as a footloose youth, as an imprisoned man, the yellow bird, huge and parrot-faced, had soared across Perry's dreams, an avenging angel who savaged his enemies or, as now, rescued him in moments of mortal danger. She lifted me. I could have been light as a mouse. We went up. I could see the square below, men running, yelling, the sheriff shooting at us. Everybody sore as hell because I was free. I was flying. I was better than any of them. The trial was scheduled to start on March 22nd, 1960. In the weeks preceding that date, the defense attorneys frequently consulted the defendants. The advisability of requesting a change of venue was discussed, but as the elderly Mr. Fleming warned his client, it wouldn't matter where in Kansas the trial was held. Sentiments the same all over the state. We're probably better off in Garden City. This is a religious community, 11,000 population and 22 churches. And most of the ministers are opposed to capital punishment, say it's immoral, unchristian. Even the Reverend Cowan, the Clutter's own minister and a close friend of the family, he's been preaching against the death penalty in this very case. Remember, all we can hope is to save your lives. I think we stand as good a chance here as anywhere. Soon after the original arraignment of Smith and Hickok, their advocates appeared before Judge Tate to argue a motion urging comprehensive psychiatric examinations for the accused. Specifically, the court was asked to permit the state hospital in Larned, Kansas, a mental institution with maximum security facilities, to take custody of the prisoners for the purpose of ascertaining whether either or both were insane, imbeciles, or idiots, unable to comprehend their position and aid in their defense. Larned is 100 miles east of Garden City. Hickok's attorney, Harrison Smith, informed the court that he had driven there the previous day and conferred with several of the hospital staff. "We have no qualified psychiatrists in our own community. In fact, Larned is the only place within a radius of 225 miles where you'll find such men, doctors trained to make serious psychiatric evaluations. That takes time, 4 to 8 weeks. But the personnel with whom I discussed the matter said they were willing to start work at once. And, of course, being a state institution, it won't cost the county a nickel." This plan was opposed by the special assistant prosecuting attorney, Logan Green, who, certain that temporary insanity was the defense's antagonists would attempt to sustain in the forthcoming trial, feared that the ultimate outcome of the proposal would be, as he predicted in private conversation, the appearance on the witness stand of a pack of head healers sympathetic to the defendants. Those fellows, they're always crying over the killers. Never a thought for the victims. Short, pugnacious, a Kentuckian by birth, Green began by pointing out to the court that Kansas law, in regard to sanity, adheres to the Imnatin rule, the ancient British importation, which contends that if the accused knew the nature of his act and knew it was wrong, then he is mentally competent and responsible for his actions. Furthermore, said Green, there was nothing in the Kansas statutes indicating that the physicians chosen to determine a defendant's mental condition must be of any particular qualification. Just plain doctors. Medical doctors in general practice. That's all the law requires. We have sanity hearings in this county every year for the purpose of committing people to the institution. We never call anybody in from learned or psychiatric institutions of any kind. Our own local physicians attend to the matter. It's no great job to find whether a man is insane or an idiot or an imbecile. It is entirely unnecessary, a waste of time to send the defendants to Larned. In rebuttal, Counsel Smith suggested that the present situation was far graver than a simple sanity hearing in probate court. 2 lives are at stake. Whatever their crime, these men are entitled to examination by persons of training and experience. Psychiatry, he added, pleading with the judge quite directly, has matured rapidly in the past 20 years. The federal courts are beginning to keep in tune with this science as related to people charged with criminal offenses. It just seems to me we have a golden opportunity to face up to the new concepts in this field. It was an opportunity the judge preferred to reject, for as a fellow jurist once remarked, Tate is what you might call a law book lawyer. He never experiments. He goes strictly by the text. But the same critic also said of him, if I were innocent, he's the first man I'd want on the bench. If I was guilty, the last. Judge Tate did not entirely deny the motion. Rather, he did exactly all the law demanded by appointing a commission of 3 Garden City doctors and directing them to pronounce a verdict upon the mental capacities of the prisoners. In due course, the medical trio met the accused and, after an hour or so of conversational prying, announced that neither man suffered from any mental disorder. When told of their diagnosis, Perry Smith said, "How would they know? They just wanted to be entertained." Here, all the morbid details from the killer's own terrible lips. Oh, their eyes were shining. Hickok's attorney was also angry. Once more he traveled to Lamed State Hospital, where he appealed for the unpaid services of psychiatrists willing to go to Garden City and interview the defendants. The one man who volunteered, Drive W. Mitchell Jones, was exceptionally competent. Not yet 30, a sophisticated specialist in criminal psychology and the criminally insane who had worked and studied in Europe and the United States, he agreed to examine Smith and Hickok and, should his findings warrant it, testify in their behalf. On the morning of March 14th, counsel for the defense again stood before Judge Tate, there on this occasion to plead for a postponement of the trial, which was then 8 days distant. 2 reasons were given. The first was that a most material witness, Hickok's father, was at present too ill to testify. The second was a subtler matter. During the past week, a boldly lettered notice had begun to appear in the town's shop windows and in banks, restaurants, and at the railroad station, and it read, H.W. Clutter Estate Auction Sale March 21st, 1960 at the Clutter Homestead. Now, said Harrison Smith, addressing the bench, I realize it is almost impossible to prove prejudice. But this sale, an auction of the victim's estate, occurs 1 week from today. In other words, the very day before the trial begins. Whether that's prejudicial to the defendants, I'm not able to state. But these signs, coupled with newspaper advertisements and advertisements on the radio, will be a constant reminder to every citizen in the community, among whom 150 have been called as prospective jurors. Judge Tate was not impressed. He denied the motion without comment. Earlier in the year, Mr. Clutter's Japanese neighbor, Hideo Ashida, had auctioned his farming equipment and moved to Nebraska. The Ashida sale, which was considered a success, attracted not quite 100 customers. Slightly more than 5,000 people attended the Clutter auction. Holcomb's citizenry expected an unusual turnout. The Ladies' Circle of the Holcomb Community Church had converted one of the Clutter barns into a cafeteria stocked with 200 homemade pies, 250 pounds of hamburger meat, and 60 pounds of sliced ham. But no one was prepared for the largest auction crowd in the history of western Kansas. Cars converged on Holcomb from half the counties in the state, and from Oklahoma, Colorado, Texas, Nebraska. They came bumper to bumper down the lane, leading to River Valley Farm. It was the first time the public had been permitted to visit the Clutter place since the discovery of the murders, a circumstance which explained the presence of perhaps a third of the immense congregation, those who had come out of curiosity. And of course the weather was an aid to attendance, for by mid-March winter's high snows have dissolved, and the earth beneath, thoroughly thawed, has emerged as acre upon acre of ankle-deep mud. There is not much a farmer can do until the ground hardens. "Land's so wet and nasty," said Mrs. Bill Ramsey, the wife of a farmer. "Can't work no how. We figured we might as well drive on out to the sale." Actually, it was a beautiful day. Spring. Though mud abounded underfoot, the sun, so long shrouded by snow and cloud, seemed an object freshly made, and the trees, Mr. Clutter's orchard of pear and apple trees, the elms shading the lane, were lightly veiled in a haze of virginal green. The fine lawn surrounding the Clutter house was also newly green, and trespassers upon it, women anxious to have a closer look at the uninhabited home, crept across the grass and peered through the windows as though hopeful but fearful of discerning, in the gloom beyond the pleasant flower-print curtains, grim apparitions. Shouting, the auctioneer praised his wares: tractors, trucks, wheelbarrows, nail kegs and sledgehammers and unused lumber, milk buckets, branding irons, horses, horseshoes, everything needed to run a ranch from rope and harness to sheep dip and tin washtubs. It was the prospect of buying this merchandise at bargain prices that had lured most of the crowd. But the hands of bidders flickered shyly, work-roughened hands timid of parting with hard-earned cash. Yet nothing went unsold. There was even someone keen to acquire a bunch of rusty keys, and a youthful cowboy sporting pale yellow boots bought Kenyon Clutter's coyote wagon, the dilapidated vehicle the dead boy had used to harass coyotes, chase them on moonlit nights. The stagehands, the men who hauled the smaller items on and off the auctioneer's podium, were Paul Helm, Vier Sick, and Alfred Stokeline, each of them an old, still faithful employee of the late Herbert W. Clutter. Assisting at the disposal of his possessions was their final service, for today was their last day at River Valley Farm. The property had been leased to an Oklahoma rancher, and henceforward strangers would live and work there. As the auction progressed, and Mr. Clutter's worldly domain dwindled, gradually vanished, Paul Helm, remembering the burial of the murdered family, said, "It's like a second funeral." The last thing to go was the contents of the livestock corral, mostly horses, including Nancy's horse, Big, Fat Babe, who was much beyond her prime. It was late afternoon, school was out, and several schoolmates of Nancy's were among the spectators when bidding on the horse began. Susan Kidwell was there. Sue, who had adopted another of Nancy's orphan pets, a cat, wished she could give Babe a home, for she loved the old horse and knew how much Nancy had loved her. The two girls had often gone riding together aboard Babe's wide back, jogged through the wheat fields on hot summer evenings down to the river and into the water, the mare wading against the current until, as Sue once described it, the three of us were cool as fish. But Sue had no place to keep a horse. I hear 50, 65, 70. The bidding was laggardly. Nobody seemed really to want Babe, and the man who got her, a Mennonite farmer who said he might use her for plowing, paid $75. As he led her out of the corral, Sue Kidwell ran forward. She raised her hand as though to wave goodbye, but instead clasped it over her mouth. The Garden City Telegram, on the eve of the trial's start, printed the following editorial. Some may think the eyes of the entire nation are on Garden City during this sensational murder trial, but they are not. Even 100 miles west of here in Colorado, few persons are even acquainted with the case, other than just remembering some members of a prominent family were slain. This is a sad commentary on the state of crime in our nation. Since the 4 members of the Clutter family were killed last fall, several other such multiple murders have occurred in various parts of the country. Just during the few days leading up to this trial, at least 3 mass murder cases broke into the headlines. As a result, this crime and trial are just one of many such cases people have read about, and forgotten. Although the eyes of the nation were not upon them, the demeanor of the event's main participants, from the court recorder to the judge himself, was markedly self-aware on the morning of the court's first convening. All four of the lawyers sported new suits. The new shoes of the big-footed county attorney creaked and squealed with every step. Hickok, too, was sharply dressed in clothes provided by his parents: trim blue serge trousers, a white shirt, a narrow dark blue tie. Only Perry Smith, who owned neither jacket nor tie, seemed sartorially misplaced. Wearing an open-necked shirt, borrowed from Mr. Meyer, and blue jeans rolled up at the cuffs, he looked as lonely and inappropriate as a seagull in a wheat field. The courtroom, an unpretentious chamber situated on the third floor of the Finney County Courthouse, has dull white walls and furnishings of darkly varnished wood. The spectator benches can seat perhaps 160 persons. On Tuesday morning, March 22nd, the benches were occupied exclusively by the all-male venire of Finney County residents from which a jury was to be selected. Not many of the summoned citizenry seemed anxious to serve. One potential juror, in conversation with another, said, "They can't use me. I can't hear well enough." To which his friend, after a bit of sly reflection, replied, "Come to think of it, my hearing's not too good either." And it was generally thought that the choosing of the jury would take several days. As it turned out, the process was completed within 4 hours. Moreover, the jury, including 2 alternative members, was extracted from the first 44 candidates. 7 were rejected on preemptory challenge by the defense, and 3 were excused at the request of the prosecution. Another 21 dismissal either because they opposed capital punishment or because they admitted to having already formed a firm opinion regarding the guilt of the defendants. The 14 men ultimately elected consisted of half a dozen farmers, a pharmacist, a nursery manager, an airport employee, a well driller, 2 salesmen, a machinist, and a manager of Ray's bowling alley. They were all family men, several had 5 children or more, and were seriously affiliated with one or another of the local churches. During the voir dire examination, 4 of them told the court that they had been personally, though not intimately, acquainted with Mr. Clutter. But upon further questioning, each said he did not feel this circumstance would hinder his ability to reach an impartial verdict. The airport employee, a middle-aged man named N.O. Dunnan, said, when asked his opinion of capital punishment, "Ordinarily I'm against it. But in this case, no," a declaration which, to some who heard it, seemed clearly indicative of prejudice. Dunnan was nevertheless accepted as a juror. The defendants were inattentive observers of the voir dire proceedings. The previous day, Dr. Jones, the psychiatrist who had volunteered to examine them, had interviewed them separately for approximately 2 hours. At the end of the interviews, he had suggested that they each write for him an autobiographical statement, and it was the act of composing these statements that occupied the accused throughout the hours spent assembling a jury. Seated at opposite ends of their counsel's table, Hickok worked with a pen and Smith with a pencil. Smith wrote, "I was born Perry Edward Smith, October 27, 1928 in Huntington, Elko County, Nevada, which is situated way out in the boondocks, so to speak. I recall that in 1929 our family had ventured to Juneau, Alaska. In my family were my brother Tex Jr. He later changed his name to James because of the ridicule of the name Tex, and also I believe he hated my father in his early years, my mother's doing. My sister Fern, she also changed her name to Joy. My sister Barbara, and myself. In Juneau, my father was making bootleg hooch. I believe it was during this period my mother became acquainted with alcohol. Mom and Dad began having quarrel. I remember my mother was entertaining some sailors while my father was away. When he came home, a fight ensued, and my father, after a violent struggle, threw the sailors out and proceeded to beat my mother. I was frightfully scared. In fact, all us children were terrified, crying. I was scared because I thought my father was going to hurt me, also because he was beating my mother. I really didn't understand why he was beating her, but I felt she must have done something dreadfully wrong. The next thing I can vaguely recall is living in Fort Bragg, California. My brother had been presented a B gun. He had shot a hummingbird, and after he had shot it, he was sorry. I asked him to let me shoot the BB gun. He pushed me away, telling me I was too small. It made me so mad I started to cry. After I finished crying, my anger mounted again, and during the evening when the BB gun was behind the chair my brother was sitting in, I grabbed it and held it to my brother's ear and hollered bang. My father, or mother, beat me and made me apologize. My brother used to shoot at a big white horse ridden by a neighbor who went by our place on his way to town. The neighbor caught my brother and I hiding in the bushes and took us to Dad, and we got a beating, and brother had his gun taken away, and I was glad he had his gun taken away. This is about all I remember when we lived in Fort Bragg. Oh. We kids used to jump from a hayloft, holding an umbrella, onto a pile of hay on the ground. My next recollection is several years later when we were living in California, Nevada. I recall a very odious episode between my mother and a Negro. We children slept on a porch in the summertime. One of our beds was directly under my mother and father's room. Every one of us kids had taken a good look through the partly open curtain and seen what was going on. Dad had hired a Negro, Sam, to do odd jobs around the farm or ranch while he was working somewhere down the road. He used to come home late in the evening in his Model A truck. I do not recall the chain of events, but assumed Dad had known or suspected what was happening. It ended in a separation between Mom and Dad, and Mom took us kids to San Francisco. She run off with Dad's truck and all of the many souvenirs he brought from Alaska. I believe this was in 1935. In Frisco, I was continuously in trouble. I had started to run around with a gang, all of which were older than myself. My mother was always drunk, never in a fit condition to properly provide and care for us. I run as free and wild as a coyote. There was no rule or discipline, or anyone to show me right from wrong. I came and went as I pleased, until my first encounter with trouble. I was in and out of detention homes many times for running away from home and stealing. I remember one place I was sent to. I had weak kidneys and wet the bed every night. This was very humiliating to me, but I couldn't control myself. I was very severely beaten by the cottage mistress, who would call me names and made fun of me in front of all the boys. She used to come around at all hours of the night to see if I wet the bed. She would throw back the covers and furiously beat me with a large black leather belt, pull me out of bed by my hair, and drag me to the bathroom and throw me in the tub and turn the cold water on and tell me to wash myself and the sheets. Every night was a nightmare. Later on, she thought it was very funny to put some ointment on my penis. This was almost unbearable. It burned something terrible. She was later discharged from her job, but this never changed my mind about her and what I could have done to her and all the people who made fun of me. Then, because Dr. Jones had told him he must have the statement that very afternoon, Smith skipped forward to early adolescence and the years he and his father had lived together, the two of them wandering all over the West and far West, prospecting, trapping, doing odd jobs. I loved my father, but there were times when this love and affection I had for him drained from my heart like wasted water. Whenever he would not try to understand my problems, give me a little consideration and voice and responsibility, I had to get away from him. When I was 16, I joined the Merchant Marine. In 1948, I joined the Army. The recruiting officer gave me a break and upped my test. From this time on, I started to realize the importance of an education. This only added to the hatred and bitterness I held for others. I began to get into fights. I threw Japanese policemen off a bridge into the water. I was court-martialed for demolishing a Japanese cafe. I was court-martialed again in Kyoto, Japan, for stealing a Japanese taxicab. I was in the Army almost 4 years. I had many violent outbursts of anger while I served time in Japan and Korea. I was in Korea 15 months, was rotated and sent back to the States, and was given special recognition as being the first Korean vet to come back to the territory of Alaska. Big write-up, picture in paper, paid trip to Alaska by air, all the trimmings. I finished my Army service in Fort Lewis, Washington. Smith's pencil sped almost indecipherably as he hurried toward more recent history. The motorcycle accident that had crippled him, the burglary in Phillipsburg, Kansas, that had led to his first prison sentence. I was sentenced to 5 to 10 years for grand larceny, burglary, and jailbreak. I felt I was very unjustly dealt with. I became very bitter while I was in prison. Upon my release, I was supposed to go to Alaska with my father. I didn't go. I worked for a while in Nevada and Idaho, went to Las Vegas, and continued to Kansas, where I got into the situation I'm in now. No time for more. He signed his name and added a postscript. Would like to speak to you again. There's much I haven't said that may interest you. I have always felt a remarkable exhilaration being among people with a purpose and sense of dedication to carry out that purpose. I felt this about you in your presence. Hickok did not write with his companion's intensity. He often stopped to listen to the questioning of a prospective juror, or to stare at the faces around him particularly, and with plain displeasure, the muscular face of the county attorney, Dwayne one, who was his own age, 28. But his statement, written in a stylized script that looked like slanting rain, was finished before the court adjourned for the day. I will try to tell you all I can about myself, though most of my early life is vague to me, up until about my 10th birthday. My school years went quite the same as most other boy my own age. I had my share of fights, girls, and other things that go with a growing boy. My home life was also normal, but as I told you before, I was hardly ever allowed to leave my yard and visit with playmates. My father was always strict about us boys, his brother and him, in that line. Also, I had to help my dad quite a lot around the house. I can only remember my mother and dad having one argument that amounted to anything. What it was about, I don't know. My dad bought me a bicycle once, and I believe that I was the proudest boy in town. It was a girl's bike, and he changed it over to a boy's. He painted it all up, and it looked like new. But I had a lot of toys when I was little, a lot for the financial condition that my folks were in. We were always what you would call semi-poor, never down and out, but several times on the verge of it. My dad was a hard worker and did his best to provide for us. My mother also was always a hard worker. Her house was always neat, and we had clean clothes aplenty. I remember my dad used to wear those old-fashioned flat crown caps, and he would make me wear them too, and I didn't like them. In high school, I did real well, made above average grades the first year or two, but then started falling off a little. I had a girlfriend. She was a nice girl, and I never once tried to touch her anyway, but just kissing. It was a real clean courtship. While in school, I participated in all the sports and received 9 letters in all: basketball, football, track, and baseball. My senior year was best. I never had any steady girl, just played the field. That was when I had my first relationship with a girl. Of course, I told the boys that I'd had a lot of girls. I got offers from 2 colleges to play ball, but never attended any of them. After I graduated from school, I went to work for the Santa Fe Railroad and stayed until the following winter when I got laid off. The following spring, I got a job with the Rourke Motor Company. I had been working there about 4 months when I had an automobile wreck with a company car. I was in the hospital several days with extensive head injuries. While I was in the condition I was in, I couldn't find another job, so I was unemployed most of the winter. Meantime, I had met a girl and fallen in love. Her dad was a Baptist preacher and resented me going with her. In July, we were married. All hell broke loose from her dad until he learned she was pregnant. But still, he never wished me good luck, and that has always gone against the grain. After we were married, I worked at a service station near Kansas City. I worked from 8 at night till 8 in the morning. Sometimes my wife stayed with me all night. She was afraid I couldn't keep awake, so she came to help me. Then I got an offer to work at Perry Pontiac, which I gladly accepted. It was very satisfactory, though I didn't make a lot of money, $75 a week. I got along good with the other men and was well liked by my boss. I worked there 5 years. During my employment, there was the beginning of some of the lowest things I have ever done. Here Hickok revealed his pedophiliac tendencies, and after describing several sample experiences, wrote, "I know it is wrong, but at the time I never give any thought to whether it is right or wrong. The same with stealing. It seems to be an impulse. One thing I never told you about the Clutter deal is this. Before I ever went to their house, I knew there would be a girl there. I think the main reason I went there was not to rob them, but to rape the girl, because I thought a lot about it. That is one reason why I never want to turn back when we started to. Even when I saw there was no safe. I did make some advances toward the Clutter girl when I was there, but Perry never gave me a chance. I hope no one finds this out but you, as I haven't even told my lawyer. There were other things I should have told you, but I'm afraid of my people finding them out, because I am more ashamed of them, these things I did, than hanging. I have had sickness. I think caused from the car wreck I had, spells of passing out, and sometimes I would hemorrhage at the nose and left ear. I had one at some people's house by the name of Christ. They lived south of my parents. Not long ago, I had a piece of glass work out of my head. It came out the corner of my eye. My dad helped me to get it out. I figure I should tell you the things that led to my divorce and things that caused me to go to prison. It started the early part of 1957. My wife and I were living in an apartment in Kansas City. I had quit my job at the automobile company and went into the garage business for myself. I was renting the garage from a woman who had a daughter-in-law named Margaret. I met this girl one day while I was at work, and we went to have a cup of coffee. Her husband was away in the Marine Corps. To make a long story short, I started going out with her. My wife sued for divorce. I began thinking I never really loved my wife. Because if I had, I wouldn't have done all the things I'd done. So I never fought the divorce. I started drinking and was drunk for almost a month. I neglected my business, spent more money than I earned, wrote bad checks, and, in the end, became a thief. For this last, I was sent to the penitentiary. My lawyer said I should be truthful with you, as you can help me. And I need help, as you know. The next day, Wednesday, was the proper start of the trial. It was also the first time ordinary spectators were admitted into the courtroom, an area too small to accommodate more than a modest percentage of those who applied at the door. The best seats had been reserved for 20 members of the press, and for such special personages as Hickok's parents and Donald Cullivan, who, at the request of Perry Smith's lawyer, had traveled from Massachusetts to appear as a character witness in behalf of his former Army friend. It had been rumored that the two surviving Clutter daughters would be present. They were not, nor did they attend any subsequent session. The family was represented by Mr. Clutter's younger brother, Arthur, who had driven 100 miles to be there. He told newsmen, "I just want to get a good look at them, Smith and Hickok. I just want to see what kind of animals they are. The way I feel, I could tear them apart." He took a seat directly behind the defendants and fixed them with a gaze of unique persistence, as though he planned to paint their portraits from memory. Presently, and it was as if Arthur Clutter had willed him to do it, Perry Smith turned and looked at him and recognized a face very like the face of the man he had killed. The same mild eyes, narrow lips, firm chin. Perry, who was chewing gum, stopped chewing. He lowered his eyes. A minute elapsed. Then slowly his jaws began to move again. Except for this moment, Smith, and Hickok too, affected a courtroom attitude that was simultaneously uninterested and disinterested. They chewed gum and tapped their feet with languid impatience as the state summoned its first witness, Nancy Ewalt. And after Nancy, Susan Kidwell. The young girls described what they saw upon entering the Clutter house on Sunday, November 15th. The quiet rooms, an empty purse on a kitchen floor, sunshine in a bedroom, and their schoolmate, Nancy Clutter, surrounded by her own blood. The defense waived cross-examination, a policy they pursued with the next three witnesses, Nancy Ewalt's father, Clarence, and Sheriff Earl Robinson, and the county coroner, Dr. Robert Fenton, each of whom added to the narrative of events that sunny November morning. The discovery, finally, of all four victims, an account of how they looked, and, from Dr. Fenton, a clinical diagnosis of why. Severe traumas to brain and vital cranial structures inflicted by a shotgun. Then Richard G. Rohleder took the stand. Rohleder is chief investigator of the Garden City Police Department. His hobby is photography, and he is good at it. It was Rohleder who took the pictures that, when developed, revealed Hickok's dusty footprints in the Clutter cellar, prints the camera could discern, though not the human eye. And it was he who had photographed the corpses, those death scene images Alvin Dewey had continuously pondered while the murders were still unsolved. The point of Rohleder's testimony was to establish the fact of his having made these pictures, which the prosecution proposed to put into evidence. But Hickok's attorney objected. The sole reason the pictures are being introduced is to prejudice and inflame the minds of the jurors. Judge Tate overruled the objection and allowed the photographs into evidence, which meant they must be shown to the jury. While this was being done, Hickok's father, addressing a journalist seated near him, said, "The judge up there, I never seen a man so prejudiced. Just no sense having a trial. Not with him in charge. Why? That man was a pallbearer at the funeral." Actually, Tate was but slightly acquainted with the victims and was not present at their funeral in any capacity. But Mr. Hickok's was the only voice raised in an exceedingly silent courtroom. Altogether, there were 17 prints, and as they were passed from hand to hand, the jurors' expressions reflected the impact the pictures made. One man's cheeks reddened, as if he had been slapped, and a few, after the first distressing glance, obviously had no heart for the task. It was as though the photographs had pried open their mind's eye and forced them to at last really see the true and pitiful thing that had happened to a neighbor and his wife and children. It amazed them, it made them angry, and several of them, the pharmacist, the manager of the bowling alley, stared at the defendants with total contempt. The elder Mr. Hickok, wearily wagging his head, again and again murmured, "No sense." Just no sense having a trial. As the day's final witness, the prosecution had promised to produce a mystery man. It was the man who had supplied the information that led to the arrest of the accused, Floyd Wells, Hickok's former cellmate. Because he was still serving a sentence at Kansas State Penitentiary, and therefore was in danger of retaliation from other inmates, Wells had never been publicly identified as the informer. Now, in order that he might safely testify at the trial, he had been removed from the prison and lodged in a small jail in an adjacent county. Nevertheless, Wells' passage across the courtroom toward the witness stand was oddly stealthy, as though he expected to encounter an assassin along the way, and as he walked past Hickok, Hickok's lips writhed as he whispered a few atrocious words. Wells pretended not to notice, but like a horse that has heard the hum of a rattlesnake, he shied away from the betrayed man's venomous vicinity. Taking the stand, he stared straight ahead, a somewhat chinless little farm boyish fellow wearing a very decent dark blue suit which the state of Kansas had bought for the occasion. The state being concerned that its most important witness should look respectable and consequently trustworthy. Wells' testimony, perfected by pretrial rehearsal, was as tidy as his appearance. Encouraged by the sympathetic promptings of Logan Green, the witness acknowledged that he had once, for approximately a year, worked as a hired hand at River Valley Farm. He went on to say that some 10 years later, following his conviction on a burglary charge, he had become friendly with another imprisoned burglar, Richard Hickok, and had described to him the Clutter farm and family. Now, Green asked, during your conversations with Mr. Hickok, what was said about Mr. Clutter by either of you? Well, we talked quite a bit about Mr. Clutter. Hickok said he was about to be paroled, and he was going to go west looking for a job. He might stop to see Mr. Clutter to get a job. I was telling him how wealthy Mr. Clutter was. Did that seem to interest Mr. Hickok? Well, he wanted to know if Mr. Clutter had a safe around there. Mr. Wells, did you think at the time there was a safe in the Clutter house? Well, it has been so long since I worked out there. I thought there was a safe. I knew there was a cabinet of some kind. The next thing I knew, Hickok was talking about robbing Mr. Clutter. Did he tell you anything about how he was going to commit the robbery? He told me if he'd done anything like that, he wouldn't leave no witnesses. Did he actually say what he was going to do with the witnesses? Yes. He told me he would probably tie them up and then rob them and then kill them. Having established premeditation of great degree, Green left the witness to the ministrations of the defense. Old Mr. Fleming, a classic country lawyer more happily at home with land deeds than ill deeds, opened the cross-examination. The intent of his queries, as he soon established, was to introduce a subject the prosecution had emphatically avoided, the question of Wells' own role in the murder plot and his own moral liability. You didn't, Fleming said, hastening to the heart of the matter, say anything at all to Mr. Hickok to discourage him from coming out here to rob and kill the Clutter family? No. Anybody tells you anything about that up there, Kansas State Penitentiary, you don't pay any attention to it because you think they're just talking anyway. You mean you talked that way and didn't mean anything? Didn't you mean to convey to him, Hickok, the idea that Mr. Clutter had a safe? You wanted Mr. Hickok to believe that, did you not? In his quiet way, Fleming was giving the witness a rough time. Wells plucked at his tie, as though the knot was suddenly too tight. And you meant for Mr. Hickok to believe that Mr. Clutter had a lot of money, didn't you? I told him Mr. Clutter had a lot of money, yes. Fleming once more elicited an account of how Hickok had fully informed Wells of his violent plans for the Clutter family. Then, as though veiled in a private grief, the lawyer wistfully said, and even after all of that, you did nothing to discourage him? I didn't believe he'd do it. You didn't believe him. Then why, when you heard about the thing that happened out here, why did you think he was the one that was guilty? Wells cockily replied, because it was done just like he said he was going to do. Harrison Smith, the younger half of the defense team, took charge. Assuming an aggressive, sneering manner that seemed forced, for really he is a mild and lenient man, Smith asked the witness if he had a nickname. No, I just go by Floyd, the lawyer snorted. Don't they call you Squealer now? Or do they call you Snitch? I just go by Floyd, Wells repeated, rather hangdog. How many times have you been in jail? About 3 times. Some of those times for lying, were they? Denying it, the witness said that once he'd gone to jail for driving without an operator's license. That burglary was the reason for his second incarceration, and the third, a 90-day hitch in an army stockade, had been the outcome of something that happened while he was a soldier, We was on a train trip guard. We got a little intoxicated on the train, done a little extra shooting at some windows and lights. Everyone laughed. Everyone except the defendants. Hickok spat on the floor, and Harrison Smith, who now asked Wells why, after learning of the Holcomb tragedy, he had tarried several weeks before telling the authorities what he knew. "Weren't you," he said, "waiting for something to come out? Maybe like a reward?" "No. You didn't hear anything about a reward?" The lawyer was referring to the reward of $1,000 that had been offered by the Hutchinson News for information resulting in the arrest and conviction of the Clutter murderers. "I seen it in the paper. That was before you went to the authorities, wasn't it?" And when the witness admitted that this was true, Smith triumphantly continued by asking, "What kind of immunity did the county attorney offer you for coming up here today and testifying?" But Logan Green protested. "We object to the form of the question, Your Honor. There's been no testimony about immunity to anybody." The objection was sustained, and the witness dismissed. As he left the stand, Hickok announced to everyone within earshot, "Son of a bitch. Anybody ought to hang, he'd a hang. Look at him. Gonna walk out of here and get that money and go scot-free." This prediction proved correct, for not long afterward Wells collected both the reward and a parole. But his good fortune was short-lived. He was soon in trouble again, and, over the years, experienced many vicissitudes. At present, he is a resident of Mississippi State Prison in Parchman, Mississippi, where he is serving a 30-year sentence for armed robbery. By Friday, when the court recessed for the weekend, the state had completed its case, which included the appearance of 4 special agents of the Bureau of Investigation in Washington, D.C. These men, laboratory technicians skilled in various categories of scientific crime detection, had studied the physical evidence connecting the accused to the murders, blood samples, footprints, cartridge shells, rope and tape, and each of them certified the validity of the exhibits. Finally, the 4KB agents provided accounts of interviews with the prisoners and of the confessions eventually made by them. In cross-examining the KB personnel, the defense attorneys, a beleaguered pair, argued that the admissions of guilt had been obtained by improper means, brutal interrogation in sweltering, brightly lighted, closet-like rooms. The allegation, which was untrue, irritated the detectives into expounding very convincing denials. Later, in reply to a reporter who asked him why he had dogged this artificial scent at such length, Hickok's lawyer snapped, "What am I supposed to do? Hell, I'm playing without any cards. But I can't just sit here like a dummy. I've got to sound off once in a while." The prosecution's most damaging witness proved to be Alvin Dewey. His testimony, the first public rendering of the events detailed in Perry Smith's confession, earned large headlines. "Unveil mute murder horror, cold, chilling facts told," and shocked his listeners. None more so than Richard Hickok, who came to a startled and chagrined attention when, in the course of Dewey's commentary, the agent said, "There is one incident Smith related to me that I haven't as yet mentioned. And that was that after the Clutter family was tied up, Hickok said to him how well built he thought Nancy Clutter was, and that he was going to rape her. Smith said he told Hickok there wasn't going to be anything like that go on. Smith told me he had no respect for anyone who couldn't control their sexual desires, and that he would have fought Hickok before allowing him to rape the Clutter girl." Heretofore, Hickok had not known that his partner had informed police of the proposed assault, nor was he aware that, in a friendlier spirit, Perry had altered his original story to claim that he alone had shot the 4 victims, a fact revealed by Dewey as he neared the end of his testimony. "Perry Smith told me he wished to change 2 things in the statement he had given us. He said everything else in that statement was true and correct, except these 2 things. And that was that he wanted to say he killed Mrs. Clutter and Nancy Clutter, not Hickok. He told me that Hickok didn't want to die with his mother thinking he had killed any members of the Clutter family. And he said the Hickocks were good people. So why not have it that way?" Hearing this, Mrs. Hickok wept. Throughout the trial, she had sat quietly beside her husband, her hands worrying a rumpled handkerchief. As often as she caught her son's eye, nodded at him, and simulated a smile which, though flimsily constructed, affirmed her loyalty. But clearly the woman's control was exhausted. She began to cry. A few spectators glanced at her, and glanced away, embarrassed. The rest seemed oblivious of the raw dirge counterpointing Dewey's continuing recitation. Even her husband, perhaps because he believed it unmanly to take notice, remained aloof. At last, a woman reporter, the only one present, led Mrs. Hickok out of the courtroom and into the privacy of a ladies' room. Once her anguish had subsided, Mrs. Hickok expressed a need to confide. "There's nobody much I can talk to," she told her companion. "I don't mean people haven't been kind, neighbors and all. And strangers, too. Strangers have wrote letters to say they know how hard it must be and how sorry they are. Nobody said a mean word, either to Walter or me. Not even here, where you might expect it. Everybody here has gone out of their way to be friendly. The waitress over at the place where we take our meals, she puts ice cream on the pie and don't charge for it. I tell her don't. I can't eat it. Used to be I could eat anything didn't eat me first. But she puts it on. To be nice. Sheila, that's her. She says it's not our fault what happened. But it seems to me like people are looking at me and thinking, well, she must be to blame somehow. The way I raised Dick. Maybe I had to do something wrong. Only I don't know what it could have been. I get headaches trying to remember. We're plain people, just country people, getting along the same as everybody else. We had some good times at our house. I taught Dick the foxtrot. Dancing, I was always crazy about it. It was my whole life when I was a girl. And there was a boy, gosh, he could dance like Christmas. We went a silver cup waltzing together. For a long time we planned to run away and go on the stage. Vaudeville. It was just a dream. Children dreaming. He left town, and one day I married Walter, and Walter Hickok couldn't do step one. He said if I wanted a hoofer, I should have married a horse. Nobody ever danced with me again until I learned Dick, and he didn't take to exactly, but he was sweet. Dick was the best-natured little kid. Mrs. Hickok removed the spectacles she was wearing, polished the smeared lenses, and resettled them on her pudgy, agreeable face. There's lots more to Dick than what you hear back there in the courtroom. The lawyers jabbering how terrible he is no good at all. I can't make any excuses for what he did, his part in it. I'm not forgetting that family. I pray for them every night. But I pray for Dick, too. And this boy Perry. It was wrong of me to hate him. I've got nothing but pity for him now. And you know, I believe Mrs. Clutter would feel pity, too. Being the kind of woman they say she was. Court had adjourned. The noises of the departing audience clattered in the corridor beyond the lavatory door. Mrs. Hickok said she must go and meet her husband. He's dying. I don't think he minds anymore. Many observers of the trial scene were baffled by the visitor from Boston, Donald Cullivan. They could not quite understand why this staid young Catholic, a successful engineer who had taken his degree at Harvard, a husband and the father of 3 children, should choose to befriend an uneducated, homicidal half-breed whom he knew but slightly and had not seen for 9 years. Cullivan himself said, "My wife doesn't understand it either. Coming out here was something I couldn't afford to do. It meant using a week of my vacation and money we really need for other things. On the other hand, it was something I couldn't afford not to do." Perry's lawyer wrote me asking if I would be a character witness. The moment I read the letter, I knew I had to do it. Because I'd offered this man my friendship. And because, well, I believe in the life everlasting. All souls can be saved for God. The salvation of a soul, namely Perry Smith's, was an enterprise the deeply Catholic undersheriff and his wife were eager to assist. Although Mrs. Meyer had been rebuffed by Perry when she had suggested a consultation with Father Gabot, a local priest. Perry said, "Priests and nuns have had their chance with me. I'm still wearing the scars to prove it." And so, during the weekend recess, the Meyers invited Cullivan to eat Sunday dinner with the prisoner in his cell. The opportunity to entertain his friend, play host as it were, delighted Perry, and the planning of the menu, wild goose, stuffed and roasted, with gravy and creamed potatoes and string beans, aspic salad, hot biscuits, cold milk, freshly baked cherry tarts, cheese, and coffee, seemed to concern him more than the outcome of the trial, which, to be sure, he did not consider a suspenseful matter. Those prairie billies, they'll vote to hang fast as pigs eat slop. Look at their eyes. I'll be damned if I'm the only killer in the courtroom. All Sunday morning, he prepared to receive his guest. The day was warm, a little windy, and leaf shadows, supple emanations from the tree boughs that brushed the cell's barred window, tantalized Perry's tame squirrel. Big Red chased the swaying patterns while his master swept and dusted, scrubbed the floor, and scoured the toilet, and cleared the desk of literary accumulations. The desk was to be the dining table, and once Perry had finished setting it, it looked most inviting, for Mrs. Meyer had donated a linen tablecloth, starched napkins, and her best china and silver. Cullivan was impressed. He whistled when the feast, arriving on trays, was placed upon the table, and before sitting down, he asked the host if he might offer a blessing. The host, head unbowed, cracked his knuckles as Cullivan, with bowed head and palms together, intoned, "Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty, through the mercy of Christ, our Lord. Amen." Perry murmuringly remarked that in his opinion, any credit due belonged to Mrs. Meyer. She did all the work. "Well," he said, heaping his guest's plate, "it's good to see you, Dawn. You look just the same. Haven't changed a bit." Cullivan, in appearance a cautious bank clerk with depleted hair and a face rather difficult to recall, agreed that outwardly he hadn't changed much. But his interior self, the invisible man, was another matter. I was coasting along. Not knowing God is the only reality. Once you realize that, then everything falls into place. Life has meaning, and so does death. "Boy, do you always eat like this?" Perry laughed. "She's really a terrific cook, Mrs. Meyer. You ought to taste her Spanish rice. I've gained 15 pounds since I got here. Of course, I was on the thin side. I'd lost a lot of weight while Dick and me were out on the road riding all to hell and gone. Hardly ever eating a square meal. Hungry as hell most of the time. Mostly, we lived like animals. Dick was always stealing canned stuff out of grocery stores. Baked beans and canned spaghetti. We'd open it up in the car and gobble it cold. Animals. Dick loves to steal. It's an emotional thing with him, a sickness. I'm a thief too, but only if I don't have the money to pay. Dick, if he was carrying $100 in his pocket, he'd steal a stick of chewing gum. Later, over cigarettes and coffee, Perry returned to the subject of thievery. My friend Willie J. used to talk about it. He used to say that all crimes were only varieties of theft, murder included. When you kill a man, you steal his life. I guess that makes me a pretty big thief. See, Don, I did kill them. Down there in court. Old Dewey made it sound like I was prevaricating on account of Dick's mother. Well, I wasn't. Dick helped me. He held the flashlight and picked up the shells. And it was his idea, too. But Dick didn't shoot them. He never could have. Though he's damn quick when it comes to running down an old dog. I wonder why I did it. He scowled, as though the problem was new to him, a newly unearthed stone of surprising, unclassified color. "I don't know why," he said, as if holding it to the light and angling it now here, now there. I was sore at Dick, the tough brass boy. But it wasn't Dick, or the fear of being identified. I was willing to take that gamble. And it wasn't because of anything the Clutters did. They never hurt me, like other people. Like people have all my life. Maybe it's just that the Clutters were the ones who had to pay for it. Cullivan probed, trying to gauge the depth of what he assumed would be Perry's contrition. Surely he must be experiencing a remorse sufficiently profound to summon a desire for God's mercy and forgiveness. Perry said, "Am I sorry? If that's what you mean, I'm not. I don't feel anything about it. I wish I did. But nothing about it bothers me a bit." Half an hour after it happened, Dick was making jokes, and I was laughing at them. Maybe we're not human. I'm human enough to feel sorry for myself. Sorry I can't walk out of here when you walk out. But that's all. Cullivan could scarcely credit so detached an attitude. Perry was confused, mistaken. It was not possible for any man to be that devoid of conscience or compassion. Perry said, "Why? Soldiers don't lose much sleep. They murder and get medals for doing it. The good people of Kansas want to murder me, and some hangman will be glad to get the work. It's easy to kill, a lot easier than passing a bad check. Just remember, I only knew the Clutters maybe an hour. If I'd really known them, I guess I'd feel different. I don't think I could live with myself. But the way it was like picking off targets in a shooting gallery." Cullivan was silent, and his silence upset Perry, who seemed to interpret it as implying disapproval. "Hell, Don, don't make me act the hypocrite with you. Throw a loaded bull. How sorry I am. How all I want to do now is crawl on my knees and pray. That stuff don't ring with me. I can't accept overnight what I've always denied. The truth is, you've done more for me than any what you call God ever has, or ever will. By writing to me, by signing yourself friend, when I had no friends, except Joe James. Joe James, he explained to Cullivan, was a young Indian logger with whom he had once lived in a forest near Bellingham, Washington. That's a long way from Garden City, a good 2,000 miles. I sent word to Joe about the trouble I'm in. Joe's a poor guy. He's got 7 kids to feed, but he promised to come here if he had to walk. He hasn't shown up yet, and maybe he won't. Only I think he will. Joe always liked me. Do you? Dawn. Yes, I like you. Cullivan's softly emphatic answer pleased and rather flustered Perry. He smiled and said, "Then you must be some kind of nut." Suddenly rising, he crossed the cell and picked up a broom. "I don't know why I should die among strangers. Let a bunch of prairie billies stand around and watch me strangle. Shit, I ought to kill myself first." He lifted the broom and pressed the bristles against the light bulb that burned in the ceiling. "Just unscrew the bulb and smash it and cut my wrists. That's what I ought to do. While you're still here. Somebody who cares about me a little bit." The trial resumed on Monday morning at 10 o'clock. 90 minutes later, the court adjourned, the case for the defense having been completed in that brief time. The defendants declined to testify in their own behalf, and therefore the question of whether Hickok or Smith had been the actual executioner of the Clutter family did not arise. Of the 5 witnesses who did appear, the first was the hollow-eyed Mr. Hickok. Though he spoke with a dignified and mournful clarity, he had but one contribution to make that was relevant to a claim of temporary insanity. His son, he said, had suffered head injuries in a car accident in July 1950. Prior to the accident, Dick had been a happy-go-lucky boy, had done well in school, been popular with his classmates and considerate of his parents. No trouble to anybody. Harrison Smith, gently guiding the witness, said, "I will ask you if, after July 1950, you observed any change in the personality and habits and actions of your son, Richard? He just didn't act like the same boy. What were the changes you observed?" Mr. Hickok, between pensive hesitations, listed several. Dick was sulky and restless. He ran around with older men, drank and gambled. He just wasn't the same boy. The last assertion was promptly challenged by Logan Green, who undertook the cross-examination. "Mr. Hickok, you say you never had any trouble with your son until after 1950? I think he got arrested in 1949. A citric smile bent Green's tiny lips. "Remember what he was arrested for? He was accused of breaking into a drugstore." "Accused? Didn't he admit that he broke into the store?" "That's right, he did. And that was in 1949. Yet now you tell us your son had a change in his attitude and conduct after 1950. "I would say so, yes." "You mean that after 1950 he became a good boy?" Hard coughs agitated the old man. He spat into a handkerchief. "No," he said, studying the discharge. "I wouldn't say that." "Then what was the change that took place?" "Well, that would be pretty hard to explain. He just didn't act like the same boy." "You mean he lost his criminal tendencies?" The lawyer's Sally-induced guffaws, a courtroom flare-up that Judge Tate's dour gaze soon extinguished. Mr. Hickok, presently set free, was replaced on the stand by Drive W. Mitchell Jones. Dr. Jones identified himself to the court as a physician specializing in the field of psychiatry, and in support of his qualifications, added that he had attended perhaps 1,500 patients since 1956, the year he had entered a psychiatric residency at Topeka State Hospital in Topeka, Kansas. For the past 2 years, he had served on the staff of Lawrence State Hospital, where he was in charge of the Dillon Building, a section reserved for the criminally insane. Harrison Smith asked the witness, "Approximately how many murders have you dealt with?" "About 25. "Doctor, I would like to ask you if you know my client, Richard Eugene Hickok." "I do." "Have you had occasion to examine him professionally?" "Yes, sir. I made a psychiatric evaluation of Mr. Hickok." "Based upon your examination, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Richard Eugene Hickok knew right from wrong at the time of the commission of the crime?" The witness, a stout man of 28 with a moon-shaped but intelligent, subtly delicate face, took a deep breath, as though to equip himself for a prolonged reply, which the judge then cautioned him he must not make. "You may answer the question yes or no, doctor. Limit your answer to yes or no." "Yes." "And what is your opinion?" "I think that within the usual definitions, Mr. Hickok did know right from wrong." Confined as he was by the Manhattan rule, the usual definitions, a formula quite colorblind to any gradations between black and white, Dr. Jones was impotent to answer otherwise. But of course the response was a letdown for Hickok's attorney, who hopelessly asked, "Can you qualify that answer?" It was hopeless because though Dr. Jones agreed to elaborate, the prosecution was entitled to object, and did, citing the fact that Kansas law allowed nothing more than a yes or no reply to the pertinent question. The objection was upheld, and the witness dismissed. However, had Dr. Jones been allowed to speak further, here is what he would have testified. Richard Hickok is above average in intelligence, grasps new ideas easily, and has a wide fund of information. He is alert to what is happening around him, and he shows no sign of mental confusion or disorientation. His thinking is well organized and logical, and he seems to be in good contact with reality. Although I did not find the usual signs of organic brain damage, memory loss, concrete concept formation, intellectual deterioration, this cannot be completely ruled out. He had a serious head injury with concussion and several hours of unconsciousness in 1950. This was verified by me by checking hospital records. He says he has had blackout spells, periods of amnesia, and headaches ever since that time, and a major portion of his antisocial behavior has occurred since that time. He has never had the medical tests which would definitely prove or disprove the existence of residual brain damage. Definitive medical tests are indicated before a complete evaluation can be said to exist. Hickok does show signs of emotional abnormality. That he knew what he was doing and still went ahead with it is possibly the most clear-cut demonstration of this fact. He is a person who is impulsive in action, likely to do things without thought of consequences or future discomfort to himself or to others. He does not seem to be capable of learning from experience, and he shows an unusual pattern of intermittent periods of productive activity followed by patently irresponsible actions. He cannot tolerate feelings of frustration as a more normal person can, and he is poorly able to rid himself of those feelings except through antisocial activity. His self-esteem is very low, and he secretly feels inferior to others and sexually inadequate. These feelings seem to be overcompensated for by dreams of being rich and powerful, a tendency to brag about his exploits, spending sprees when he has money, and dissatisfaction with only the normal slow advancement he could expect from his job. He is uncomfortable in his relationships to other people and has a pathological inability to form and hold enduring personal attachments. Although he professes usual moral standards, he seems obviously uninfluenced by them in his actions. In summary, he shows fairly typical characteristics of what would psychiatrically be called a severe character disorder. It is important that steps be taken to rule out the possibility of organic brain damage, since, if present, it might have substantially influenced his behavior during the past several years and at the time of the crime. Aside from a formal plea to the jury, which would not take place until the morrow, the psychiatrist's testimony terminated Hickok's planned defense. Next, it was the turn of Arthur Fleming, Smith's elderly counselor. He presented 4 witnesses: the Reverend James E. Post, the Protestant chaplain at Kansas State Penitentiary; Perry's Indian friend, Joe James, who after all had arrived by bus that morning, having traveled a day and 2 nights from his wilderness home in the far northwest; Donald Cullivan; and, once again, Dr. Jones. Except for the latter, these men were offered as character witnesses, persons expected to attribute to the accused a few human virtues. They did not fare very well, though each of them negotiated some skimpily favorable remark before the protesting prosecution, which contended that personal comments of this nature were incompetent, irrelevant, immaterial, hushed, and banished them. For example, Joe James, dark-haired, even darker-skinned than Perry, a lithe figure who with his faded huntsman's shirt and moccasined feet looked as though he had that instant mysteriously emerged from woodland shadows, told the court that the defendant had lived with him off and on for over 2 years. Perry was a likable kid, well liked around the neighborhood. He never done one thing out of the way to my knowledge. The state stopped him there, and stopped Cullivan, too, when he said, "During the time I knew him in the Army, Perry was a very likable fellow." The Reverend Post survived somewhat longer, for he made no direct attempt to compliment the prisoner, but described sympathetically an encounter with him at Lansing. I first met Perry Smith when he came to my office in the prison chapel with a picture he had painted, a head and shoulders portrait of Jesus Christ done in pastel crayon. He wanted to give it to me for use in the chapel. It's been hanging on the walls of my office ever since. Fleming said, "Do you have a photograph of that painting?" The minister had an envelope full, but when he produced them, ostensibly for distribution among the jurors, an exasperated Logan Green leaped to his feet. "If Your Honor, please, this is going too far." His Honor saw that it went no further. Dr. Jones was now recalled, and following the preliminaries that had accompanied his original appearance, Fleming put to him the crucial query. From your conversations and examination of Perry Edward Smith, do you have an opinion as to whether he knew right from wrong at the time of the offense involved in this action? And once more the court admonished the witness. Answer yes or no. Do you have an opinion? No. Amid surprised mutters, Fleming, surprised himself, said, You may state to the jury why you have no opinion. Green objected. The man has no opinion. And that's it, which it was, legally speaking. But had Dr. Jones been permitted to discourse on the cause of his indecision, he would have testified. Perry Smith shows definite signs of severe mental illness. His childhood, related to me and verified by portions of the prison records, was marked by brutality and lack of concern on the part of both parents. He seems to have grown up without direction, without love, and without ever having absorbed any fixed sense of moral values. He is oriented, hyper-alert to things going on about him, and shows no sign of confusion. He is above average in intelligence, and has a good range of information considering his poor educational background. Two features in his personality make up stand out as particularly pathological. The first is his paranoid orientation toward the world. He is suspicious and distrustful of others, tends to feel that others discriminate against him, and feels that others are unfair to him and do not understand him. He is overly sensitive to criticisms that others make of him, and cannot tolerate being made fun of. He is quick to sense slight or insult in things others say, and frequently may misinterpret well-meant communications. He feels he has great need of friendship and understanding, but he is reluctant to confide in others, and when he does, expects to be misunderstood or even betrayed. In evaluating the intentions and feelings of others, his ability to separate the real situation from his own mental projections is very poor. He not infrequently groups all people together as being hypocritical, hostile, and deserving of whatever he is able to do to them. Akin to this first trait is the second, and ever-present, poorly controlled rage, easily triggered by any feeling of being tricked, slighted, or labeled inferior by others. For the most part, his rages in the past have been directed at authority figures, father, brother, army sergeant, state parole officer, and have led to violent assaultive behavior on several occasions. Both he and his acquaintances have been aware of these rages, which he says mount up in him, and of the poor control he has over them. When turned toward himself, his anger has precipitated ideas of suicide. The inappropriate force of his anger and lack of ability to control or channel it reflect a primary weakness of personality structure. In addition to these traits, the subject shows mild, early signs of a disorder of his thought processes. He has poor ability to organize his thinking. He seems unable to scan or summarize his thought, becoming involved and sometimes lost in detail, and some of his thinking reflects a magical quality, a disregard of reality. He has had few close emotional relationships with other people, and these have not been able to stand small crises. He has little feeling for others outside a very small circle of friends, and attaches little real value to human life. This emotional detachment and blandness in certain areas is other evidence of his mental abnormality. More extensive evaluation would be necessary to make an exact psychiatric diagnosis, but his present personality structure is very nearly that of a paranoid schizophrenic reaction. It is significant that a widely respected veteran in the field of forensic psychiatry, Dr. Joseph Satin of the Menninger Clinic in Topeka, Kansas, consulted with Dr. Jones and endorsed his evaluations of Hickok and Smith. Dr. Satin, who afterward gave the case close attention, suggests that though the crime would not have occurred except for a certain frictional interplay between the perpetrators, it was essentially the act of Perry Smith, who, he feels, represents a type of murderer described by him in an article, Murder Without Apparent Motive, a Study in Personality Disorganization. The article, printed in the American Journal of Psychiatry, July 1960, and written in collaboration with three colleagues, Carl Menninger, Erwin Rosen, and Martin Mayman, states its aim at the outset. In attempting to assess the criminal responsibility of murderers, the law tries to divide them, as it does all offenders, into two groups, the sane and insane. The sane murderer is thought of as acting upon rational motives that can be understood, though condemned, and the insane, one is being driven by irrational, senseless motives. When rational motives are conspicuous, for example, when a man kills for personal gain, or when the irrational motives are accompanied by delusions or hallucinations, for example, a paranoid patient who kills his fantasied persecutor, the situation presents little problem to the psychiatrist. But murderers who seem rational, coherent, and controlled, and yet whose homicidal acts have a bizarre, apparently senseless quality, pose a difficult problem if courtroom disagreements and contradictory reports about the same offender are an index. It is our thesis that the psychopathology of such murderers forms at least one specific syndrome, which we shall describe. In general, these individuals are predisposed to severe lapses in ego control, which makes possible the open expression of primitive violence, born out of previous, and now unconscious, traumatic experiences. The authors, as part of an appeals process, had examined 4 men convicted of seemingly unmotivated murders. All had been examined prior to their trials, and found to be without psychosis and sane. 3 of the men were under death sentence, and the 4th was serving a long prison sentence. In each of these cases, further psychiatric investigation had been requested because someone, either the lawyer, a relative, or a friend, was dissatisfied with the psychiatric explanations previously given, and in effect had asked, how can a person as sane as this man seems to be commit an act as crazy as the one he was convicted of? After describing the 4 criminals and their crimes, a Negro soldier who mutilated and dismembered a prostitute, a laborer who strangled a 14-year-old boy when the boy rejected his sexual advances, an army corporal who bludgeoned to death another young boy because he imagined the victim was making fun of him, and a hospital employee who drowned a girl of 9 by holding her head underwater. The author surveyed the areas of similarity. The men themselves, they wrote, were puzzled as to why they killed their victims, who were relatively unknown to them, and in each instance the murderer appears to have lapsed into a dreamlike, dissociative trance from which he awakened to suddenly discover himself assaulting his victim. The most uniform, and perhaps the most significant, historical finding was a long-standing, sometimes lifelong, history of erratic control over aggressive impulses. For example, 3 of the men, throughout their lives, had been frequently involved in fights which were not ordinary altercations, and which would have become homicidal assaults if not stopped by others. Here, in excerpt, are a number of other observations contained in the study. Despite the violence in their lives, all of the men had ego images of themselves as physically inferior, weak, and inadequate. The histories revealed in each a severe degree of sexual inhibition. To all of them, adult women were threatening creatures, and in 2 cases there was overt sexual perversion. All of them, too, had been concerned throughout their early years about being considered sissies, physically undersized or sickly. In all 4 cases, there was historical evidence of altered states of consciousness, frequently in connection with the outbursts of violence. 2 of the men reported severe, dissociative trance-like states during which violent and bizarre behavior was seen, while the other 2 reported less severe, and perhaps less well-organized, amnesiac episodes. During moments of actual violence, they often felt separated or isolated from themselves, as if they were watching someone else. Also seen in the historical background of all the cases was the occurrence of extreme parental violence during childhood. One man said he was whipped every time I turn around. Another of the men had many violent beatings in order to break him of his stammering and fits, as well as to correct him for his allegedly bad behavior. The history relating to extreme violence, whether fantasied, observed in reality, or actually experienced by the child, fits in with the psychoanalytic hypothesis that the child's exposure to overwhelming stimuli, before he can master them, is closely linked to early defects in ego formation and later severe disturbances in impulse control. In all of these cases, there was evidence of severe emotional deprivation in early life. This deprivation may have involved prolonged or recurrent absence of one or both parents, a chaotic family life in which the parents were unknown, or an outright rejection of the child by one or both parents, with the child being raised by others. Evidence of disturbances in affect organization was seen. Most typically, the men displayed a tendency not to experience anger or rage in association with violent aggressive action. None reported feelings of rage in connection with the murders, nor did they experience anger in any strong or pronounced way, although each of them was capable of enormous and brutal aggression. Their relationships with others were of a shallow, cold nature, lending a quality of loneliness and isolation to these men. People were scarcely real to them, in the sense of being warmly or positively, or even angrily, felt about. The three men under sentence of death had shallow emotions regarding their own fate and that of their victims. Guilt, depression, and remorse were strikingly absent. Such individuals can be considered to be murder-prone in the sense of either carrying a surcharge of aggressive energy or having an unstable ego defense system that periodically allows the naked and archaic expression of such energy. The murderous potential can become activated, especially if some disequilibrium is already present, when the victim-to-be is unconsciously perceived as a key figure in some past traumatic configuration. The behavior, or even the mere presence, of this figure adds a stress to the unstable balance of forces that results in a sudden extreme discharge of violence, similar to the explosion that takes place when a percussion cap ignites a charge of dynamite. The hypothesis of unconscious motivation explains why the murderers perceived innocuous and relatively unknown victims as provocative and thereby suitable targets for aggression. But why murder? Most people, fortunately, do not respond with murderous outbursts, even under extreme provocation. The cases described, on the other hand, were predisposed to gross lapses in reality contact and extreme weakness in impulse control during periods of heightened tension and disorganization. At such times, a chance acquaintance or even a stranger was easily able to lose his real meaning and assume an identity in the unconscious traumatic configuration. The old conflict was reactivated and aggression swiftly mounted to murderous proportions. When such senseless murders occur, they are seen to be an end result of a period of increasing tension and disorganization in the murderer starting before the contact with the victim who, by fitting into the unconscious conflicts of the murderer, unwittingly serves to set in motion his homicidal potential. Because of the many parallels between the background and personality of Perry Smith and the subjects of his study, Dr. Satin feels secure in assigning him to a position among their ranks. Moreover, the circumstances of the crime seem to him to fit exactly the concept of murder without apparent motive. Obviously, three of the murders Smith committed were logically motivated: Nancy, Kenyon, and their mother had to be killed because Mr. Clutter had been killed. But it is Dr. Satin's contention that only the first murder matters psychologically, and that when Smith attacked Mr. Clutter, he was under a mental eclipse, deep inside a schizophrenic darkness. For it was not entirely a flesh and blood man he suddenly discovered himself destroying, but a key figure in some past traumatic configuration. His father? The orphanage nuns who had derided and beaten him? The hated army sergeant? The parole officer who had ordered him to stay out of Kansas? One of them, or all of them. In his confession, Smith said, "I didn't want to harm a man. I thought he was a very nice gentleman. Soft-spoken. I thought so right up to the moment I cut his throat." While talking to Donald Cullivan, Smith said, the Clutters never hurt me. Like other people. Like people have all my life. Maybe it's just that the Clutters were the ones who had to pay for it. So it would appear that by independent paths, both the professional and the amateur analyst reached conclusions not dissimilar. The aristocracy of Finney County had snubbed the trial. "It doesn't do," announced the wife of one rich rancher, "to seem curious about that sort of thing." Nevertheless, the trial's last session found a fair segment of the local establishment seated alongside the plainer citizenry. Their presence was a courteous gesture toward Judge Tate and Logan Green, esteemed members of their own order. Also, a large contingent of out-of-town lawyers, many of whom had journeyed great distances, filled several benches. Specifically, they were on hand to hear Green's final address to the jury. Green, a suavely tough little septuagenarian, has an imposing reputation among his peers, who admire his stagecraft, a repertoire of actorish gifts that includes a sense of timing acute as a nightclub comedian's. An expert criminal lawyer, his usual role is that of defender, but in this instance the state had retained him as a special assistant to Dwayne West, for it was felt that the young county attorney was too unseasoned to prosecute the case without experienced support. But like most star turns, Green was the last act on the program. Judge Tate's level-headed instructions to the jury preceded him, as did the county attorney's summation. Can there be a single doubt in your minds regarding the guilt of these defendants? No. Regardless of who pulled the trigger on Richard Eugene Hickok's shotgun, both men are equally guilty. There is only one way to assure that these men will never again roam the towns and cities of this land. We request the maximum penalty, death. This request is made not in vengeance, but in all humbleness. Then the pleas of the defense attorneys had to be heard. Fleming's speech, described by one journalist as soft sell, amounted to a mild, churchly sermon. Man is not an animal. He has a body, and he has a soul that lives forever. I don't believe man has the right to destroy that house, a temple, in which the soul dwells. Harrison Smith, though he too appealed to the jurors' presumed Christianity, took as his main theme the evils of capital punishment. It is a relic of human barbarism. The law tells us that the taking of human life is wrong, then goes ahead and sets the example, which is almost as wicked as the crime it punished. The state has no right to inflict it. It isn't effective. It doesn't deter crime, but merely cheapens human life and gives rise to more murders. All we ask is mercy. Surely life imprisonment is small mercy to ask. Not everyone was attentive. One juror, as though poisoned by the numerous spring fever yawns waiting the air, sat with drugged eyes and jaws so utterly ajar bees could have buzzed in and out. Green woke them up. "Gentlemen," he said, speaking without notes, "you have just heard two energetic pleas for mercy in behalf of the defendants. It seems to me fortunate that these admirable attorneys, Mr. Fleming and Mr. Smith, were not at the Clutter House that fateful night. Very fortunate for them that they were not present to plead mercy for the doomed family. Because had they been there, well, come next morning we would have had more than 4 corpses to count." As a boy in his native Kentucky, Green was called Pinky, a nickname he owed to his freckled coloring. Now, as he strutted before the jury, the stress of his assignment warmed his face and splotched it with patches of pink. I have no intention of engaging in theological debate, but I anticipated that defense counsel would use the Holy Bible as an argument against the death penalty. You have heard the Bible quoted, but I can read, too. He slapped open a copy of the Old Testament. And here are a few things the good book has to say on the subject. In Exodus 20, verse 13, we have one of the 10 commandments, "Thou shalt not kill." This refers to unlawful killing. Of course it does, because in the next chapter, verse 12, the penalty for disobedience of that commandment reads, "He that smitteth a man, so that he die, shall be surely put to death." Now, Mr. Fleming would have you believe that all this was changed by the coming of Christ. Not so. For Christ says, "Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill." And finally, Green fumbled and seemed to accidentally shut the Bible, whereupon the visiting legal dignitaries grinned and nudged each other. For this was a venerable courtroom ploy. The lawyer who, while reading from the scriptures, pretends to lose his place, and then remarks, as Green now did, "Never mind. I think I can quote from memory. Genesis 9, verse 6, "Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed." But, Green went on, "I see nothing to be gained by arguing the Bible. Our state provides that the punishment for murder in the first degree shall be imprisonment for life or death by hanging. That is the law. You, gentlemen, are here to enforce it. And if ever there was a case in which the maximum penalty was justified, this is it. These were strange, ferocious murders. 4 of your fellow citizens were slaughtered like hogs in a pen. And for what reason? Not out of vengeance or hatred, but for money. Money. It was the cold and calculated weighing of so many ounces of silver against so many ounces of blood. And how cheaply those lives were bought. For $40 worth of loot. $10 a life. He whirled and pointed a finger that moved back and forth between Hickok and Smith. They went armed with a shotgun and a dagger. They went to rob and kill. His voice trembled, toppled, disappeared, as though strangled by the intensity of his own loathing for the debonair, gum-chewing defendants. Turning again to the jury, he hoarsely asked, "What are you going to do? What are you going to do with these men that bind a man hand and foot, and cut his throat and blow out his brains? Give them the minimum penalty?" "Yes, and that's only one of 4 counts." "What about Kenyon Clutter, a young boy with his whole life before him, tied helplessly in sight of his father's death struggle? Or young Nancy Clutter, hearing the gunshots and knowing her time was next. Nancy, begging for her life, don't. Oh, please don't. Please. Please. What agony. What unspeakable torture. And there remains the mother, bound and gagged and having to listen as her husband, her beloved children, died one by one. Listen until at last the killers, these defendants before you, entered her room, focused a flashlight in her eyes, and let the blast of a shotgun end the existence of an entire household. Pausing, Green gingerly touched a boil on the back of his neck, a mature inflammation that seemed, like its angry wearer, about to burst. So, gentlemen, what are you going to do? Give them the minimum? Send them back to the penitentiary? And take the chance of their escaping or being paroled? The next time they go slaughtering, it may be your family. I say to you, he solemnly said, staring at the panel in a manner that encompassed and challenged them all, some of our enormous crimes only happen because once upon a time a pack of chicken-hearted jurors refused to do their duty. Now, gentlemen, I leave it to you and your consciences. He sat down. West whispered to him, "That was masterly, sir." But a few of Green's auditors were less enthusiastic, and after the jury retired to discuss the verdict, one of them, a young reporter from Oklahoma, exchanged sharp words with another newsman, Richard Parr of the Kansas City Star. To the Oklahoman, Green's address had seemed rabble-rousing, brutal. He was just telling the truth, Parr said. The truth can be brutal, to coin a phrase, but he didn't have to hit that hard. It's unfair. What's unfair? The whole trial. These guys don't stand a chance. Fat chance they gave Nancy Clutter. Perry Smith. My God, he's had such a rotten life. Parr said, many a man can match sob stories with that little bastard. Me included. Maybe I drink too much, but I sure as hell never killed 4 people in cold blood. Yeah, and how about hanging the bastard? That's pretty goddamn cold-blooded. 2. The Reverend Post, overhearing the conversation, joined in. Well, he said, passing around a snapshot reproduction of Perry Smith's portrait of Jesus. Any man who could paint this picture can't be 100% bad. All the same, it's hard to know what to do. Capital punishment is no answer. It doesn't give the sinner time enough to come to God. Sometimes I despair. A jovial fellow with gold-filled teeth and a silvery widow's peak. He jovially repeated, sometimes I despair. Sometimes I think old Doc Savage had the right idea. The Doc Savage to whom he referred was a fictional hero popular among adolescent readers of pulp magazines a generation ago. If you boys remember, Doc Savage was a kind of Superman. He'd made himself proficient in every field: medicine, science, philosophy, art. There wasn't much old Doc didn't know or couldn't do. One of his projects was, he decided to rid the world of criminals. First, he bought a big island out in the ocean. Then he and his assistants, he had an army of trained assistants, kidnapped all the world's criminals and brought them to the island. And Doc Savage operated on their brains. He removed the part that holds wicked thoughts. And when they recovered, they were all decent citizens. They couldn't commit crimes because that part of their brain was out. Now it strikes me that surgery of this nature might really be the answer to. A bell, the signal that the jury was returning, interrupted him. The jury's deliberations had lasted 40 minutes. Many spectators, anticipating a swift decision, had never left their seats. Judge Tate, however, had to be fetched from his farm, where he had gone to feed his horses. A hurriedly donned black robe billowed about him when at last he arrived, but it was with impressive sedateness and dignity that he asked, "Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached your verdicts?" Their foreman replied, "We have, Your Honor." The court bailiff carried the sealed verdicts to the bench. Train whistles, the fanfare of an approaching Santa Fe Express, penetrated the courtroom. Tail's bass voice interlaced with the locomotive's cries as he read, "Count 1. We the jury find the defendant, Richard Eugene Hickok, guilty of murder in the first degree, and the punishment is death." Then, as though interested in their reaction, he looked down upon the prisoners, who stood before him handcuffed to guards. They stared back impassively until he resumed and read the 7 counts that followed. 3 more convictions for Hickok, and 4 for Smith. And the punishment is death. Each time he came to the sentence, Tate enunciated it with a dark-toned hollowness that seemed to echo the train's mournful, now fading call. Then he dismissed the jury. "You have performed a courageous service," and the condemned men were led away. At the door, Smith said to Hickok. No chicken-hearted jurors, they. They both laughed loudly, and a cameraman photographed them. The picture appeared in a Kansas paper above a caption entitled, The Last Laugh. A week later, Mrs. Meyer was sitting in her parlor, talking to a friend. Yes, it's turned quiet around here, she said. I guess we ought to be grateful things have settled down, but I still feel bad about it. I never had much truck with Dick, but Perry and I got to know each other real well. That afternoon, after he heard the verdict and they brought him back up here, I shut myself in the kitchen to keep from having to see him. I sat by the kitchen window and watched the crowd leaving the courthouse. Mr. Cullivan, he looked up and saw me and waved. The Hickocks, all going away. Just this morning, I had a lovely letter from Mrs. Hickok. She visited with me several times while the trial was going on, and I wished I could have helped her. Only what can you say to someone in a situation like that? But after everybody had gone, and I'd started to wash some dishes, I heard him crying. I turned on the radio, not to hear him, but I could, crying like a child. He'd never broke down before, shown any sign of it. Well, I went to him, the door of his cell. He reached out his hand. He wanted me to hold his hand, and I did. I held his hand, and all he said was, I'm embraced by shame. I wanted to send for Father Gabeau. I said first thing tomorrow I'd make him Spanish rice, but he just held my hand tighter. And that night, of all nights, we had to leave him alone. Wendell and I almost never go out, but we had a long-standing engagement, and Wendell didn't think we ought to break it. But I'll always be sorry we left him alone. Next day I'd have fixed the rice. He wouldn't touch it, or hardly speak to me. He hated the whole world. But the morning the men came to take him to the penitentiary, he thanked me and gave me a picture of himself, a little Kodak made when he was 16 years old. He said it was how he wanted me to remember him, like the boy in the picture. The bad part was saying goodbye, when you knew where he was going and what would happen to him. That squirrel of his, he sure misses Perry. Keeps coming to the cell, looking for him. I've tried to feed him, but he won't have anything to do with me. It was just Perry he liked. Prisons are important to the economy of Leavenworth County, Kansas. The 2 state penitentiaries, one for each sex, are situated there. So is Leavenworth, the largest federal prison. And at Fort Leavenworth, the country's principal military prison, the grim United States Army and Air Force disciplinary barracks. If all the inmates in these institutions were let free, they could populate a small city. The oldest of the prisons is the Kansas State Penitentiary for Men, a turreted black and white palace that visually distinguishes an otherwise ordinary rural town, Lansing. Built during the Civil War, it received its first resident in 1864. Nowadays, the convict population averages around 2,000. The present warden, Sherman H. Grouse, keeps a chart which lists the daily total according to race. For example, white 1405, colored 360, Mexicans 12, Indians 6. Whatever his race, each convict is a citizen of a stony village that exists within the prison's steep, machine-gun-guarded walls, 12 gray acres of cement streets, and cell blocks and workshops. In a south section of the prison compound, there stands a curious little building, a dark 2-storied building shaped like a coffin. This establishment, officially called the Segregation and Isolation Building, constitutes a prison inside a prison. Among the inmates, the lower floor is known as the Hole, the place to which difficult prisoners, the hard rock troublemakers, are now and then banished. The upper story is reached by climbing a circular iron staircase. At the top is death row. The first time the Clutter murderers ascended the staircase was late one rainy April afternoon. Having arrived at Lansing after an 8-hour, 400-mile car ride from Garden City, the newcomers have been stripped, showered, given close haircuts, and supplied with coarse denim uniforms and soft slippers. In most American prisons, such slippers are a condemned man's customary footwear. Then armed escorts marched them through a wet twilight to the coffin-shaped edifice, hustled them up the spiral stairs, and into 2 of the 12 side-by-side cells that comprise Lansing's death row. The cells are identical. They measure 7 by 10 feet and are unfurnished except for a cot, a toilet, a basin, and an overhead light bulb that is never extinguished night or day. The cell windows are very narrow, and not only barred but covered with a wire mesh black as a widow's veil. Thus the faces of those sentenced to hang can be but hazily discerned by passers-by. The doomed themselves can see out well enough. What they see is an empty dirt lot that serves in summer as a baseball diamond. Beyond the lot a piece of prison wall, and above that, a piece of sky. The wall is made of rough stone. Pigeons nest inside its crevices. A rusty iron door, set into the part of the wall visible to the row's occupants, rouses the pigeons whenever it is opened, puts them in a flap, for the hinges creak so, scream. The door leads into a cavernous storage room, where on even the warmest day the air is moist and chilly. A number of things are kept there. Stockpiles of metal used by the convicts to manufacture automobile license plates, lumber, old machinery, baseball paraphernalia, and also an unpainted wooden gallows that smells faintly of pine. For this is the state's execution chamber. When a man is brought here to be hanged, the prisoners say he has gone to the corner, or, alternatively, paid a visit to the warehouse. In accordance with the sentence of the court, Smith and Hickok were scheduled to visit the warehouse 6 weeks hence, at 1 minute after midnight on Friday, May 13, 1960. Kansas abolished capital punishment in 1907. In 1935, due to a sudden prevalence in the Midwest of rampaging professional criminals, Alvin Old Creepy Carpus, Charles Pretty Boy Floyd, Clyde Barrow, and his homicidal sweetheart, Bonnie Parker, the state legislators voted to restore it. However, it was not until 1944 that an executioner had a chance to employ his craft. Over the next 10 years, he was given 9 additional opportunities. But for 6 years, or since 1954, there had been no paychecks for a hangman in Kansas, except at the Army and Air Force Disciplinary Barracks, which also has a gallows. The late George Docking, governor of Kansas from 1957 through 1060, was responsible for this hiatus, for he was unreservedly opposed to the death penalty. I just don't like killing people. Now, at that time, April 1960, there were in United States prisons 190 persons awaiting civil execution. 5, the Clutter killers included, were among the lodgers at Lansing. Occasionally, important visitors to the prison are invited to take what one high official calls a little peek at death row. Those who accept are assigned a guard who, as he leads the tourist along the iron walkway fronting the death cells, is likely to identify the condemned with what he must consider comic formality. And this, he said to a visitor in 1960, this is Mr. Perry Edward Smith. Now next door, that's Mr. Smith's buddy, Mr. Richard Eugene Hickok. And over here we have Mr. Earl Wilson. And after Mr. Wilson, meet Mr. Bobby Joe Spencer. And as for this last gentleman, I'm sure you recognize the famous Mr. Lowell Lee Andrews. Earl Wilson, a husky, hymn-singing Negro, had been sentenced to die for the kidnapping, rape, and torture of a young white woman. The victim, though she survived, was left severely disabled. Bobby Joe Spencer, white, an effeminate youth, had confessed to murdering an elderly Kansas City woman, the owner of a rooming house where he lived. Prior to leaving office in January 1961, Governor Docking, who had been defeated for re-election, in large measure because of his attitude toward capital punishment, commuted the sentences of both these men to life imprisonment, which generally meant that they could apply for parole in 7 years. However, Bobby Joe Spencer soon killed again, stabbed with a shiv another young convict, his rival for the affections of an older inmate, as one prison officer said, just 2 punks fighting over a jocker. This deed earned Spencer a second life sentence. But the public was not much aware of either Wilson or Spencer. Compared to Smith and Hickok, or the 5th man on the row, Lowell Lee Andrews, the press had rather slighted them. 2 years earlier, Lowell Lee Andrews, an enormous, weak-eyed boy of 18 who wore horn-rimmed glasses and weighed almost 300 pounds, had been a sophomore at the University of Kansas, an honor student majoring in biology. Though he was a solitary creature, withdrawn and seldom communicative, his acquaintances, both at the university and in his hometown of Walcott, Kansas, regarded him as exceptionally gentle and sweet-natured. Later, one Kansas paper printed an article about him entitled, "The Nicest Boy in Walcott." But inside the quiet young scholar there existed a second, unsuspected personality, one with stunted emotions and a distorted mind through which cold thoughts flowed in cruel directions. His family, his parents, and a slightly older sister, Jenny Marie, would have been astounded had they known the daydreams Lowell Lee dreamed throughout the summer and autumn of 1958. The brilliant son, the adored brother, was planning to poison them all. The elder Andrews was a prosperous farmer. He had not much money in the bank, but he owned land valued at approximately $200,000. A desire to inherit this estate was ostensibly the motivation behind Lowell Lee's plot to destroy his family. For the secret Lowell Lee, the one concealed inside the shy church-going biology student, fancied himself an ice-hearted master criminal. He wanted to wear gangsterish silk shirts and drive scarlet sports cars. He wanted to be recognized as no mere bespectacled, bookish, overweight, virginal schoolboy. And while he did not dislike any member of his family, at least not consciously, murdering them seemed the swiftest, most sensible way of implementing the fantasies that possessed him. Arsenic was the weapon he decided upon. After poisoning the victims, he meant to tuck them in their beds and burn down the house, in the hope that investigators would believe the deaths accidental. However, one detail perturbed him. Suppose autopsies reveal the presence of arsenic? And suppose the purchase of the poison could be traced to him? Toward the end of summer, he evolved another plan. He spent 3 months polishing it. Finally, there came a near-zero November night when he was ready to act. It was Thanksgiving week, and Lowell Lee was home for the holidays, as was Jenny Marie, an intelligent but rather plain girl who attended a college in Oklahoma. On the evening of November 28th, somewhere around 7, Jenny Marie was sitting with her parents in the parlor watching television. Lowell Lee was locked in his bedroom, reading the last chapter of the Brothers Karamazov. That task completed, he shaved, changed into his best suit, and proceeded to load both a semi-automatic .22 caliber rifle and a Ruger .22 caliber revolver. He fitted the revolver into a hip holster, shouldered the rifle, and ambled down a hall to the parlor, which was dark except for the flickering television screen. He switched on a light, aimed the rifle, pulled the trigger, and hit his sister between the eyes, killing her instantly. He shot his mother 3 times, and his father twice. The mother, eyes gaping, arms outstretched, staggered toward him. She tried to speak, her mouth open, closed, but Lowell Lee said, "Shut up." To be certain she obeyed him, he shot her 3 times more. Mr. Andrews, however, was still alive, sobbing, whimpering. He thrashed along the floor toward the kitchen, but at the kitchen's threshold the son unholstered his revolver and discharged every chamber, then reloaded the weapon and emptied it again. Altogether, his father absorbed 17 bullets. Andrews, according to statements credited to him, didn't feel anything about it. The time came, and I was doing what I had to do. That's all there was to it. After the shootings, he raised a window in his bedroom and removed the screen, then roamed the house rifling dresser drawers and scattering the contents. It was his intention to blame the crime on thieves. Later, driving his father's car, he traveled 40 miles over snow-slippery roads to Lawrence, the town where the University of Kansas is located. En route, he parked on a bridge, dismantled his lethal artillery, and disposed of it by dropping the parts into the Kansas River. But of course the journey's true purpose was to arrange an alibi. First, he stopped at the campus house where he roomed. He talked with the landlady, told her that he had come to pick up his typewriter, and that because of the bad weather the trip from Walcott to Lawrence had taken 2 hours. Departing, he visited a movie theater, where, uncharacteristically, he chatted with an usher and a candy vendor. At 11, when the movie let out, he returned to Walcott. The family's mongrel dog was waiting on the front porch. It was whining with hunger, so Lowell Lee, entering the house and stepping across his father's corpse, prepared a bowl of warm milk and mush. Then, while the dog was lapping it up, he telephoned the sheriff's office and said, "My name is Lowell Lee Andrews. I live at 6040 Walcott Drive, and I want to report robbery." 4 officers of the Wyandotte County Sheriff's Patrol responded. One of the group, Patrolman Myers, described the scene as follows. "Well, it was 1 in the morning when we got there. All the lights in the house was on. And this big, dark-haired boy, Lowell Lee, he was sitting on the porch petting his dog, patting it on the head. Lieutenant at 11, they asked the boy what happened, and he pointed to the door, real casual, and said, 'Look in there.' Having looked, the astonished officers summoned the county coroner, a gentleman who was also impressed by young Andrews' callous nonchalance. For when the coroner asked him what funeral arrangements he wished to have made, Andrews replied with a shrug, 'I don't care what you do with them.' Shortly, 2 senior detectives appeared and began to question the family's lone survivor. Though convinced he was lying, the detectives listened respectfully to the tale of how he had driven to Lawrence to fetch a typewriter, gone to a movie, and arrived home after midnight to find the bedrooms ransacked and his family slain. He stayed with the story, and might never have altered it if, subsequent to his arrest and removal to the county jail, the authorities had not obtained the aid of the Reverend Mr. Verdo C. Dameron. The Reverend Dameron, a Dickensian personage, an unctuous and jolly brimstone and damnation orator, was minister of the Grandview Baptist Church in Kansas City, Kansas, the church the Andrews family attended regularly. Awakened by an urgent call from the county coroner, Dameron presented himself at the jail around 3 a.m., whereupon detectives, who had been strenuously but abortively interrogating the suspect, withdrew to another room, leaving the minister to consult privately with his parishioner. It proved a fatal interview for the latter, who many months afterward gave this account of it to a friend. Mr. Dameron said, "Now, Lee, I've known you all your life, since you were just a little tadpole, and I knew your daddy all his life. We grew up together. We were childhood friends. And that's why I'm here, not just because I'm your minister, but because I feel like you're a member of my own family, and because you need a friend that you can talk to and trust. And I feel terrible about this terrible event, and I'm every bit as anxious as you are to see the guilty party caught and punished." He wanted to know, was I thirsty? And so he got me a Coke, and after that he's going on about the Thanksgiving vacation, and how do I like school, when all of a sudden he says, "Now, Lee, there seems to be some doubt among the people here regarding your innocence. I'm sure you'd be willing to take a lie detector and convince these men of your innocence, so they can get busy and catch the guilty party." Then he said, "Lee, you didn't do this terrible thing, did you? If you did, now is the time to purge your soul." The next thing was, I thought, what difference does it make? And I told him the truth, most everything about it. He kept wagging his head and rolling his eyes and rubbing his hands together. And he said it was a terrible thing, and I would have to answer to the Almighty, have to purge my soul by telling the officers what I told him. And would I? Receiving an affirmative nod, the prisoner's spiritual advisor stepped into an adjacent room, which was crowded with expectant policemen, and elatedly issued an invitation. "Come on in. The boy's ready to make a statement." The Andrews case became the basis for a legal and medical crusade. Prior to the trial, at which Andrews pleaded innocent by reason of insanity, the psychiatric staff of the Menninger Clinic conducted an exhaustive examination of the accused. This produced a diagnosis of schizophrenia, simple type. By simple, the diagnosticians meant that Andrews suffered no delusions, no false perceptions, no hallucinations, but the primary illness of separation of thinking for feeling. He understood the nature of his acts, and that they were prohibited, and that he was subject to punishment. But, to quote Dr. Joseph Satin, one of the examiners, Lowell Lee Andrews felt no emotions whatsoever. He considered himself the only important, only significant person in the world. And in his own seclusive world, it seemed to him just as right to kill his mother as to kill an animal or a fly. In the opinion of Dr. Satin and his colleagues, Andrews' crime amounted to such an undebatable example of diminished responsibility that the case offered an ideal chance to challenge the M. Natten rule in Kansas courts. The M. Natten rule, as has been previously stated, recognizes no form of insanity provided the defendant has the capacity to discriminate between right and wrong, legally, not morally. Much to the distress of psychiatrists and liberal jurists, the rule prevails in the courts of the British Commonwealth and, in the United States, in the courts of all but half a dozen or so of the states and the District of Columbia, which abide by the more lenient, though to some minds impractical, Durham rule, which is simply that an accused is not criminally responsible if his unlawful act is the product of mental disease or mental defect. In short, what Andrews' defenders, a team composed of Menninger Clinic psychiatrists and 2 first-class attorneys, hoped to achieve was a victory of legal landmark stature. The great essential was to persuade the court to substitute the Durham rule for the M. Natten rule. If that happened, then Andrews, because of the abundant evidence concerning his schizophrenic condition, would certainly be sentenced not to the gallows, or even to prison, but to confinement in the state hospital for the criminally insane. However, the defense reckoned without the defendant's religious counselor, the tireless Reverend Mr. Dameron, who appeared at the trial as the chief witness for the prosecution, and who, in the overwrought, rococo style of a tent-show revivalist, told the court he had often warned his former Sunday school pupil of God's impending wrath. "I says, there isn't anything in this world that is worth more than your soul, and you have acknowledged to me a number of times in our conversations. that your faith is weak, that you have no faith in God. You know that all sin is against God and God is your final judge, and you have got to answer to him. That is what I said to make him feel the terribleness of the thing he'd done, and that he had to answer to the Almighty for this crime. Apparently, the Reverend Dameron was determined young Andrews should answer not only to the Almighty, but also to more temporal powers, for it was his testimony, added to the defendant's confession, that settled matters. The presiding judge upheld the Emnan rule, and the jury gave the state the death penalty it demanded. Friday, May 13th, the first date set for the execution of Smith and Hickok, passed harmlessly, the Kansas Supreme Court having granted them a stay pending the outcome of appeals for a new trial filed by their lawyers. At that time, the Andrews verdict was under review by the same court. Perry's cell adjoined Dick's. Though invisible to each other, they could easily converse, yet Perry seldom spoke to Dick, and it wasn't because of any declared animosity between them. After the exchange of a few tepid reproaches, their relationship had turned into one of mutual toleration, the acceptance of uncongenial but helpless Siamese twins. It was because Perry, cautious as always, secretive, suspicious, disliked having the guards and other inmates overhear his private business, especially Andrews, or Andy, as he was called in the row. Andrews' educated accent and the formal quality of his college-trained intelligence were anathema to Perry, who, though he had not gone beyond third grade, imagined himself more learned than most of his acquaintances and enjoyed correcting them, especially their grammar and pronunciation. But here suddenly was someone, just a kid, constantly correcting him. Was it any wonder he never opened his mouth? Better to keep your mouth shut than to risk one of the college kid's snotty lines like, "Don't say disinterested," when what you mean is uninterested. Andrews meant well. He was without malice, but Perry could have boiled him in oil. Yet he never admitted it, never let anyone there guess why. After one of these humiliating incidents, he sat and sulked and ignored the meals that were delivered to him 3 times a day. At the beginning of June, he stopped eating altogether. He told Dick, "You can wait around for the rope, but not me." And from that moment, he refused to touch food or water or say one word to anybody. The fast lasted 5 days before the warden took it seriously. On the 6th day, he ordered Smith transferred to the prison hospital, but the move did not lessen Perry's resolve. When attempts were made to force feed him, he fought back, tossed his head, and clenched his jaws until they were rigid as horseshoes. Eventually, he had to be pinioned and fed intravenously or through a tube inserted in a nostril. Even so, over the next 9 weeks, his weight fell from 168 to 115 pounds, and the warden was warned that force feeding alone could not keep the patient alive indefinitely. Dick, though impressed by Perry's willpower, would not concede that his purpose was suicide. Even when Perry was reported to be in a coma, he told Andrews, with whom he had become friendly, that his former Confederate was faking. He just wants them to think he's crazy. Andrews, a compulsive eater, he had filled a scrapbook with illustrated edibles, everything from strawberry shortcake to roasted pig, said, maybe he is crazy, starving himself like that. He just wants to get out of here, play acting. So they'll say he's crazy and put him in the crazy house. Dick afterward grew fond of quoting Andrews' reply, for it seemed to him a fine specimen of the boy's funny thinking, his off on a cloud complacency. "Well," Andrews allegedly said, "it sure strikes me a hard way to do it. Starving yourself. Because sooner or later we'll all get out of here. Either walk out, or be carried out in a coffin. Myself, I don't care whether I walk or get carried. It's all the same in the end." Dick said, "The trouble with you, Andy, you've got no respect for human life, including your own." Andrews agreed. And he said, "I'll tell you something else. If ever I do get out of here alive, I mean over the walls and clear out, well, maybe nobody will know where Andy went, but they'll sure hell know where Andy's been." All summer, Perry undulated between half-awake stupors and sickly, sweat-drenched sleep. Voices roared through his head. One voice persistently asked him, "Where is Jesus? Where?" And once he woke up shouting, "The bird is Jesus! The bird is Jesus!" His favorite old theatrical fantasy, the one in which he thought of himself as Perry O. Parsons, the one-man symphony, returned in the guise of a recurrent dream. The dream's geographical center was a Las Vegas nightclub where, wearing a white top hat and a white tuxedo, he strutted about a spotlighted stage, playing in turn a harmonica, a guitar, a banjo, drums, saying, "You are my sunshine," and tap-danced up a short flight of gold-painted prop steps. At the top, standing on a platform, he took a bow. There was no applause, none, and yet thousands of patrons packed the vast and gaudy room. A strange audience, mostly men and mostly Negroes. Staring at them, the perspiring entertainer at last understood their silence, for suddenly he knew that these were phantoms, the ghosts of the legally annihilated, the hanged, the gassed, the electrocuted, and in the same instant he realized that he was there to join them, that the gold-painted steps had led to a scaffold, that the platform on which he stood was opening beneath him. His top hat tumbled. Urinating, defecating, Perry O. Parsons entered eternity. One afternoon he escaped from a dream and wakened to find the warden standing beside his bed. The warden said, "Sounds like you were having a little nightmare." But Perry wouldn't answer him, and the warden, who on several occasions had visited the hospital and tried to persuade the prisoner to cease his fast, said, "I have something here. From your father. I thought you might want to see it." Perry, his eyes glitteringly immense and a face now almost phosphorescently pale, studied the ceiling, and presently, after placing a picture postcard on the patient's bedside table, the rebuffed visitor departed. That night Perry looked at the card. It was addressed to the warden and postmarked Blue Lake, California. The message, written in a familiar stubby script, said, "Dear Sir, I understand you have my boy Perry back in custody. Rami, please, what did he do wrong? And if I come, could I see him? All's well with me, and trust the same with you. Text J. Smith." Perry destroyed the card, but his mind preserved it, for the few crude words had resurrected him emotionally, revived love and hate, and reminded him that he was still what he had tried not to be, alive. "And I just decided," he later informed a friend, "that I ought to stay that way. Anybody wanted my life wasn't going to get any more help from me. They'd have to fight for it." The next morning he asked for a glass of milk, the first sustenance he had volunteered to accept in 14 weeks. Gradually, on a diet of eggnogs and orange juice, he regained weight. By October, the prison physician, Dr. Robert Moore, considered him strong enough to be returned to the row. When he arrived there, Dick laughed and said, "Welcome home, honey." 2 years passed. The departures of Wilson and Spencer left Smith and Hickok and Andrews alone with the row's burning lights and veiled windows. The privileges granted ordinary prisoners were denied them. No radios or card games, not even an exercise period. Indeed, they were never allowed out of their cells, except each Saturday when they were taken to a shower room, then given a once-weekly change of clothing. The only other occasions for momentary release were the far between visits of lawyers or relatives. Mrs. Hickok came once a month. Her husband had died. She had lost the farm, and, as she told Dick, lived now with one relative, now another. It seemed to Perry as though he existed deep underwater, perhaps because the row usually was as gray and quiet as ocean depths, soundless except for snores, coughs, the whisper of slippered feet, the feathery racket of the pigeons nesting in the prison walls. But not always. Sometimes, Dick wrote in a letter to his mother, "You can't hear yourself think. They throw men in the cells downstairs, what they call the hole, and plenty of them are fighting mad and crazy to boot. Curse and scream the whole time. It's intolerable, so everybody starts yelling, 'Shut up.' I wish you'd send me earplugs. Only they wouldn't allow me to have them. No rest for the wicked, I guess." The little building had been standing for more than a century, and seasonal changes provoked different symptoms of its antiquity. Winter cold saturated the stony and iron fixtures, and in summer, when temperatures often hurtled over the 100 mark, the old cells were malodorous cauldrons. "So hot my skin stings," Dick wrote in a letter dated July 5, 1961. "I try not to move much. I just sit on the floor. My bed's too sweaty to lie down, and the smell makes me sick because of only the one bath a week and always wearing the same clothes. No ventilation, whatever, and the light bulbs make everything hotter. Bugs keep bumping on the walls." Unlike conventional prisoners, the condemned are not subjected to a work routine. They can do with their time what they like, sleep all day, as Perry frequently did. "I pretend I'm a tiny little baby that can't keep its eyes open," or, as was Andrews' habit, read all night. Andrews averaged 15 to 20 books a week. His taste encompassed both trash and belles lettres, and he liked poetry, Robert Frost particularly, but he also admired Whitman, Emily Dickinson, and the comic poems of Ogden Nash. Though the quenchless quality of his literary thirst had soon depleted the shelves of the prison library, The prison chaplain and others sympathetic to Andrews kept him supplied with parcels from the Kansas City Public Library. Dick was rather a bookworm, too, but his interest was restricted to two themes: sex, as represented in the novels of Harold Robbins and Irving Wallace. Perry, after being lent one of these by Dick, returned it with an indignant note: "Degenerate filth for filthy, degenerate minds," and law literature. He consumed hours each day leafing through law books, compiling research that he hoped would help reverse his conviction. Also, in pursuit of the same cause, he fired off a cannonade of letters to such organizations as the American Civil Liberties Union and the Kansas State Bar Association, letters attacking his trial as a travesty of due process and urging the recipients to aid him in his quest for a new trial. Perry was persuaded to draft similar pleas, but when Dick suggested that Andy follow their example by writing protests in his own behalf, Andrews replied, "I'll worry about my neck, and you worry about yours." Actually, Dick's neck was not the part of his anatomy that most immediately troubled him. "My hair is coming out by the handfuls," he confided in yet another letter to his mother. "I'm frantic. Nobody in our family was bald-headed as I can recall, and it makes me frantic the idea of being an ugly old baldhead." The Rose Two Night Guards, arriving at work on an autumn evening in 1961, had a piece of news. "Well," one of them announced, "seems like you boys can expect company." The import of the remark was clear to his audience. It meant that two young soldiers, who had been standing trial for the murder of a Kansas railroad worker, had received the ultimate sentence. "Yes, sir," the guard said, confirming this. "They got the death penalty." Dick said, "Sure. It's very popular in Kansas." Juries handed out like they were giving candy to kids. One of the soldiers, George Ronald York, was 18. His companion, James Douglas Latham, was a year older. They were both exceptionally personable, which perhaps explains why hordes of teenage girls had attended their trial. Though convicted of a single slaying, the pair had claimed 7 victims in the course of a cross-country murder spree. Ronnie York, blonde and blue-eyed, had been born and raised in Florida, where his father was a well-known, well-paid deep-sea diver. The Yorks had a pleasantly comfortable home life, and Ronnie, overloved and overpraised by his parents and a worshipful younger sister, was the adored center of it. Latham's background was at the opposite extreme, being every bit as bleak as Perry Smith's. Born in Texas, he was the youngest child of fertile, moneyless, embattled parents who, when finally they separated, left their progeny to fend for themselves, to scatter hither and thither, loose and unwanted as bundles of panhandle tumbleweed. At 17, in need of refuge, Latham enlisted in the Army. 2 years later, found guilty of an AWOL offense, he was imprisoned in the stockade of Fort Hood, Texas. It was there that he met Ronnie York, who was also under sentence for having gone AWOL. Though they were very unlike, even physically, York being tall and phlegmatic, whereas the Texan was a short young man with foxy brown eyes animating a compact, cute little face, they found they shared at least one firm opinion. The world was hateful, and everybody in it would be better off dead. "It's a rotten world," Latham said. "There's no answer to it but meanness. That's all anybody understands, meanness. Burn down the man's barn. He'll understand that. Poison his dog. Kill him." Ronnie said Latham was 100% correct, adding, "Anyway, anybody you kill, you're doing them a favor." The first person they chose to sow favor were 2 Georgia women, respectable housewives who had the misfortune to encounter York and Latham not long after the murderous pair escaped from a Fort Hood stockade, stole a pickup truck, and drove to Jacksonville, Florida, York's hometown. The scene of the encounter was an SO station on the dark outskirts of Jacksonville. The date was the night of May 29th, 1961. Originally, the absconding soldiers had traveled to the Florida city with the intention of visiting York's family. Once there, however, York decided it might be unwise to contact his parents. His father sometimes had quite a temper. He and Latham talked it over, and New Orleans was their new destination when they stopped at the SO station to buy gas. Alongside them, another car was imbibing fuel. It contained the 2 matronly victims-to-be, who, after a day of shopping and pleasure in Jacksonville, were returning to their homes in a small town near the Florida-Georgia border. Alas, they had lost their way. York, from whom they asked directions, was most obliging. "You just follow us. We'll put you on the right road." But the road to which he led them was very wrong indeed. a narrow side turning that petered off into swamp. The ladies followed along faithfully until the lead halted, and they saw, in the shine of their headlights, the helpful young man approaching them on foot, and saw, but too late, that each was armed with a black bullwhip. The whips were the property of the stolen truck's rightful custodian, a cattleman. It had been Latham's notion to use them as garrotes, which, after robbing the women, is what they did. In New Orleans, the boys bought a pistol and carved 2 notches in the handle. During the next 10 days, notches were added in Tullahoma, Tennessee, where they acquired a snappy red Dodge convertible by shooting the owner, a traveling salesman, and in an Illinois suburb of St. Louis, where 2 more men were slain. The Kansas victim, who followed the preceding 5, was a grandfather. His name was Otto Ziegler. He was 62, a robust, friendly fellow, the sort not likely to pass distressed motorists without offering assistance. While spinning along a Kansas highway one fine June morning, Mr. Ziegler spied a red convertible parked by the roadside, its hood up, and a couple of nice-looking youngsters fiddling with the motor. How was the good-hearted Mr. Ziegler to know that nothing ailed the machine, that this was a ruse devised to rob and kill would-be Samaritans? His last words were, "Anything I can do?" York, at a distance of 20 feet, sent a bullet crashing through the old man's skull, then turned to Latham and said, "Pretty good shooting, huh?" Their final victim was the most pathetic. It was a girl, only 18. She was employed as a maid in a Colorado motel where the rampaging pair spent a night, during which she let them make love to her. Then they told her they were on their way to California and invited her to come along. "Come on," Latham urged her. "Maybe we'll all end up movie stars." The girl and her hastily packed cardboard suitcase ended up as blood-soaked wreckage at the bottom of a ravine near Craig, Colorado. But not many hours after she had been shot and thrown there, her assassins were in fact performing before motion picture cameras. Descriptions of the red car's occupants, provided by witnesses who had noticed them loitering in the area where Otto Ziegler's body was discovered, had been circulated through the Midwest and Western states. Roadblocks were erected, and helicopters patrolled the highways. It was a roadblock in Utah that caught York and Latham. Later, at police headquarters in Salt Lake City, a local television company was allowed to film an interview with them. The result, if viewed without sound, would seem to concern 2 cheerful, milk-fed athletes discussing hockey or baseball, anything but murder in the roles, boastfully confessed they had played in the deaths of 7 people. "Why?" the interviewer asks. "Why did you do it?" And York, with a self-congratulatory grin, answers, "We hate the world." All 5 of the states that vied for the right to prosecute York and Latham endorsed judicial homicide: Florida, electrocution; Tennessee, electrocution; Illinois, electrocution; Kansas, hanging; and Colorado, lethal gas. But because it had the firmest evidence, Kansas was victorious. The men on the row first met their new companions November 2nd, 1961. A guard, escorting the arrivals to their cells, introduced them. "Mr. York, Mr. Latham, I'd like you to know Mr. Smith here, and Mr. Hickok, and Mr. Lowell Lee Andrews, the nicest boy in Walcott." When the parade had passed, Hickok heard Andrews chuckling and said, "What's so funny about that son of a bitch?" "Nothing," Andrews said. "But I was thinking, when you count my 3 and your 4 and their 7, that makes 14 of them and 5 of us. Now 5 into 14 averages out." 4 into 14, Hickok curtly corrected him. "There are 4 killers up here and 1 railroaded man. I'm no goddamn killer. I never touched a hair on a human head." Hickok continued writing letters protesting his conviction, and one of these at last bore fruit. The recipient, Everett Stearman, chairman of the Legal Aid Committee of the Kansas State Bar Association, was disturbed by the allegations of the sender, who insisted that he and his co-defendant had not had a fair trial. According to Hickok, the hostile atmosphere in Garden City had made it impossible to impanel an unbiased jury, and therefore a change of venue should have been granted. As for the jurors that were chosen, at least 2 had clearly indicated a presumption of guilt during the voir dire examination. When asked to state his opinion of capital punishment, one man said that ordinarily he was against it, but in this case, no. Unfortunately, the voir dire had not been recorded because Kansas law does not require it unless a specific demand is made. Many of the jurors, moreover, were well acquainted with the deceased. So was the judge. Judge Tate was an intimate friend of Mr. Clutter. But the bulkiest of Hickok's mud pies was aimed at the two defense attorneys, Arthur Fleming and Harrison Smith, whose incompetence and inadequacy were the chief cause of the correspondent's present predicament, for no real defense had been prepared or offered by them. And this lack of effort, it was implied, had been deliberate and active collusion between the defense and the prosecution. These were grave assertions, reflecting upon the integrity of two respected lawyers and a distinguished district judge. But if even partially true, then the constitutional rights of the defendants had been abused. Prompted by Mr. Stearman, the Bar Association undertook a course of action without precedent in Kansas legal history. It appointed a young Wichita attorney, Russell Schultz, to investigate the charges and, should evidence warrant it, challenge the validity of the conviction by bringing habeas corpus proceedings in the Kansas Supreme Court, which had recently upheld the verdict. It would appear that Schultz's investigation was rather one-sided, since it consisted of little more than an interview with Smith and Hickok, for which the lawyer emerged with crusading phrases for the press. The question is this: do poor, plainly guilty defendants have a right to a complete defense? I do not believe that the state of Kansas would be either greatly or for long harmed by the death of these appellants. But I do not believe it could ever recover from the death of due process. Schultz filed his habeas corpus petition, and the Kansas Supreme Court commissioned one of its own retired justices, the Honorable Walter G. Thiele, to conduct a full-scale hearing. And so it came to pass that almost 2 years after the trial, the whole cast reassembled in the courtroom at Garden City. The only important participants absent were the original defendants. In their stead, as it were, stood Judge Tate, old Mr. Fleming, and Harrison Smith, whose careers were imperiled, not because of the appellant's allegations per se, but because of the apparent credit the Bar Association bestowed upon them. The hearing, which at one point was transferred to Lansing, where Judge Thiele heard Smith and Hickok testify, took 6 days to complete. Ultimately, every point was covered. 8 jurors swore they had never known any member of the slain family, for admitted some slight acquaintance with Mr. Clutter, but each, including, Dunnan, the airport operator who had made the controversial reply during the voir dire, testified that he had entered the jury box with an unprejudiced mind. Schultz challenged Dunnan. "Do you feel, sir, that you would have been willing to go to trial with a juror whose state of mind was the same as yours?" Dunnan said yes, he would. And Schultz then said, "Do you recall being asked whether or not you were averse to capital punishment?" Nodding, the witness answered, "I told them under normal conditions I would probably be averse to it. But with the magnitude of this crime, I could probably vote in favor." Tangling with Tate was more difficult. Schultz soon realized he had a tiger by the tail. Responding to questions relevant to his supposed intimacy with Mr. Clutter, the judge said, "Clutter was once a litigant in this court, a case over which I presided, a damage action involving an airplane falling on his property. He was suing for damages to, I believe, some fruit trees. Other than that, I had no occasion to associate with him. None whatever. I saw him perhaps once or twice in the course of a year." Schultz, floundering, switched the subject. "Do you know," he asked, "what the attitude of the people was in this community after the apprehension of these 2 men?" "I believe I do," the judge told him with scathing confidence. "It is my opinion that the attitude toward them was that of anyone else charged with a criminal offense, that they should be tried as the law provides, that if they were guilty they should be convicted, that they should be given the same fair treatment as any other person. There was no prejudice against them because they were accused of crime." "You mean," Schultz slyly said, "you saw no reason for the court on its own motion to grant a change of venue?" Tate's lips curved downward, his eyes blazed. "Mr. Schultz," he said, as though the name was a prolonged hiss, "the court cannot on its own grant a change of venue. That would be contrary to Kansas law. I couldn't grant a change unless it was properly requested." But why had such a request not been made by the defendant's attorneys? Schultz now pursued this question with the attorneys themselves, for to discredit them and prove that they had not supplied their clients with the minimum protection was, from the Wichita lawyer's viewpoint, the hearing's principal objective. Fleming and Smith withstood the onslaught in good style, particularly Fleming, who, wearing a bold red tie and an abiding smile, endured Schultz with gentlemanly resignation. Explaining why he had not applied for a change of venue, he said, "I felt that since the Reverend Cowan, the minister of the Methodist Church and a man of substance here, a man of high standing, as well as many other ministers here, had expressed themselves against capital punishment, that at least 11 had been cast in the area, and there were likely more people here inclined to be lenient in the matter of the penalty than perhaps in other parts of the state. Then I believe it was a brother of Mrs. Clutter's who made a statement that appeared in the press indicating he did not feel the defendants should be put to death. Schultz had a score of charges, but underlying them all was the implication that because of community pressure, Fleming and Smith had deliberately neglected their duties. Both men, Schultz maintained, had betrayed their clients by not consulting with them sufficiently. Mr. Fleming replied, "I worked on the case to the very best of my ability, giving it more time than I do most cases, by waiving a preliminary hearing." Smith answered, "But, sir, neither Mr. Fleming nor I had been appointed counsel at the time of the waiver," by making remarks to newsmen damaging to the defendants. Schultz to Smith, "Are you aware that a reporter, Ron Cull of the Topeka Daily Capital, quoted you on the second day of the trial as saying there was no doubt of Mr. Hickok's guilt, but that you were concerned only with obtaining life imprisonment rather than the death penalty?" Smith to Schultz, "No, sir. If I was quoted as saying that it was incorrect, and by failing to prepare a proper defense." This last proposition was the one Schultz peddled hardest. It is relevant, therefore, to reproduce an opinion of it written by 3 federal judges as the result of a subsequent appeal to the United States Court of Appeals, 10th Circuit. We think, however, that those viewing the situation in retrospect have lost sight of the problems which confronted attorneys Smith and Fleming when they undertook the defense of these petitioners. When they accepted the appointments, each petitioner had made a full confession, and they did not then contend, nor did they seriously contend at any time in the state courts, that these confessions were not voluntary. A radio taken from the Clutter home and sold by the petitioners in Mexico City had been recovered, and the attorneys knew of other evidence of their guilt then in the possession of the prosecution. When called upon to plead to the charges against them, they stood mute, and it was necessary for the court to enter a plea of not guilty for them. There was no substantial evidence then, and none has been produced since the trial, to substantiate a defense of insanity. The attempt to establish insanity as a defense because of serious injuries and accidents years before, and headaches and occasional fainting spells of Hickok, was like grasping at the proverbial straw. The attorneys were faced with a situation where outrageous crimes committed on innocent persons had been admitted. Under these circumstances, they would have been justified in advising that petitioners enter pleas of guilty and throw themselves on the mercy of the court. Their only hope was through some turn of fate the lives of these misguided individuals might be spared. In the report he submitted to the Kansas Supreme Court, Judge Thiele found that the petitioners had received a constitutionally fair trial. The court thereupon denied the writ to abolish the verdict and set a new date of execution, October 25, 1962. As it happened, Lowell Lee Andrews, whose case had twice traveled all the way to the United States Supreme Court, was scheduled to hang 1 month later. The Clutter slayers, granted a reprieve by a federal judge, evaded their date. Andrews kept his. LN the disposition of capital cases in the United States. The median elapsed time between sentence and execution is approximately 17 months. Recently, in Texas, an armed robber was electrocuted 1 month after his conviction. But in Louisiana, at the present writing, 2 rapists have been waiting for a record 12 years. The variants depend a little on luck and a great deal on the extent of litigation. The majority of the lawyers handling these cases are court-appointed and work without recompense. But more often than not, the courts, in order to avoid future appeals based on complaints of inadequate representation, appoint men of first quality who defend with commendable vigor. However, even an attorney of moderate talent can postpone doomsday year after year, for the system of appeals that pervades American jurisprudence amounts to a legalistic wheel of fortune, a game of chance, somewhat fixed in the favor of the criminal, that the participants play interminably, first in the state courts, then through the federal courts until the ultimate tribunal is reached, the United States Supreme Court. But even defeat there does not signify if petitioners' counsel can discover or invent new grounds for appeal. Usually they can, and so once more the wheel turns, and turns until, perhaps some years later, the prisoner arrives back at the nation's highest court, probably only to begin again the slow, cruel contest. But at intervals the wheel does pause to declare a winner, or, though with increasing rarity, a loser. Andrews' lawyers fought to the final moment, but their client went to the gallows on Friday, November 30th, 1962. That was a cold night, Hickok said, talking to a journalist with whom he corresponded and who was periodically allowed to visit him. Cold and wet. It had been raining like a bastard, and the baseball field was mud up to your cojones. So when they took Andy out to the warehouse, they had to walk him along the path. We were all at our windows watching, Perry and me, Ronnie York, Jimmy Latham. It was just after midnight, and the warehouse was lit up like a Halloween pumpkin. The doors wide open. We could see the witnesses, a lot of guards, the doctor and the warden, every damn thing but the gallows. It was off at an angle, but we could see its shadow. A shadow on the wall like the shadow of a boxing ring. The chaplain and 4 guards had charge of Andy, and when they got to the door, they stopped a second. Andy was looking at the gallows. You could sense he was. His arms were tied in front of him. All of a sudden, the chaplain reached out and took off Andy's glasses, which was kind of pitiful. Andy without his glasses. They let him on inside, and I wondered he could see to climb the steps. It was real quiet, just nothing but this dog barking way off. Some town dog. Then we heard it, the sound, and Jimmy Latham said, "What was that?" And I told him what it was, the trapdoor. Then it was real quiet again. Except that dog. Old Andy, he danced a long time. They must have had a real mess to clean up. Every few minutes the doctor came to the door and stepped outside and stood there with his stethoscope in his hand. I wouldn't say he was enjoying his work, kept gasping, like he was gasping for breath. And he was crying, too. Jimmy said, "Get a load of that, Nance." I guess the reason he stepped outside was so the others wouldn't see he was crying. Then he'd go back and listen to hear if Andy's heart had stopped. Seemed like it never would. The fact is, his heart kept bearing for 19 minutes. Andy was a funny kid, Hickok said, smiling lopsidedly as he propped a cigarette between his lips. It was like I told him. He had no respect for human life, not even his own. Right before they hanged him, he sat down and ate 2 fried chickens. And that last afternoon, he was smoking cigars and drinking Coke and writing poetry. When they came to get him, and we said our goodbye, I said, "I'll be seeing you soon, Andy. 'Cause I'm sure we're going to the same place. So scout around and see if you can't find a cool, shady spot for us down there." He laughed and said he didn't believe in heaven or hell, just dust unto dust. And he said an aunt and uncle had been to see him and told him they had a coffin waiting to carry him to some little cemetery in North Missouri, the same place where the 3 he disposed were buried. They planned to put Andy right alongside them. He said when they told him that he could hardly keep a straight face. I said, "Well, you're lucky to have a grave. Most likely they'll give Perry and me to the vivisectionist." We joked on like that till it was time to go, and just as he was going, he handed me a piece of paper with a poem on it. I don't know if he wrote it or copied it out of a book. My impression was he wrote it. If you're interested, I'll send it to you. He later did so, and Andrew's farewell message turned out to be the 9th stanza of Gray's elegy written in a country churchyard. The boasts of heraldry, the pomp of power, and all that beauty, all that wealth e'er gave, away to like the inevitable hour. The paths of glory lead but to the grave. I really liked Andy. He was a nut, not a real nut, like they kept hollering, but, just goofy. He was always talking about breaking out of here and making his living as a hired gun. He liked to imagine himself roaming around Chicago or Los Angeles with a machine gun inside a violin case. Cooling guys. Said he'd charge $1,000 per stiff. Hickok laughed, presumably at the absurdity of his friend's ambitions, sighed, and shook his head. But for someone his age, he was the smartest person I ever come across. A human library. When that boy read a book, it stayed read. Of course, he didn't know a dumb darn thing about life. Me, I'm an ignoramus except when it comes to what I know about life. I've walked along a lot of mean streets. I've seen a white man flogged. I've watched babies born. I've seen a girl, and her no more than 14, take on 3 guys at the same time and give them all their money's worth. Fell off a ship once 5 miles out to sea. Swam 5 miles with my life passing before me with every stroke. Once I shook hands with President Truman in the lobby of the Hotel Muehlebach. Harry S. Truman. When I was working for the hospital, driving an ambulance, I saw every side of life. There's things that would make a dog vomit. But Andy, he didn't know one damn darn thing except what he'd read in books. He was innocent as a little child, some kid with a box of Cracker Jack. He'd never once been with a woman, man or mule. He said so himself. Maybe that's what I liked about him most. How he wouldn't prevaricate. The rest of us on the row, we're all a bunch of bull artists. I'm one of the worst. Shoot, you've got to talk about something. Brag. Otherwise, you're nobody. Nothing. A potato vegetating in your 7 by 10 limbo. But Andy never would partake. He said, what's the use telling a lot of stuff that never happened? Old Perry, though, he wasn't sorry to see the last of Andy. Andy was the one thing in the world Perry wants to be educated. And Perry couldn't forgive him for it. You know how Perry's always using $100 words he doesn't half know the meaning of? Sounds like one of them college niggers. Boy, it burned his bottom to have Andy catch up on him and haul him to the curb. Of course, Andy was just trying to give him what he wanted, an education. The truth is, can't anybody get along with Perry? He hasn't got a single friend on the premises. I mean, just who the hell does he think he is? Sneering at everybody, calling people perverts and degenerates, going on about what low IQs they have. It's too bad we can't all be such sensitive souls like little Perry. Saints. Boy. But I know some hard rocks who'd gladly go to the corner if they could get him alone in the shower room for just one hot minute. The way he hi-hats York and Latham. Ronnie says he sure wishes he knew where he could lay hold of a bullwhip. Says he liked to squeeze Perry a little. I don't blame him. After all, we're all in the same fix, and they're pretty good boys. Hickok chuckled ruefully, shrugged, and said, you know what I mean. Good considering. Ronnie York's mother has been here to visit him several times. One day, out in the waiting room, she met my mother, and now they've come to be each other's number one buddy. Mrs. York wants my mother to come visit her home in Florida, maybe even live there. Jesus, I wish she would. Then she wouldn't have to go through this ordeal. Once a month riding the bus here to see me. Smiling, trying to find something to say, make me feel good. The poor lady. I don't know how she stands it. I wonder she isn't crazy. Hickok's uneven eyes turned toward a window in the visiting room. His face, puffy, pallid as a funeral lily, gleamed in the weak winter sunshine filtering through the bar-shrouded glass. The poor lady. She wrote the warden and asked him if she could speak to Perry the next time she came here. She wanted to hear from Perry himself how he killed those people, how I never fired shot one. All I can hope is that someday we'll get a new trial, and Perry will testify and tell the truth. Only I doubt it. He's plain determined that if he goes, I go. Back to back. It's not right. Many a man has killed and never seen the inside of a death cell. And I never killed anybody. If you've got $50,000 to spend, you could bump off half of Kansas City and just laugh, aha. A sudden grin obliterated his woeful indignation. Oh, there I go again. Old crybaby. You'd think I'd learn. But honest to God, I've done my damnedest to get along with Perry. Only he's so critical, two-faced, so jealous of every little thing. Every letter I get, every visit. Nobody ever comes to see him except you, he said, nodding at the journalist, who was as equally well acquainted with Smith as he was with Hickok. Or his lawyer. Remember when he was in the hospital? With that phony starvation routine? And his dad sent the postcard? Well, the warden wrote Perry's dad and said he was welcome to come here any time. But he never has showed up. I don't know. Sometimes you gotta feel sorry for Perry. He must be one of the most alone people there ever was. But, the hell with him. It's mostly every bit his own fault. Hickok slipped another cigarette away from a package of Pall Malls, wrinkled his nose, and said, I've tried to quit smoking. Then I figure what difference does it make under the circumstances? With a little luck, maybe I'll get cancer and beat the state at its own game. For a while there, I was smoking cigars. Andy's. The morning after they hanged him, I woke up and called to him. Andy? The way I usually did. Then I remembered he was on his way to Missouri, with the aunt and uncle. I looked out in the corridor. His cell had been cleaned out, and all his junk was piled there. The mattress off his bunk, his slippers, and the scrapbook with all the food pictures. He called it his icebox. And this box of Macbeth cigars. I told the guard Andy wanted me to have them, left them to me in his will. Actually, I never smoked them all. Maybe it was the idea of Andy, but somehow they gave me indigestion. Well, what's there to say about capital punishment? I'm not against it. Revenge is all it is, but what's wrong with revenge? It's very important. If I was kin to the Clutters, or any of the parties York and Latham dispensed with, I couldn't rest in peace till the ones responsible had taken that ride on the big swing. These people that write letters to the newspapers. There were two in a Topeka paper the other day, one from Minister, saying, in effect, what is all this legal farce? Why haven't those sonsa-bitches Smith and Hickok got in the neck? How come those murdering sonsa-bitches are still eating up the taxpayers' money? Well, I can see their side. They're mad, 'cause they're not getting what they want. Revenge. and they're not going to get it if I can help it. I believe in hanging, just so long as I'm not the one being hanged. But then he was. Another 3 years passed, and during those years, two exceptionally skillful Kansas City lawyers, Joseph P. Jenkins and Robert Bingham, replaced Schultz, the latter having resigned from the case. Appointed by a federal judge and working without compensation, but motivated by a hard-held opinion that the defendants had been the victims of a nightmarishly unfair trial. Jenkins and Bingham filed numerous appeals within the framework of the federal court system, thereby avoiding 3 execution dates: October 25, 1962, August 8, 1963, and February 18, 1965. The attorneys contended that their clients had been unjustly convicted because legal counsel had not been appointed them until after they had confessed and had waived preliminary hearings, and because they were not competently represented at their trial, were convicted with the help of evidence seized without a search warrant. The shotgun and knife taken from the Hickok home were not granted a change of venue, even though the environs of the trial had been saturated with publicity prejudicial to the accused. With these arguments, Jenkins and Bingham succeeded in carrying the case 3 times to the United States Supreme Court, the Big Boy, as many litigating prisoners refer to it. But on each occasion the court, which never comments on its decisions in such instances, denied the appeals by refusing to grant the writs of certiorari that would have entitled the appellants to a full hearing before the court. In March 1965, after Smith and Hickok had been confined in their death row cells almost 2,000 days, the Kansas Supreme Court decreed that their lives must end between midnight and 2:00 a.m. Wednesday, April 14, 1965. Subsequently, a clemency appeal was presented to the newly elected governor of Kansas, William Avery. But Avery, a rich farmer sensitive to public opinion, refused to intervene, a decision he felt to be in the best interest of the people of Kansas. 2 months later, Avery also denied the clemency appeals of York and Latham, who were hanged on June 22, 1965. And so it happened that in the daylight hours of that Wednesday morning, Alvin Dewey, breakfasting in the coffee shop of a Topeka hotel, read, on the first page of the Kansas City Star, a headline he had long awaited: "Die on rope for bloody crime." The story, written by an Associated Press reporter, began, "Richard Eugene Hickok and Perry Edward Smith, partners in crime, died on the gallows of the state prison early today for one of the bloodiest murders in Kansas criminal annals. Hickok, 33 years old, died first at 12:41 a.m. Smith, 36, died at 1:19. Dewey had watched them die, for he had been among the 20-odd witnesses invited to the ceremony. He had never attended an execution, and when on the midnight passed he entered the cold warehouse, the scenery had surprised him. He had anticipated a setting of suitable dignity, not this bleakly lighted cavern cluttered with lumber and other debris. But the gallows itself, with its 2 pale nooses attached to a crossbeam, was imposing enough, and so, in an unexpected style, was the hangman, who cast a long shadow from his perch on the platform at the top of the wooden instrument's 13 steps. The hangman, an anonymous, leathery gentleman who had been imported from Missouri for the event, for which he was paid $600, was attired in an aged, double-breasted pinstriped suit overly commodious for the narrow figure inside it. The coat came nearly to his knees, and on his head he wore a cowboy hat which, when first bought, had perhaps been bright green, but was now a weathered, sweat-stained oddity. Also, Dewey found the self-consciously casual conversation of his fellow witnesses, as they stood awaiting the start of what one witness termed the festivities, disconcerting. What I heard was, they was going to let them draw straws to see who dropped first, or flip a coin. But Smith says why not do it alphabetically? Guess 'cause S comes after H. Huh. Read in the paper, afternoon paper, what they ordered for their last meal. Ordered the same menu. Shrimp, French fries, garlic bread, ice cream and strawberries, and whipped cream. Understand Smith didn't touch as much. That Hickok's got a sense of humor. They was telling me how, about an hour ago, one of the guards says to him, "This must be the longest night of your life." And Hickok, he laughs and says, "No, the shortest. Did you hear about Hickok's eyes? He left them to an eye doctor. Soon as they cut him down, this doctor's going to yank out his eyes and stick them in somebody else's head. Can't say I want to be that somebody. I'd feel peculiar with them eyes in my head. Christ, is that rain? All the windows down. My new Chevy. Christ. The sudden rain wrapped the high warehouse roof. The sound, not unlike the rat-a-tat-tat of parade drums, heralded Hickok's arrival. Accompanied by 6 guards and a prayer-murmuring chaplain, he entered the death place handcuffed and wearing an ugly harness of leather straps that bound his arms to his torso. At the foot of the gallows, the warden read to him the official order of execution, a 2-page document. And as the warden read, Hickok's eyes, enfeebled by half a decade of cell shadows, roamed the little audience until, not seeing what he sought, he asked the nearest guard, in a whisper, if any member of the Clutter family was present. When he was told no, the prisoner seemed disappointed, as though he thought the protocol surrounding this ritual of vengeance was not being properly observed. As is customary, the warden, having finished his recitation, asked the condemned man whether he had any last statement to make. Hickok nodded. I just want to say I hold no hard feelings. You people are sending me to a better world than this ever was. Then, as if to emphasize the point, he shook hands with the 4 men mainly responsible for his capture and conviction, all of whom had requested permission to attend the executions. K.B. I, Agents Roy Church, Clarence Dunce, Harold Nye, and Dewey himself. Nice to see you, Hickok said with his most charming smile. It was as if he were greeting guests at his own funeral. The hangman coughed, impatiently lifted his cowboy hat, and settled it again, a gesture somehow reminiscent of a turkey buzzard huffing, then smoothing its neck feathers, and Hickok, nudged by an attendant, mounted the scaffold steps. The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. Blessed is the name of the Lord, the chaplain intoned, as the rain sound accelerated, as the noose was fitted, and as a delicate black mask was tied round the prisoner's eyes. May the Lord have mercy on your soul. The trapdoor opened, and Hickok hung for all to see a full 20 minutes before the prison doctor at last said, I pronounce this man dead. A hearse, its blazing headlights beaded with rain, drove into the warehouse, and the body, placed on a litter and shrouded under a blanket, was carried to the hearse and out into the night. Staring after it, Roy Church shook his head. I never would have believed he had the guts to take it like he did. I had him tagged a coward. The man to whom he spoke, another detective, said, Ah, Roy, the guy was a punk, a mean bastard. He deserved it. Church, with thoughtful eyes, continued to shake his head. While waiting for the second execution, a reporter and a guard conversed. The reporter said, This your first hanging? I seen Lee Andrews. This here's my first. Yeah, how'd you like it? The reporter pursed his lips. Nobody in our office wanted the assignment. Me either. But it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Just like jumping off a diving board. Only with a rope around your neck. They don't feel nothing. Drop, snap, and that's it. They don't feel nothing. Are you sure? I was standing right close. I could hear him gasping for breath. Uh-huh. But he don't feel nothing. Wouldn't be humane if he did. Well, and I suppose they feed them a lot of pills. Sedatives. Hell no. Against the rules. Here comes Smith. Gosh, I didn't know he was such a shrimp. Yeah, he's little, but so is a tarantula. As he was brought into the warehouse, Smith recognized his old foe, Dewey. He stopped chewing a hunk of doublemint gum he had in his mouth and grinned and winked at Dewey, jaunty and mischievous. But after the warden asked if he had anything to say, his expression was sober. His sensitive eyes gazed gravely at the surrounding faces, swerved up to the shadowy hangman, then downward to his own manacled hands. He looked at his fingers, which were stained with ink and paint, for he'd spent his final 3 years on death row, painting self-portraits and pictures of children, usually the children of inmates who supplied him with photographs of their seldom-seen progeny. I think, he said, it's a hell of a thing to take a life in this manner. I don't believe in capital punishment, morally or legally. Maybe I had something to contribute, something. His assurance faltered. Shyness blurred his voice, lowered it to a just audible level. It would be meaningless to apologize for what I did, even inappropriate. But I do. I apologize. Steps, noose, mask. But before the mask was adjusted, the prisoner spat his chewing gum into the chaplain's outstretched palm. Dewey shut his eyes. He kept them shut until he heard the thud snap that announces a rope-broken neck. Like the majority of American law enforcement officials, Dewey is certain that capital punishment is a deterrent to violent crime, and he felt that if ever the penalty had been earned, the present instance was it. The preceding execution had not disturbed him. He had never had much use for Hickok, who seemed to him a small-time chiseler who got out of his depth, empty and worthless. But Smith, though he was the true murderer, aroused another response. For Perry possessed a quality, the aura of an exiled animal, a creature walking wounded, that the detective could not disregard. He remembered his first meeting with Perry in the interrogation room at police headquarters in Las Vegas. The dwarfish boy-man seated in the metal chair, his small booted feet not quite brushing the floor. And when Dewey now opened his eyes, that is what he saw. The same childish feet, tilted, dangling. Dewey had imagined that with the deaths of Smith and Hickok, he would experience a sense of climax, release, of a design justly completed. Instead, he discovered himself recalling an incident of almost a year ago, a casual encounter in Valley View Cemetery, which in retrospect had somehow, for him more or less, ended the Clutter case. The pioneers who founded Garden City were necessarily a Spartan people, but when the time came to establish a formal cemetery, they were determined, despite arid soil and the troubles of transporting water, to create a rich contrast to the dusty streets, the austere plains. The result, which they named Valley View, is situated above the town on a plateau of modest altitude. Seen today, it is a dark island lapped by the undulating surf of surrounding wheat fields, a good refuge from a hot day, for there are many cool paths unbrokenly shaded by trees planted generations ago. One afternoon the previous May, a month when the fields blazed with a green-gold fire of half-grown wheat, Dewey had spent several hours at Valley View weeding his father's grave, an obligation he had too long neglected. Dewey was 51, 4 years older than when he had supervised the Clutter investigation, but he was still lean and agile, and still the K.B.I.S. principal agent in western Kansas. Only a week earlier he had caught a pair of cattle rustlers. The dream of settling on his farm had not come true, for his wife's fear of living in that sort of isolation had never lessened. Instead, the Deways had built a new house in town. They were proud of it, and proud, too, of both their sons, who were deep-voiced now and as tall as their father. The older boy was headed for college in the autumn. When he had finished weeding, Dewey strolled along the quiet paths. He stopped at a tombstone marked with a recently carved name, Tate. Judge Tate had died of pneumonia the past November. Wreaths, brown roses, and rain-faded ribbons still lay upon the raw earth. Close by, fresher petals spilled across a newer mound, the grave of Bonnie Jean Ashida, the Ashida's elder daughter, who while visiting Garden City had been killed in a car collision. Deaths, births, marriages. Why, just the other day he'd heard that Nancy Clutter's boyfriend, young Bobby Rupp, had gone and got married. The graves of the Clutter family, for graves gathered under a single gray stone, lie in a far corner of the cemetery, beyond the trees, out in the sun, almost at the wheat field's bright edge. As Dewey approached them, he saw that another visitor was already there, a willowy girl with white-gloved hands, a smooth cap of dark honey hair, and long, elegant legs. She smiled at him, and he wondered who she was. "Have you forgotten me, Mr. Dewey?" "Susan Kidwell." He laughed. She joined him. "Sue Kidwell. I'll be darned." He hadn't seen her since the trial. She had been a child then. "How are you? How's your mother?" "Fine, thank you. She's still teaching music at the Holcomb School. Haven't been that way lately. Any changes?" "Oh, there's some talk about paving the streets. But you know Holcomb. Actually, I don't spend much time there. This is my junior year at K." "Huh," she said, meaning the University of Kansas. "I'm just home for a few days." "That's wonderful, Sue. What are you studying?" "Everything. Art mostly. I love it. I'm really happy." She glanced across the prairie. "Nancy and I plan to go to college together. We were going to be roommates. I think about it sometimes. Suddenly, when I'm very happy, I think of all the plans we made." Dewey looked at the gray stone inscribed with 4 names, and the date of their death, November 15th, 1959. "Do you come here often?" "Once in a while." "Gosh, the sun's strong." She covered her eyes with tinted glasses. "Remember Bobby Rupp? He married a beautiful girl." "So I heard. Colleen Whitehurst. She's really beautiful. And very nice, too." "Good for Bobby." And to tease her, Dewey added, "But how about you? You must have a lot of beaus." "Well, nothing serious. But that reminds me. Do you have the time?" "Oh," she cried, When he told her it was past 4, "I've got to run. But it was nice to have seen you, Mr. Dewey. And nice to have seen you, Sue. Good luck," he called after her as she disappeared down the path. A pretty girl in a hurry, her smooth hair swinging, shining just such a young woman as Nancy might have been. Then, starting home, he walked toward the trees, and under them, leaving behind him the big sky, the whisper of wind voices in the wind-bent wheat.